Chapter 7. The River of Night. Shoulder-deep among the thick bushes, the huge beast threw back its head, shaking its shaggy mane in the thin sunlight, its long horn gleaming. Elaf and the Alfar woman ducked hastily lower on their high branch, though they knew it could neither see nor smell them this far downwind. Strings of soil-caked roots hung from its mouth, tangling among the fringes of coarse cream-white fur as its champing jaws pulled them in, its breath steaming in the cold morning air. Its small ears flicked, its little wrinkled eyes blinked about, reddened by the new-risen sun. Then it snorted thick clouds from its nostrils and went back to its rooting. "Be he not a beauty?" whispered the Alfar woman, half hugging Elaf with the spidery arms she kept across his back, nervous he might fall. "And his winter white not yet shed. Long I am watching that one, hasty to have the chase of him, but only this year is he of a lawful age. Already the young males best him at the matings, so he forages alone. Soon he will be too old to run far, and then the wolves will have him, or the dagger-teeth, or some night-walkers. Better and quicker he falls to us." White teeth flashed in her long brown face. Elaf smiled, though his muscles creaked from endless hours crouched among tree limbs. "Better indeed," he whispered back, "and all the more honor to us that you share this hunt, Hafi." "Honor is ours, lord," Hafi whispered, stabbing Elaf still more keenly with shame at the deception he planned. And yet that odd name Hafi was a diminutive of Halveth, an ancient and honored woman's name among the northern royal kin. What blood flowed in her veins? What great lord or lady of Morvan had let fall the shackles of their old life to become her parent? She looked around. "Ah, Gisa comes. Do you watch with Lord Elaf, Gisa. I go to fetch the others." Silently she slithered along the branch and was gone. No less silently, Gisa's massive frame, clad in an Alfar tunic and harness, swung down in her place beside Elaf. Elaf looked around, anxious, angry. Gisa was at home here, so much so, Elaf still wondered whether it had been safe to trust him. "By all the powers, Gisa," he hissed, as low as he could, "I tell you once more, you've got to come with us. We'll need you, you of all people." But the big forester only looked away and shook his head slightly. Elaf grabbed him by the shoulder. "You joined this venture to aid the Northland fugitives. It's your duty." Gisa shook his head again, firmly. More than ever he seemed to fumble for words. "No, Master Elaf, no. You, where you will. Me, I stay. Like I said to my lord for now, a new home it was I came to find, and that I have, and damned if I'll leave it." Elaf sighed. "So you fail us as well as Arvis. Nothing will attach him from the court." "And why not?" whispered Gisa, the accusation stinging words from him. "Him and me, we're the oldest. We've not the summers left to build new lives, not like you Junkers. What'll we find, us that's better than this? They're gentle folk, these, though a mite slow in the head. Take you in, not fuss you, not jealous with their women either. I've one among them already, maybe a little un on the way." He jabbed a blunt finger into Elaf's chest. "You, wise master, don't you go prating to me of your long tomorrow. What's it to me? So far hence even my sons' sons won't see it. You tell me in the here and now, what life's better for a forester like me?" "A free one." But Gisa shrugged. "Free's as free does, to a plain man like me. The forest's not half the hard taskmaster your headman or town elders were back home. You should know that, master, from all I hear of your beginnings." Elaf grimaced. There was truth in what he said. Now, though, he had fewer doubts. Gisa had not changed much, if only because little change had been needed. But that oddly made it harder to leave him behind. "If only it did not feel so much like abandoning you." Gisa grunted. "The river for that. We choose with our eyes open, Arvis and me. More open than yours, maybe. Hist now, lest he hears us, he below." But it was to the heights he looked, for just then a soft rustle in the foliage announced the arrival of the other hunters. There was a slight springing of the branch beneath them, and Kermovan inched silently along it. Elaf was glad to see him so limb-lithe after many months of inactivity. They would have need of all his skill and speed for this. Kermovan's brows arched as he saw the beast their prey. "Does the one-horn please you, lords?" demanded Hafi softly. "No easy quarry is he. Against his hide mere arrows from the tree-tops do not serve. Spear or halberd it must be, in belly or throat, where he is softest, on the ground and close to. We stalk him through the leaves, and of a sudden drop down." Elaf swallowed and stole another look at the brute. The idea seemed impossible. The great horse-like head was carried higher than any horse's, the horn on it alone almost as tall as himself. It was bulkier even than a dragon, and, save for that living wall, the mammoth, the largest beast he had ever seen on land. This was madness. And yet Kermovan was taking it quite calmly, deciding with Hafi which trees would be best. Finally they waved to the others, and the Alfar moved up to help the humans through the branches. Elaf needed little help, even with the halberd swung across his back, and the clumsy pack the Alfar had tried to persuade him to leave. He had grown used to this way of getting about. There was no denying the thrill of being at home so high up. It made the forest seem a different place, less hostile, more fascinating in the richness and variety of the life that worked out its purposes below. It was like nothing he had ever experienced in the world outside. And then he realized with a little tremor of shock that the world outside scarcely seemed real any more. Once again, far from his shielding forge, he could hardly imagine a world beyond the trees. For the passing of 2 seasons he had been immured within them, more than half a year of travel and of rest. Or was that all? He seemed to have resisted the forest's timeless thrall better than his fellows, but might not that be an illusion also? Might not a century have passed out there, while he had shaped and schemed in the shadows? Kerbrahane might be long since fallen and overrun, mere circles of overgrown ruins haunted by owl and wolf, or torn down piecemeal to surround the Equish stockades. He shuddered. A sudden horror of the outside passed through him, of haste and peril and problems he could not solve with study and cunning and skilled labor. He did not want to face it. He wanted to lurk and lair among the trees and forget. Then the touch of a hand jolted him alert, a silent signal passing among the shadowy shapes in the leaves. He peered down. He could see little save bushes, but he could hear the snort and grunt of the one-horn all too loudly. A bush jerked noisily aside, and a shoulder of tangled white hair came into view, too close for his comfort. Slowly, silently, he unslung the halberd, made sure his pack would not hitch upon the branches. To his left he heard a faint sound and saw there Borhai, sweating and shaking, green with fear. The young corsair had balked violently at the idea of leaving the castle, but had decided he liked being left there rather less. Elaf gestured reassuringly, but himself began to shiver. He would have been tense enough simply with the prospect of facing that beast, but far more than that was about to happen. Another touch, a sharp one, and then a sudden fierce springing in the branch beneath him. There was no time to think, to hesitate. Elaf simply kicked out his legs. The whipping branch jerked out from under him as the trap below the gibbet, and into empty air he plunged. But the ground was nearer than it looked. His feet were ill-prepared. It slammed into his soles with bruising force. He fell aside and rolled on his back, holding the halberd high. There was a snort and a crash, and he sprang up to find the light before him blotted out by a wall of tangled whiteness that reared and plunged among a flurry of greenery, shaking the earth. A figure bounced past, caught his arm, rocked, and beside him Bura and Tenvar, jabbing with their halberds at the mountainous beast that wheeled and bellowed defiance, unable to find a clear path to charge. "This way!" screamed Rock. As they had planned, they were not attacking the beast, but keeping it between them and the startled Alfar. Elaf was only too ready to turn and bolt under the trees. He saw Ilse and Kermovan there, but where was Borhai? The corsair stood still where he had dropped, staring aghast at the travelers as they ducked past the plunging one-horn. "Borhai!" yelled Elaf. "This way! Now!" The corsair seemed to hear, turned and ran a few steps, then halted, hesitated, shaking his head and gesticulating frantically. "No!" he wailed. "I can't! I won't! I'm safe! I'm safe here! Come back! You'll all die! All die!" Cursing, Elaf tore free of Rock's arm and whirled back after Borhai. Then he had only the fraction of a heartbeat to throw himself aside as the maddened beast at last ducked down its immense head and charged. Borhai, unmoving, seemed not to see it, or to understand what he saw. the monstrous thing bearing down on him like the corsair's own gallery with outthrust ram. The great conical horn, the length of his own body, struck into the center of him and hurled him torn and spilling through the air. A trampling hoof shattered the half-frozen earth a handbreadth from Elof's head. The great flank whirled past him, red-streaked from halberd thrusts, and then a huge hand was scooping him up. Gisa's. "Run," growled the tall forester, "while you can." He all but hurled Elof into the arms of his friends, and spun about to fling his halberd at the beast. It whirled and charged again across the path of the Alfar, who had to dive for cover among the bushes. Then Kermovan's clear voice called, and the travelers were running with abraded throats and agony in their sides, chests working like Elof's bellows, the fire of his forge in their tortured lungs. Behind them the uproar grew, trampling and smashing in the brush and shouting they could hear even over the roaring in their ears. The hunters would have to slay the thing before they dared follow. Elof found himself hoping it would not slay any of them. As Gisa had said, in themselves they were gentle enough folk. It was the forest's power that made them shadows of malignity, wood sprites working dark secrets within the tree gloom. Better to evade them thus if they could, than come to open fight. A stream gleamed among the trees ahead, and Kermovan gestured to them. Into the water they must go, and upstream. But as they splashed into the icy shallows, he himself ran right across and out onto the far bank, leaving a fine trail of muddy footprints. Then, as the ground grew hard underfoot, he leaped for an overhanging branch and swung himself back with the others into the stream. On and on they trotted, their feet soaking and numb, their packs and weapons turning to lead about them, their heads bowed down and staring at the water that seemed to suck the heart out of them. At last it dawned on them that they were walking, and slowly at that. Burra and Tenvar were weaving as if about to fall down in the water, and Ilse, whose legs were shorter, suffered badly from the cold. With wordless gasps, Kermovan drove them up the bank among thorny bushes, and there they collapsed, numbed to stab and scratch, deaf to anything save their own whooping gasps. Elof heard somebody retching, and his own stomach turned over. His feet turned slowly from numbness to fire. "So," wheezed Kermovan at last, "we have some small advantage of them, and we must not lose it. To the forest's edge, by Gisa's guessing, was a good day and a half's march. Up, all, and to the north." There was a chorus of groans, but nobody failed to stagger to their feet, or to keep up with the brisk marching pace Kermovan set. Indeed, they seemed almost more enthusiastic now, weary as they were, as if some burden invisible and intangible were lifted from their shoulders. After a while, when he was sure enough of his breath, Elof mentioned this to Kermovan, who nodded. "I feel as much myself. We draw near the forest's rim. May that shield us from Tapiau's sight." All that day the dwindled company marched at a relentless pace until the sun, hidden hitherto beyond the leaden clouds, blazed angry orange behind the dark tree-tops around them. Mercifully, the undergrowth grew thinner the further they went, for now it was chiefly a forest of pines, firs, and spruces, with only a few hemlock and cedar and cypresses. Their soft needles carpeted its floor, and few lesser things grew in their shadow. The brief spring of those climes was not yet come, to fill shrubs and grasses with a short spasm of life and growth ere the chill closed in once more. The air was still but raw, burning in their nostrils and on their cheeks, and with their wet boots draining the warmth from their bodies. As night fell, they chose a dry spot to camp. Fire would have been infinitely welcome, but they did not dare build one, lest it drew down the Alfar, or worse, upon them. A shelter of pine branches was the best they could contrive, and they huddled together to keep warm. They ate little, for they had not been able to bring much food with them, and knew it might have to last some time. Then, too weary to set a watch, they slept. But it was a poor night's sleep, for the forest was full of strange noises, and many things unknown passed close by them. And some way past the middle hours, dreams of conflict and tumult jolted Elof awake. Parting the branches, he peered out at the sky in the hope of seeing some trace of dawn, and caught his breath. For a faint light shone through the tree-tops, but it was cold and constant, and it paled not the eastward but the northward stars. So once again, after many years and many other perils, he beheld the sign and banner of their fountainhead, the eerie glow of the ice. Morning, gray bleak as ever, found them chilled and aching and uneasy, eager only to be gone from there. Walking loosened their muscles, but brought them little warmth and less comfort, save that there was no sound of pursuit. "So they have not found our trail," muttered Kermovan. "I hardly dared hope it." "Maybe they searched the wrong way," suggested Ilse. "Eastward or south. They might not guess we'd take the way north. That they fear." Kermovan nodded. "That must be it. But when Tapiau's eye turns this way, still we should be within an hour or two of the margins, and those they will not cross." So the travelers cast nervous glances at the trees about them, expecting every moment to be shot at from the branches, or fallen upon like the one-horn. That nothing came only made them the more uncertain. The borders of the forest might be minutes away or hours, and all manner of ambushes set between. But suddenly, as they came out into the bank of a dank little streamlet, Kermovan stopped and pointed. "See, the far bank beyond the trees." That there should be anything beyond trees, save more trees, was a hard thing to realize. Yet they did indeed seem thinner, further apart. Light as cold as the sky above shone pale upon their trunks, unhindered. It must be a wide clearing, for the trees of the far side were an indistinct black line. The forest was growing thin indeed. Down the bank they hurried, splashing through the water without seeking a drier crossing. Elaf stopped short, gasping. It was as if some chill weight had suddenly settled on his heart. Burra, limping along last, missed his footing on the bank and all but fell back in. Rock and Elaf, turning to haul him in, looked back, saw the pines bend and sway, and heard the rushing as of a great wind that they knew was no wind. "Kermovan!" they yelled. "I hear," he cried, and sweeping out his sword he urged the others past him. "Now for it! Run, and stop for nothing! Run to the light!" Only when Burra went crashing by him, with Rock and Elaf on his heels, did Kermovan turn and run with them, leaping and bounding. The way was further than it looked, and there was more undergrowth here, frost-browned grasses and low-tangled bushes that grew in the lee of fallen trunks. It seemed almost to rise up and snag them as they went, and the branches whipped and lashed across their faces. Kermovan hewed at them furiously, and Elaf drew sword also. It was like fighting some live enemy, some beast with 1,000 entangling arms above and below. And at their very heels now was the wind-rush, all of it overhead. Elaf winced, expecting arrows in his back any moment. But all the time the light grew stronger, the open space seemed wider, the other side more distant. Then suddenly, staggering from one tree to another, Elaf realized there were no branches overhead, nothing but the gray sky, and that the trees beyond were even further apart, a gap wider than the longest arms. Ahead of him he saw a root snag Ilse's ankle, tipping her into his path, and Kermovan scoop her up almost without breaking stride. A jagged stump snagged Elaf's cloak, and in one whirling movement the black blade hewed flying splinters from it, and he was sprinting after the others. Ahead of them was open space, and they were slowing, staring, almost stopping. "Too near," he yelled. "Still within bowshot." Then he also slowed and stared. It was no clearing they were in. Trees ahead there were, as line of them tall and dark, impenetrable as the densest forest. But to left and right, where the line should have curved back to surround them, there was only open space. Near at hand it was flat grassland, streaked with half-thawed snow, sparse stands of scrub, wiry and stunted, poking up here and there. Beyond it was grayness, with a glimmer that might be water. There were other lines of trees, but none more than stands, clumps, scarcely linked to one another across the snowy scrubland in dismal pools, and nowhere to the trees of the forest. Elaf, turning to look back, saw the outermost trees bend and tremble, yielding tall figures that stalked and paced within the bounds of the tree-shadow, like menacing spectres afraid of day. They would not step beyond the fortress of the forest, the immense wall of trees outflung to either side, set like vast uneven ramparts against this chill open land. He knew then that they had reached the bounds of Tapiau's power. They were out of the forest at last, free as he had fought to make them. What was this heaviness upon his heart, then, this faint, nagging ache within him, which was no pang of honest weariness. Why could he not rejoice? By him Kermovan stood, his face as grey and grim as this land they had come to, and as desolate. "Genhias a Terras," he was muttering. "Genhias a Corinton." Then he lifted up his sword as a salute. But from the forest a single arrow came curving to plunge into the icy soil some way short of them, and there shiver to pieces, as against a stone. "Come," said Ilse hastily, drawing them both away. "That may have been a ranging shot. Let us not await a volley." But in a lower voice she added, "I am sorry about Terras. Could she not have come with us?" Kermovan's face was set, but Elaf was shocked by the deep unhappiness in his voice. "I did not dare ask her, she who had dwelt so long in Tapial's thrall. She might have betrayed us. I could not risk us all for her alone, when there was no certainty she would come, or be happy if she did." Elaf swallowed. "Believe me, I am sorry. I was never sure how much she meant to you." The tall man's mouth twisted. "No more was I. And I to her? Something new, perhaps, to be tempted, teased out, made to last as long as might be lest it grow stale. To be lured ever within the hand, yet kept from the heart." He shook his head. "No more was I. Matters are better as they are, lesser now than greater to come. Day advances, and we must go." And swiftly he turned his back upon the forest, and strode out at a fierce pace across the grey ground. Elaf and Ilse looked at their companions and fell in behind him. Thus it was that they entered Taunla on Arathans, Taunla the wastes, the grey and shadowy marchlands of the ice. Certainly it was no hospitable land they saw stretching out before them. Kermovan stamped on the snow-spattered earth as he walked, and it rang and crunched beneath his boots. "This will be a swamp soon, when the thaw comes," he remarked, his voice more normal now. "As well we left our flight no later. We would surely have been mired here and taken." Elaf gazed around him uncomfortably. "Save for the trees, it reminds me of the salt marshes, the worst parts." "Small wonder in that," said Ilse, "for both that land and this are shaped and sustained by the outflowing meltwater of the ice. The same shadow lies over both." "It is less flat than the marshes," said Elaf thoughtfully, "though the rise and fall is very slight. But if anything it is wetter, and that means the water has pooled in the valleys and dips, and cuts channels between them." "A land of pools and rivulets and little lakes," agreed Kermovan, "of mists and mires and quags, all bitterly chill and hard to cross. There will be no fixed paths in such a place, not even animal tracks. We will have to go around and about so much it will be hard to keep to anything like a straight route." "Let us not be drawn too far northward all the same," warned Ilse. "Remember the evil name of this land." Nevertheless, even on that first night they found themselves with little choice, for in their way they came upon a wide swampy area that ended only under the eaves of the forest itself, and was already more than half thawed. When they climbed to the top of a low slope to spy out its extent, Elaf, whose eyes were keenest in the ashen dimness of afternoon, exclaimed in dismay, "A river flows through it," he cried. "Down from the north, in among the trees." "Aye," said Tenvar, "a vast river, twice as wide as the forest river. There is no fording it here, even if we dared go back among the trees. That water flows fast, and it is very dark." Ilse squinted into the greyness. "Dark indeed," she muttered. "There are tales among my folk of such a river, that flows from the black lakes in the northern wastes down through the forest, and they are darker yet. The Kalmazhaski it is to us, river of the dead. Yet the living must cross somewhere," muttered Kermovan, "or they will not long remain so. There is little to eat in this land. What is that upriver there, an island?" "It seems so," admitted Elaf, straining his eyes. "A large one covered with trees. There are more along the banks. We might try there for rocks or shallows." Kermovan nodded. "We might, though the current may be faster." He saw the others looking to him expectantly, and shrugged. "You wish me to choose? I see no choice. We may at least find somewhere more sheltered than this to sleep." They turned northward then, skirting the margins of the cold swamp, and plodded wearily on into the barren lands. Even over the short distance they could make out ahead, they saw the lines of trees grow fewer and shorter, the land flatter and more desolate. Only coarse grass covered the soil, and a few bushes that cowered low to avoid the searing wind, their tough strands running through the grass like entangling tentacles. It was a miracle no ankle or leg was broken in the gathering gloom. They feared lest it might grow too dark to go on, even with Ilse to guide them. But around sunset there came a fierce gusty wind that drove the clouds like sheep to the horizon, and there tore them to bloody shreds. It gave the keen air an edge like jagged glass, and for all their warm hunting garb it cut the travelers to the bone. The rough ground leached their strength away as they stumbled and faltered over it. In the clear sky the stars appeared like frost flecks upon cold stone. The full moon, rising, rained down its sterile light upon the bleak lands. And all across the sky to the north, in answer or in mockery, there arose the shimmering curtain of the ice-glow. But when they lifted their streaming eyes against the blast, they saw tossing black against it the tops of a thick-meshed wood, upon which the moonlight fell without lightening its solid gloom. "The island!" cried Tenvar. "The island's thick with trees, shelter and fuel." "Would you light a fire in this place?" cried Ilse. "I would," barked Rock. "We'll need shelter and more to stay living this night." "There is a rapids," cried Burra. "See the white water about the rocks, and past the island as well. It goes right over. There's our crossing." "If anywhere," agreed Kermovan. "But go with great care. The rocks will be icy, and death swift in those black waters. I will lead." Of that crossing Elof remembered little save weariness and terror, the cold rocks and the roar and the swirl of the river around their feet as they clambered between them. The moonlight was clear, or they would never have managed some of the wider leaps. Burra and Ilse were at a terrible disadvantage, and had often to be swung across on the single length of rope they had. But even longer legs were aching before they came beneath the first overhanging branches, and saw the island rise stark above them. "Find a hollow," gasped Elof as they clambered up the steep bank. "Screen fire, with branches." Ilse shook her head fiercely, and he caught the glint of fear in her look. But even she, stronger and hardier than most men, was too chilled and weary to argue. Elof and Kermovan were little better, and Rock, Tenvar, and Burra staggering as if drunk. Burra had fallen at least once and leaned on Kermovan's arm for support. Nevertheless, they waited on the bank, slumped against the lichen-encrusted trunks of the black spruces, while Ilse with her night eyes searched the gloom. The wind whined through the branches overhead, their hard needles rattling and whispering horribly. It reminded Elof of gibbets he had seen outside the ruined farms of Brehane. But at last she grudgingly admitted she could see nothing amiss, and the travelers hobbled gladly into shelter. As Elof had suggested, they found a hollow, a deep gully carved by some flood long ago, and now well screened by the wiry undergrowth, taller here than in the open. Kermovan kindled flame in a hastily dug pit, and while the others cut branches to screen the little camp, Elof decided to fetch water for a hot broth. Very slowly and carefully, keeping low and rustling the bushes as little as he could, he slid out from among the trees and along the bank to a spot where he might fill a water-skin without falling in. He lay down at a place where the water had cut away the bank, shuddering at the freezing touch of the soil, and lowered the skin into the dark water. The cold river bit agonizingly at fingers just recovering from their numbness, and he leaned down further to make sure he could hold the full skin. A gleam caught his eye, and he stared in horror. The water had sliced a section through the bank, and the face of it glimmered gray-white in the river's reflection. Under a hand's depth, little more, of brown grass and peaty soil, there lurked a layer of some whitish substance. He reached down to touch it and jumped at the chill throb in his fingers. It was a deep layer of solid ice. He looked up and down the bank opposite and saw many such gleams, always at the same shallow depth, though in some places it seemed to have forced the ground upward. Suddenly the whole wide land seemed to him no more than shriveling skin atop a cold, empty skull. This far, within a day's march of the forest, the distant ice had already its hidden vanguard beneath the surface. The full-skin tugged at his hand, and he reached down to put in its stopper. But as he did so, he saw a brief flicker of movement, mirrored in the water, a swift, dark shadow sweeping over moon and star. In one movement he heaved up the skin and sprang back to cover, Then he saw it clear. A shape of sable wings outswept, arcing down the sky onto the moonlit blackness of the river. He heard the fierce wing beat as it settled, and then the graceful folding, the curving of the delicate neck into its shape. Down the flow of the flood it drifted, a huge swan gliding upon its own shadow over the glittering waters. But which the swan, which the shadow, was hard to tell, for in every feather it was black. And as Elaf stood there, beyond movement, beyond understanding, he heard a low music drift across the waters, a haunting, somber singing of dark things. For the music was a voice, low and mellow as that of a human woman, and its words of deep lamentation came clearly to him over the relentless lapping of the flood. "Birds of the night sky, sorrow pursues me, far as I have flown over the land. Gather, hear me, far flew I. Grief sought I, found I my fill. Of unstilled yearning I sing, of unquiet waters, of loss, of wandering I sing. By seas endless, tides ceaseless, under the empty sky. Alas, alas for sorrow, I sing of living. Far flew I, grief sought I, found I my fill. Of hope past hoping I sing, of wounds unhealed, of rue, of suffering I sing. Of mouth on mouth, breast on breast, all that may never be. Alas, alas for sorrow, I sing of loving. Far flew I, grief sought I, found I my fill. Of last despairing I sing, of the dark river, of pain, of lamenting I sing. A brand quenched, a flame swallowed. The stream flows silently. Alas, alas for sorrow, I sing of parting. Far flew I, grief sought I, found I my fill. Elaf stood astounded as the creature glided slowly toward the bank. What he saw, what he hoped, was a whirling in his mind. The song was sorrow and terror, and it gripped him fast. Not far along the bank arose a stand of reeds, dry and half-withered, whispering and creaking, and into these swept the dark swan. But even as it slid among them, it seemed to rear up. Its immense wings beat as if in fury, then shuddered closed across its breast. Upward rose the shadow, taller, more erect than any swan, and with sudden grace the wings swept open and back to reveal a breast of gleaming black mail, a human breast, a woman's breast. For below the mail-coat bare legs gleamed, and above it lifted a woman's delicate throat, strong chin, and full lips. The rest of her face, her hair, all was hidden by the eye-mask of a shining helm. But from her shoulders sprang not arms, but the same wide wings held open to their fullest, blotting out the moon, shadowing her beyond recognition. Yet among the feathers it seemed to Elaf that he saw a gleam of gold. Suddenly she cried out, in a voice grown so harsh, so terrible, that Elaf dropped to one knee, shivering. "Rash wanderer, man astray in realms men dare not dream of, hear me and beware. Already for some the lot is cast. Doom approaches, doom no mortal turns aside. Flee if flee you may, or what is owed you, call for it, seize it." The wings whipped closed, beat once, powerfully, sending the reeds hissing low to the water. A great black swan lifted from the river and went wheeling high off across the water, over the island, out of sight. Elaf's eyes followed it till it vanished behind the crests of the trees. "What have I seen?" he asked himself aloud, and heard his voice tremble. So like, and yet so terrible. What land of visions is this? Terror clawed at him. He scrambled up, seized the water-skin, and bolted back up the slope toward the trees and the faint glimmer of the fire. As he stumbled and tripped through the woods, he heard Kermovan's low voice and rocks. They seemed like the finest and most comforting sounds he had ever heard. Something might be made of that southward way poor Corentin told us of. If Veda followed it to take his folk west, it might also be a safe route back east. Maybe, if it hasn't grown worse in all this time. "Elaf, what's the matter? Look as if you've seen a ghost." "I have seen," he muttered, "a warning, perhaps. I know not." "You sit down and get warm," ordered Ilse sharply. "Here, give me that water. Don't drop it in the flames. Now what was it you saw?" But Elaf could not shape words around what he had seen. "A warning," he gasped. "A judgment." We are in peril." Kermovan sat up straight and swung the gray-gold blade across his knees. He looked at Elof intently, his face set, brows drawn tight. "I need no vision to tell me that. Is it near?" "It approaches," gasped Elof. It said that—" He stopped, because Kermovan's intense gray eyes had widened abruptly. He was no longer looking at Elof, but was staring over his shoulder, brows arched, lips parted in amazement. In the same instant Elof's skin crawled with the icy awareness of some presence at his back. He knew better than to look round. He was about to hurl himself forward, away, when out of the corner of his eye he saw a figure, somehow familiar, step forward and slouch casually down by the fire, holding out his hands and rubbing them hungrily. Steam rose from his clothes, which clung damply. The travelers stared, aghast. Then, just as Elof realized who it was he was looking at, Rock found his voice. "Stian! By all the halls of Hela! How'd you come to escape those water things? How'd you—" The corsair made no reply, but suddenly looked up with such a look of cold contempt on his face, dull and gray in the firelight, that Rock stopped short, opened his mouth as if to say something more, and then slowly closed it. Kermovan seemed not to move, yet suddenly all the tension of a drawn bow was in his body, drawn and ready to loose. His knuckles gleamed white on his sword hilt. Across the little hollow at the far edge of the firelight, other shapes were moving, approaching slowly, unhurriedly through the freezing night. Down through the encircling bushes they came in an uneven file, and the icicles that festooned the meager branches chimed and rang and shattered like glass at their passing. And as he saw the first of them, Elof sought to cry out, to spring up, but his limbs would not obey him. His tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, as if the chill air froze it there. For the first was Holvar, and he paid no heed to any, but came and sat by the fire as easily as if he had but left them a moment before. Burra hid his face in his plump hands, and the blood drained from the brown skin. Tenvar sat rigidly immobile among the capering shadows, but a faint moan of horror broke half-voiced from his lips. The wind screeched and flailed the branches overhead. The fire blew flat and roared like a trapped beast, light and shadow flickering faster than the eye could mark. Into the hollow they drifted, one by one, just as quietly, still without speaking, those members of the company whose quest had ended, who should be walking in the world no more by night or day. Behind Holvar strode tall figures that were Eastan, and Mael the boatswain, and Dervis, who walked easily on a leg Elof had seen stripped to a tangle of raw sinew about the bone. Close behind Dervis moved Borhai, hunched up and clutching his arms tight around himself, as a man might to close his cloak against the chill. But he, too, like the others, quietly took a place by the fire, with neither look nor word for those already there, and sat silently staring into the beating flames. And though his face was fixed in a grimace of fear, he spared not even a glance for what shambled in his steps. Kassa the huntsman, eyes glittering malevolence where empty sockets had been, took his place by the fire, and within that firelit hollow, with the black pines sighing and rattling above them, the living were outnumbered by the dead. No word was said, no figure stirred. Like silent statues they sat, the fire's smoke eddying this way and that about them, and it seemed to Elof that the chill which gripped this land, the ice below its soil, had flowed up and into his veins and set the fire's warmth at nothing. He was shivering violently, too violently to speak, even to form the words in his mind. The dead had joined them, but their eyes were not dead. A living will dwelt in them, and a glare of menace and accusation he could read as clearly as words. Then a thick branch toppled and rolled in the fire, unstopping a vent of flame blown blue by the wind. In the waft of smoky scent, Elof was suddenly reminded of his smithy on the marshlands, of lying by the forge during his long illness there, and of the tormenting phantoms that had gathered around him, those horrors he had faced, and in facing overcome. The log split with an explosive crack, spattering sparks. A pulsing fire traced out the grain in its bared heart, and a like flame surged up within him, a bitter anger at the silence around him. It was mockery, contempt, and that unearned. Whatever the outcome, he could at least voice a challenge and a defiance. He clenched his jaws to quell their shivering, and he spat out the words as if he hammered them hot from his anvil. "What do you want with us? Our friends you once were, but you do not come as friends should. Speak or be gone. Leave what no longer concerns you." "Leave?" whispered a voice suddenly, and a cold breath of laughter coursed across the hollow like an echo of the wind. The voice was Stian's, but might have been any. The same meaning burned in all those faces. "Good Smith, it was you left us, all of us. In ambush, in fight, in flight you left us. Pulled me down, shot in the throat, spitted like a fowl, hunted like vermin, broken and drowned. Stripped the flesh from me like the bark of a willow twig, while you played tug-of-war. Said, promised you'd keep me safe, left me to that beast. You left us, us. The voices came together, blurred into a hissing chant almost void of human meaning, a wordless litany of hungry menace that battered at Elof's mind. He quailed for a moment under the weight of it, numbing, drowning as under the impact of a waterfall. Then another voice sheared across it with the clean force of a sword-cut. "Enough!" barked Kermovan, and his voice rang clearer and harder than Elof had heard it for many a day. "Enough, I say. Have I not laid such charges against myself, and worse, in all the long hours of these our wanderings? There are worse trials than you can put me to, worse terrors than you can inflict." For a moment his voice lowered, his gaze dropped. "And did I not all but break myself in answering them, all but resign myself to inaction, to stagnation, where at least I need lead no others into harm?" Then he lifted his eyes again, and a fierce glare, a storm-light, shone in their grayness. "Bitterly did I regret your loss. I, even you, Casa, troth-breaker who would have sacrificed a sworn comrade for a catch of meat, craven who ran blindly to his own doom out of the mercy of those who would have shielded him. I would have saved you, all of you, if I could, and risked my own life to do so. You at least should know that, Eastan. But I could not, and the burden of regret ground me down. But by the help of Elof, I was shown my answer." He stood, and the long grey sword he rested point down on the ground before him, leaning his crossed hands upon its hilt. Weary as he seemed, it was as if strength flowed into him from the very horror he confronted, for his shoulders straightened, and his voice grew stern as stone. "I was shown that to live eternally shielded from all the chances of life is to live shielded from life itself, from good as well as evil. It is to do no good, to receive no good, merely to exist, and in existing inevitably diminish. That the perils of life should be lessened is good, but that all risk should be avoided, even when great good may come of it. That way lies a path of foolishness. You knew there would be perils on our quest. You knew you risked your lives, but also you knew great good might come to pass. The only amends I may offer you is to fulfill that quest, to give value and meaning to the sacrifice you made by saving lives that would otherwise be lost, and ensuring that your names live on in honor. That is as much as I myself would wish. If you yet keep some aspect, some part of the true heart and mind of the men that once you were, then you will understand. And if you are not—" The tall man laughed suddenly, though in his voice there was no mirth, and he slapped one hand hard on the hilt of the sword. "Then I bid you be gone, for among the living you have no place." The last defiant words rang out into silence so absolute that Elof caught his breath. Even the wind had died. Not a leaf stirred. The fire sank down to a flameless glow that spilled no color into the night. It was as if the whole scene were carved in black and silver, with a great red stone at its heart. "It is you who have no place here." The voice jolted them all to their feet. Whose lips it came from Elof did not know, nor was he sure such a sound could come from human mouth at all, so bloodless, so hollow, so vast. It was like the stark echo of some greater sound, greater and more terrible, though what he could hardly imagine. "You have no place here. From the moment you passed the tree wall, the land you have walked in, the grey lands, are mine. And it is to the island of the dead you have come." Elof heard Ilse give an involuntary cry of alarm, and as quickly stifle it. Evidently the name was known to her. "They have no place here who are yet weak prisoners of the flesh, and here they spy and trespass at their most deadly peril." It was all the dead who spoke. Their heads were lifted now, their eyes fixed upon the travelers with an intensity that made them even less human. And the voice seemed to course at random from one mouth to another, sounding always the same, hollow and terrible. But Elaf was as much angered as daunted to see those who had been his friends and companions so grievously abused. And though Kermovan, guessing his mind, flashed him a glance of caution, he spoke boldly in reply. "You, whoever you are, if we have no place in your domain, then equally you've no sway over us. Let us pass and have done. One day I shall hold this whole circle of the world in my hand. None are beyond my sway. I am the keeper. I am Taun." The name fell upon Elaf's ears like a blow, dizzying, sickening. This was disaster, this was ruin. He had spoken with powers before, grown reckless almost in confronting them, but Raven seemed to be benign, and Tapiao believed himself to be. Not so this presence, this appalling sound of waste and desolation given voice. This was what he had been warned against, what he had striven against, what he had most feared. Perhaps they had strayed too far north, or perhaps, since the land was so underlaid with ice, they had been foolish ever to enter it. But whatever the truth of that, they had come directly under the eye of Tapiao's great adversary, one of the primal foes of life, betrayers of their trust, lords of the world's worst ills. In his arrogance he had dared to bandy words with one of the ancient powers of the ice. But he remembered what Tapiao had told him, that this Taun was a defeated power, reduced to a shadow of his former majesty, a mere march-warden for the greater powers that had succeeded him. The greatest of these was Louhi, and had he not spoken to her, aye, and outfaced her in defeating the master-smith, her servant? And as he had started, so he must go on. There was no turning aside. So, though every hair on his head bristled and lifted, he steadied his voice and strove to copy in his deeper tones Kermovan's proud ring. "Keeper, what have such as you ever kept, save a vigil over the woes of men?" To his astonishment, the voice sounded almost hurt. "I wish men well, for they have minds. Am I not one of the loyal powers, loyal to that which was first and has been corrupted, the rule of pure mind? It is only the delusions, the distractions, the wastefulness of the flesh we seek to counter. So it is that here in the Grey Lands I seek to preserve thought, to save all that is best in men. I gather the minds of men about me as they are purged of their gross bodies, their thoughts freed from the foolish lust for growth, for change." Elaf swallowed. His mouth was dry, but he could feel the sweat trickling down and pooling in the folds of his shirt. But anger triumphed, and hotter than caution it flared, hotter than fear. A new rage added to the old as he looked upon the emptiness in the eyes of those who had been his comrades. He had had enough of the lies of powers that were as self-serving as those of men. "Then you gather nothing," he shouted. "What is real in men, if it survives at all, has slipped through your grasp. Any live human can see that. These are toys you show us, cunningly contrived to copy the actions of life. No more. Nothing." "Nothing," cried Ilse, fired by his outrage. "Husks, shells, shadows, no more." The same anger kindled among all the travelers, sparking from one to another as a forest fire leaps from tree to tree, and made the fiercer by the terror they felt. "Did you not hear me, Taun?" cried Kermovan, shaking his hard fist in the empty faces of the dead. "Without the power to live, to grow, men are no more than the sum of their memories. That is all you capture. That is all we see in these miserable, hungry things you show us. Emptiness and falsehood, that is your domain." "Aye," bellowed Rock harshly. "They've the shapes of folk, but where's the folk? Gone. Anyone can see it. They're like empty gloves, these shapes." "Like toys," spat Bura. "Toys, that's all you make of men. Puppets to dance to your will," yelled Tenvar. "Call yourself keeper? Waster, despoiler, grave defiler, bird of carrion, so I name you." With fearful speed, without any warning, the shape of Holvar launched itself upward from where it sat, seized Tenvar in its arms, and bearing him backward to the ground, it lunged open-mouthed at his neck. Even as Kermovan, with a great cry, swung up his sword and sprang right across the fire, Holvar's shade sank its teeth into Tenvar's throat, tore and worried like a wolf. Kermovan's blade, a firelit streak of gold, slashed once, twice about the thing. and in the same heartbeat Burra's sword hewed its arm, and Ill's axe rang against its skull. It rolled back, but Tenvar lay still, his hands outthrust, rigid, clawing at nothing, his wide eyes still and unseeing. Elaf, frozen with horror, saw the other shapes rise up as one, and he seized Gorthar, singing from the scabbard. The giant shape of Eastan loomed over him. Half sobbing, Elaf slashed wildly. Gorthar sang a great dark note, and the creature was hurled back among the advance of the rest. They halted, stumbling, and the black blade snarled in the chill air as he wove it back and forth before them. Back they swayed as it passed, like dark reeds upon the marshes, but inched forward when it was furthest from them. Then he heard Rock cry out as if in disbelief, and could not help looking. The creature that was Holvar, hewn and slashed as it was on its feet once more and clawing out with its good arm at Kermovan's throat. "Run!" yelled Elaf. "They fear my sword. It will hold them. Run to the far crossing while you can." Then he whipped back to his own adversaries, and it was as well he did. He had the fraction of a heartbeat to duck aside as a long arm hooked at the air where he had been. In that instant's inattention, Taun's creatures had almost reached him. Gorthar hissed out in their faces, and they dropped back, but only a little way. Elaf heard crashing among the trees. At least the others were getting clear. As if in a dream, he noticed for the first time that his panting breath hung in silvered clouds before him, but that before these night-walkers there was none. Another shape bounded up beside him, and in panic he almost cut at it before seeing Kermovan. "I told you to run," he shouted. "The others have a start now. Come!" Even as they glanced aside to speak, the wave of dark creatures leaped silently forward. Elaf struck down the clutching thing that looked like Borhai, and Kermovan, with a hoarse yell of fury, slashed at the thing that was Kassa, sending it crashing backward into the dying fire. "Run now!" he shouted, and seizing Elaf by the arm, he all but dragged him up the far side of the hollow. Out among the pines they charged, over the barren carpet of dead needles, and out again into the open air, so cold now in the latter hours of the night that it was like breathing the starlight raining down on them. It turned to cold fire in their straining lungs. They overtook Ilse, Rock, and Burra as they neared the crossing. They were the shortest of limb. Kermovan had been right to win them a start. "Should we stop again?" wheezed Elaf. "Hold the pursuit back once more." "No," gasped the tall man as they drew level with the others. "In the open they would only run past us. At the crossing stones we may hold them." But even as he spoke they saw dark shapes thrashing through the harsh bushes ahead, hastening to cut them off from the crossing. He set a faster pace to take Elaf and himself into the lead. "We may manage to cut our way through. There are not many—" He was cut off by a sudden strangled shriek. A tall, lean figure had come bounding up behind Burra, clawing and clutching at his trailing cloak, and even as they turned they saw it catch hold and spring upon him as he stumbled, sending them both sprawling among the thorny scrub. Kermovan spat a curse, whirled about, and sprang back with all his lithe speed. He struck out once, tearing the creature loose. It folded its limbs as it fell and sprang at him. His sword scythed in the air and clove the figure in half as it leaped. At once Kermovan stooped to Burra, but stood abruptly, shaking his head, and came running back to the others, swinging a pack in his hand. "Run!" he shouted, and there was a wilder horror in his voice than they had yet heard. "That was Tenvar took him. Run, ere Burra comes after us in his turn. Run for the last stretch." The horror of that thought of being pursued by the friends they had seen slain a moment since stampeded them all. But as they charged down the last slope, Elaf's heart sank in his breast. The instant's delay had cost them the crossing. Dark figures were massed there now, and some were already streaming up the slope toward them. But he saw Kermovan raise his sword with set face and copied him. Here there was no retreating, and if they fought well enough, some at least might win through. He read the same knowledge on Rock's face and on Ilse, and wondered crazily if in minutes to come he might not be fighting her semblance or she his. Together, without shout or war-cry, they plunged into the last stand of bushes. Then he almost fell over as something huge and black shot up, flapping before his face. A harsh scream tore his ears, and from far down river he heard it answered. He looked wildly that way, toward the distant forest where heavy rain clouds swept over the horizon, rising to envelop the sinking moon. Like winged daggers against the clouds, he saw two black silhouettes rise to meet, wheeling, cawing, and squawking in idiotic triumph at what they had found. The bushes blew and riffled in his path, snaring him, holding him. All through him there coursed a sudden thrill, an awareness of some vital change, and a thought that was almost too great for his mind to contain. Then he cupped his free hand skyward and shouted to burst his lungs. "You there, you searching sentinels, tell your master, tell him, ravens, with all speed, I call in my debt. What he is owed, I reclaim." It was as if the world had stopped, a moment of breathless, prickling hush, so profound that Elaf held his breath, though his lungs labored with the effort. It seemed he must listen hard. The wind was changing. That was what he had felt. From the southwest came a stirring in the air. The light flickered as a vanguard of the cloud bank touched the chill moon and passed across it, blotting it out. A cold droplet, heavy and wet, stung his upturned face. Another, two more. But for a moment more the moonlight broke through, and in its brief gleam he was appalled to see the dead leap forward. Then the moon might have come crashing down upon the earth, so great was the blast of white-violet light that shattered the night. Into the ground before them it struck. Elaf reeled from the impact, and the downpour that crashed to the ground like a curtain of steel chain almost knocked the travelers off their feet. Elaf recovered, staggering, soaked in an instant, and then, as abruptly as the lightning, something huge plunged out of the rain into the midst of them, and he and Kermovan had to leap for their lives. It was a horse, an immense beast, and white, and its shrill neighing rang louder than the wind, the stamp and trampling of its huge hooves louder than the thunder, and the roaring rain which danced smoking from its flank. A rider it bore. Elaf could see boots in the black stirrups, but all above was hidden by the blinding torrent. Across their path charged the beast. Then it wheeled and reared up against the rain and came thundering back, so close to Elaf that he had to jump once more, lost his balance, and crashed down onto the hard, wet earth, almost losing hold of Gorthar. Strong hands seized him and dragged him up. "Run!" screamed Ilse in his ear, and Rock's voice echoed it. "Run! Run!" cried Kermovan. "They come!" His legs obeyed faster than his mind. He was running before he knew it, running blindly into the sheeting rain, his only guide Ilse's hand on his arm. He glanced back and saw shapes in the grayness bounding hard on their heels. Ilse's grip slipped from him, and he whirled round ready to fight. But then the great horse was among them again, plunging, snorting, wheeling about as if to trample them all. Its huge flank slammed into him, sending him reeling off backward in the mud till he plowed into Rock, who had fallen to his knees. Elaf hauled him up, and they staggered on after Ilse's voice. The next few minutes were sheerest nightmare of icy mud and drumming, stinging rain, of falling and being helped up, of helping others up, of losing hold of someone and screaming frantically to stay together, and most of all of fighting to stay out from under those maddening, terrifying hooves that came charging out of the storm at every turn or step, whenever they were least expected, making the travelers jump aside or be knocked off their feet. There might have been 1,000 horses around them, yet Elaf knew that there was only one. And always there was the rain, roaring in his ears, hammering on his head, till his mind seemed malleable as any metal. His thoughts struck shapeless. Time lost its meaning. How long he had been running, or where to, he had no idea. There was only the mud, the endless ache of exhausted limbs, the hands that dragged him on, the others he dragged in turn, and always the white horse plunging, the cascading rain. But suddenly, as abruptly as it had begun, it stopped. In the sudden blackness Elaf tripped. He had no choice but to stop running. He risked a hesitant step forward, stumbled, and barked his shin on some sharp straight edge of stone. Then he cried out in surprise, as he himself was rammed in the back by a small but solid weight. "Ilse?" he gasped. "Here," came her voice from behind him. "The others?" "Here," said Kermovan, so close beside them that they both started. "And Rock?" "Here," they heard him say, but he was not so close, and his voice sounded strange, as if there was a faint echo behind it. What in hell's halls was that all about? And where are we now? I guess, said Kermovan, carefully, that on some trifling debt our master-smith has been given full repayment, and an excellent rate of use, and that more than one power found us when we quit the forest. But to answer your second question, I fear we must stand quiet and await the dawn. Do not move till you can see. Who knows now where we might be? Silence fell, broken only by heavy breathing. But despite their fierce run, nobody was panting, and Elaf felt no more tired than he had before. His limbs had been aching just as badly then. Very slowly he stooped to touch the stone at his foot, and the contact sent a shiver of excitement through him. Cold and bleak it felt, covered with lichen, but its shape, its sharp edges, were regular, formed, made. Then he looked up and saw that the blackness had turned to gray, but it was the gray of evening, not dawn. Beside him stood Kermovan and Ilse, staring wildly at the immense heap of rocks that loomed up before them, high enough to blot out all else, spreading out like arms on either side to form a small bay or cleft. In a narrow gap at the base of the wall stood Rock, and he was gaping idiotically, not at them but past them. They looked at each other, and as they turned, Ilse gave a little shriek, and Kermovan swallowed visibly. The end of the bay was open. Before them, clear-cut in the cold air, a vast plain stretched out unbroken to the far horizon, flat and barren save for the frost-twisted remnants of grass and bush. The cold was devastating, the light clear but thin, as if here the sun were forever veiled. In all that chilly emptiness, no bird sang, no beast moved, no figure stirred. And of island, of river, there was never a trace. They were utterly alone. Chapter 8. Dry Grasses. "So," said Kermovan stiffly, as if surprised to find he could speak. He smiled thinly. "I am glad I never doubted your earlier experience, Elaf. Here we are, still together, and it seems none the worse for whatever has become of us." "So indeed," said Ilse sharply, fixing Elaf and the barren lands beyond in a single impartial glare. "Here we are, and where's here? It still looks like part of Taunla to me, and no better than the one we left, with the night drawing in. What have we gained?" "Wherever we are," said Elaf absently, gazing around him, "I am sure there is some purpose in it, though we may have to search for it. Perhaps the rocks would offer us some refuge." "A perilous one," snorted Ilse. "This whole hill is some huge ancient fall of scree and boulders, with barely enough earth about it to hold stable. It must have hit something, some standing rock or outcrop, maybe, to fan out into this little notch." Elaf shook his head. "No outcrop." He tapped the stone he had touched in the darkness, and others strewn about. "This one, that, those over there. Weathered, but the shapes are still visible. Something of dressed stone, something man-made, or made, anyhow." Ilse shook her head incredulously. "Strong enough to break that fall?" "So it would seem," said Kermovan quietly. "Some of the boulders were shaped also." Once he had pointed it out, the fact was inescapable. Many of those immense bulks, looming against the cloud roof, had once been subdued to a shaping hand, and this evidence of its strength held them in awe a moment. Then the rough excitement in Rock's voice broke the spell. "To hell with those pebbles. Come see what I found." They saw him still standing in the gap between two tall stones, staring down as if at something on the ground and beckoning them urgently. He climbed up a little, to squeeze his rounded frame further in. Then, with a sudden outraged howl and a deep, bouncing, echoing rumble, he vanished. Elaf and the others ran to his aid. Ilse, for once, in the lead, despite her shorter legs, bounding over the loose rock with sure-footed ease. "Hold on!" she shouted, and flung herself down on the edge of a protruding stone. "See? There's loose rubble everywhere." But even as she spoke, the edge, where she knelt, collapsed. The stone pulled free and tipped her down into the darkness in a flurry of rock and dust. Kermovan, leaping up, made a futile grab at her disappearing ankles. A rumble and rattle echoed out of the dark in a jolting shriek. "There's rubble indeed," Rock's sardonic tones echoed eerily out of the dark, and the sound of Il's coughing and swearing, sounding more angry than hurt. "A whole loose slide of it." "Are you all right?" Elof yelled. "Aye, considering. Don't move, we'll pull you up." A ghoulish chuckle floated up to them. Il's was evidently undaunted by her fall. "No! Do you come down? There's something you should see. But your eyes will need some light. And mind your head, long man." "Come down?" demanded Kermovan. "To what purpose?" Elof tapped him on the shoulder and indicated the stones flanking the gap that had kept it from collapsing or being blocked with debris. Very worn and weather-scoured they were, those massive tilted slabs, but upon their inner surfaces the remains of neat edging and beveling still showed clear. Kermovan raised his eyebrows and nodded. "Very well, but what can we use for light? We have only our tinder-boxes, and what little oil and kindling is in them." Elof smiled. "I may be able to do something about that. Wait now." From within his tunic he pulled his gauntlet of mail and drew it on in one smooth movement. "One could wish for more sun or brighter, but still— Now, where is the west?" Kermovan pointed, and Elof swung round and extended his hand, as if he would capture in the gem at the center of the gauntlet's palm all the pearled radiance of the westward sky. "There indeed the sun sinks," said Kermovan grimly, as he stood waiting, wrapping his cloak round him against the intense cold. "Over Brehane, over Nordney, over all that we have left. All that now depends on us, little though it knows it, upon our quest, and there remain only 4 of us to fulfill it." "The 4 who threw down the master-smith," said Elof quietly, not looking at the tall man. "I know," Kermovan answered, "and I think it no accident. Perhaps we were simply the hardiest, the most alert, most accustomed to long and perilous wanderings, most inured to frightening encounters. Perhaps there was something more, who am I to say? But sorely though I regret the others, I could ill have spared any of you. So, since we have come this far together, let us not be parted ere the end." He stood straighter then, and his grey eyes shone, bleak and grim as the skies, yet as lasting, as untouchable. It was Kermovan as he had been, and yet not so. It was as if his determination had indeed lost some of its fire, but become thereby all the harder. He had not lost his doubts, but in that awful moment by the fire he had confronted them, defeated them, made good use of them to grow stronger. It was a path Elof knew only too well, a journey he himself had made. At last, at the end of a long, cold half-hour, he clamped his fingers tight across the jewel. "Will that suffice?" Kermovan asked, as he turned to climb back to the gap. "Even this weak sunlight is far stronger than torch or candle. If I let it out little by little, it will last us many hours." "As long as you can maintain your grip," said Kermovan, peering doubtfully down into the darkness and swinging himself into the gap. "I go first, to be sure you do not slip." "Very well, but first let us light our way." He stepped up and checked as he felt his feet slide out from under him. But in the same instant Kermovan's steely grip closed on his arm, and he was able to lean forward into the darkness and stretch out his fist. Slowly, carefully, he relaxed one finger a fraction. Light pooled in his palm, glinting on the metal of the gauntlet, so that it seemed to float disembodied in the blackness. Then the glow began to spread slowly, spilling down the slope of loose rubble to where Rock and Ilse, scratched and disheveled, were awaiting them. Kermovan swung himself nimbly onto the treacherous slope and moved down it with ease, Elof scuffling one-handed after him and trying not to dislodge too many stones. The air underground seemed fresh and cold as outside, with none of the odors of damp and nitre he would have expected. Perhaps it was too cold for that. "Now, Ilse," called the warrior, as the last of the slope crunched under his boots, "what is in this darksome cavern that you are so eager to show us?" "For one, what you are standing on," she said. "Look well." Kermovan scraped idly at the layers of dust and dirt with his boot, then dropped suddenly to one knee. A plain pattern of concentric circles had appeared, in shades of red that shone startlingly rich against the dim dust. "A mosaic floor," he exclaimed, "And as fine as any you've trodden, I'll warrant," said Ilse. "Say perhaps among my folk. But this is no work of ours, I recognize." Kermovan rose suddenly and seized Elof by the arm, lifting it high. "And this no cavern, indeed." A wave of pale light flooded across high smooth walls, glanced upon the angles of vaulting and the roof high overhead. Elof gazed around in astonishment. This was an intact chamber in a building, and of no mean size, at least 20 paces square. And it stood still, under the immense weight of the rockfall that had shattered its upper levels. For how long had it endured thus? 100 years? 1,000? Kermovan nodded. "A strong building, Elof, as you said. But whose, I wonder, was the strength?" Elof looked around in astonishment. "I cannot say, but at least it offers some shelter for the night, this place." "A damned chilly one," Rock grunted. "At least there's no damp, though, and no nasty things crawling about. Nothing live at all." "Not even lichens and moles," muttered Ilse. Her wide nostrils flared, and she sniffed. "And I smell no bats, which is odd. They love such places as these. The lands about must be too hostile for them. But as for us," she added, "there's just one little thing more." She pointed to the darkness at the rear, and Elof, retrieving his arm from Kermovan, sent light in the path of her gesture. The sudden flooding glow revealed a wide gap between floor's end and far wall, a well of blackness beneath. "Stairs," said Ilse laconically. "Used to be covered by slabs of this mosaic. See their fragments strewn about it now. And as for where they lead, well, it's too black even for my eyes down there. But the air's fresh enough. In fact, it's flowing this way. What'd that suggest to you now?" "A tunnel," said Elof, and whistled softly. "You thinking what I am?" demanded Rock. Kermovan thumped fist into palm. "Karis! This is the purpose in bringing us here. This is what we are meant to find." Elof frowned. "Perhaps. But where can it lead? Around us there is only the waste, and this hill of stones." "They must have fallen from somewhere," Rock pointed out. "A high place we were too deep down in that cleft to see." "So sudden a rise in this flat land?" mused Kermovan. "Elof is right to doubt. A tunnel it may be, but how long? Will we have light enough? We should go back outside and scout." His voice tailed off. Beyond the gap the glimmer of sky had vanished, and now there was only blackness. Night had come again to the withered marches, and it brought them deep unease. "Looks like we'd better camp down here, then, and wait for morning," muttered Rock. But he sounded less than happy with the prospect, and cast a suspicious glance at the sliver of darkness above. "Doesn't seem much shelter now, though." Elof agreed. "Not open thus to the night, and with a second unknown darkness beneath us, and we cannot even build a fire here." Kermovan nodded feelingly. "A tunnel may lead down or up. I think before we decide to rest we should at least have some idea what lies below. We may find some corner there that is safer, or at least more easily watched." Ilse shrugged. "I'm ready enough, and I confess the further I am from that black sky the happier I'll be." "Then we will take a morsel of food and explore it ere we rest," said Kermovan. "But Elof, hoard that light of yours and warn us when it grows dim. Its last glimmer is our lifeline." When they had eaten a little and rested, it was with drawn sword that Kermovan led them down the stairs. Behind him, as he commanded, came Elof, arm outstretched and already beginning to ache, and with him, her large eyes peering eagerly into the darkness, was Ilse, whose Durgar strength could best support him if he lost his footing on the rubble-strewn surfaces. Rock brought up the rear, casting many a nervous glance back at the shadows that rushed in as the light passed on. It was no easy descent, for though cut into hard stone, the steps were narrow and steep and hollowed with wear, and at the top they were strewn with rubble that had spilled down. Very deep that stair led them, angling this way and that, so that the travelers never knew what to expect round the next corner. But for long there were only more stairs, till at last it came as a jolt to find the next step as level as the last, and hear the faint echoes of their footfalls go fluttering away into air grown suddenly wider, cooler. The stair had become a level corridor, its rounded roof supported by arches whose plainness gave no clues to their builders. Through other arches, other descending stairs opened into it, but at its end, only a few paces away, there was a wall of blackness. Elof's light reached no further into it than the fringe of an enormous flagstone, and yet somehow, perhaps through a change in air or sound, the impact of space and emptiness beyond was as tangible as a wall. Involuntarily, Elof clenched his fingers, and the light vanished. Quickly he held up the gauntlet again, and as he did so it clinked against metal. Something creaked, slow and harsh, startlingly loud in the corridor. "What was that?" hissed Kermervan. Hastily Elof turned the light that way, and saw the warrior's tense shoulders relax a little. Heavy hinge sockets protruded from the wall, and dangling from them the sorry fragments of what must once have been a strong gate. But as he stepped out into the space beyond, Kermervan's manner was still watchful, and Elof, following him, saw why. It was no mere cavern or tunnel. On either side of the gate the wall stretched out as far as the light would reach. Their stonework was immense, yet somehow rougher and more ancient than in the chamber above. The flagstones, too, were larger, and laid without pattern or ornament. Kermervan gestured to Elof, who very gradually unclenched his fingers a little further. Light welled and spread over the dusty stones, but the blackness seemed to swallow it, and he had to loosen his grip still further. Then he sprang back and caught Gorthar, ringing from its sheath. Rock growled and snatched his mace. Kermervan dropped into fighting stance, and his blade hissed and flickered in the still air, defying the tall and sinister bulk that seemed to burst in among them through the leaping shadows. But Ilse only laughed, caught Elof by the arm, and held it steady, and they breathed more easily. The shape no longer seemed to move. It was so close they had almost blundered into it. It was only a pillar, squat and unadorned, first of long ranks that stretched out glimmering into shadow, supporting the wide low vaultings of the roof. If it had only been higher, this place would have seemed like some great hall, or even the square of a prosperous town, for its walls were pierced with gaps of deeper blackness, doorways and alleys, leading away into night. Rock clicked his tongue in wordless astonishment. "Well," whispered Ilse, "whatever this place is, at least it is not small, but clearly it was built more for strength than beauty." "Couldn't be some old warren of your folks, could it?" suggested Rock. Ilse shook her head. "The masonry is excellent, but we have seldom built in such a fashion. We favor the living rock, while stair and corridor are bare enough and poor places to linger. We might fare better here. Let us look." They spoke still in whispers, because the slightest sound echoed and carried so clearly in the still air, and because the hall was that kind of place. It reminded Elof of the great tombs and shrines of Brahane, but with an air of power about it that all their decorations and stained glass could not match. Even when they found many of the pillars cracked or broken like diseased teeth in a healthy mouth, and that a great part of the ceiling had collapsed, burying a good quarter of the square, it did not diminish the aura of strength. Rather, it increased their wonder that so much more of this ancient stonework still held firm, without sag or cracking, that Ilse's keen gaze could detect. Somehow they felt no less safe beneath it, and sensed that strange atmosphere enhanced. "Yet it seems wholly empty," Kermervan muttered, stirring the rubble in one of the doorways with the toe of his boot, "and unmarked, undecorated, as if it were not in everyday use." "Not wholly," hissed Rock. "There is something here. Elof, do you let me have more light, but be careful." Rubble from the fallen roof had piled up like a landslide against one wall, and he was clambering eagerly up onto the heap, scrabbling away at debris covering what appeared to be a plaque of carved stone. Elof, straining to hold his hand higher, could make out some design on it in relief, but not what it represented. Kermervan hoisted himself up on long limbs to look closer, and a frown settled on his face. A crest of some kind, a design like a flame with something behind it, something beneath. But it cannot be. And he too fell to digging away the rubble. Then he paused and sat back on his haunches. "A beacon," he said softly, "a cresset such as is burned on the tops of our tall towers to guide ships at sea, and behind it is shown the outline of a wide-sailed ship. Charis, I have never seen it drawn thus, but I know the sign well. Past all error, it is the emblem of our Mariners' Guild." He looked around and shook his head in sheer disbelief. "Then it was my people who built this place?" "Aye," breathed Rock. "Must have been. But why? And where are—" The sound that stopped his words was all the more sudden in rising out of such utter silence, the more frightening in being in this sterile place, the voice of something alive. But it was not human. It was a deep coughing growl that came echoing out of the darkness. That it was far distant did not diminish the menace of it, and it jolted them back to the dangers of the realm they were in. Heads turned, bodies tensed, hands caught at weapons, too suddenly. The disturbed rubble shifted beneath them. Whose foot it was that first slipped, whose balance that was lost, did not matter, for none could have avoided it. Elof certainly was not to blame, for it was down upon him that the others slid and tumbled among a landslide of loose stone and stinging, choking dust. He had no time to resist, nor any hope of it. The slide landed with a thunderous torrential crash. His legs were whipped from under him, and he fell backward, arms flailing. His head hit the paving with a stunning ring, his fingers clenched convulsively and sagged open. For a moment it seemed that lightning struck in the chamber, so bright was the glare that filled it, showing every nook, every corner in stark relief and jagged shadow, setting every mote in the billowing dust cloud agleam and dancing like iridescent jewels. It showed the travelers to each other, sprawled in grotesque attitudes, wide-eyed, disheveled, dust-smeared, blood-streaked from cuts and scratches. Then it was gone. Utter blackness rushed in on them. A darkness so absolute it seemed solid, more stifling even than the dust. Elof, struggling feebly to rise, found himself seized by strong hands and dragged swiftly free of the rubble. "No bones are broken?" hissed Kermovan in his ear. "Good. Get back to the wall. That way. Stay silent." Elof blundered into the cold stone and leaned there, fighting to quieten his breath, to listen in the absolute darkness. It was all too easy to imagine something, drawn by the noise, rushing toward them. But after a moment he heard Kermovan's urgent whisper again. "Nothing stirs. So we have a few minutes at least. Is all the light gone, Elof?" "Yes," he choked. "I am sorry." "No fault of yours. Ilse, if you can see anything—" "Nothing," she gasped, her voice shaken. "Look back," whispered Kermovan harshly. "Do you press your back flat to the wall here, so, and you will be looking back the way we came, to the stairs. Some faint glimmer of light might yet filter down." "Still nothing." Her voice was shaking, and that was a rare thing. "It will still be night out there." "There might be moonlight," insisted Kermovan with savage urgency. "Move your head about. There may be a pillar in the way. Come, girl, you are our only hope." "No," she sobbed. "I have walked too long by day. If we wait till dawn—" "Ah!" "What?" "Light. Very faint, but true light. But that cannot be the way we came down." "We have no choice," muttered the warrior grimly. "Even if it leads us on to that beast, that way we must take. To linger is to court the same fate, for surely it will be able to hunt us by scent and sound." "And if there are more stairs on the way, or worse obstacles?" demanded Ilse. Metal tapped softly on stone. "I will feel the way with my sword. But the nearer we come to the light, the better you should see such things. Take my hand, and Rock yours, and Elof. Do you bring up the rear this time?" "I don't mind," grunted Rock, barging into Elof as they shuffled along the wall like a troop of blind beggars. "Kermovan is right," Elof whispered. "Gorthor is sharper than your mace for anything to run onto in the dark." "Quiet, and follow," said Kermovan, and his voice had his sword's edge. "Now comes the worst of it." And indeed it is recorded that, although there were dangers as great, few hours in all that long journey seemed worse to Elof than that travail in the dark. For in the blackness he could do little but find one footfall after the next, sliding and scraping across the stones, and listen and think. He lost the sense of the passing moments, and the fires of his fancy burned high. It brought back to him the stairs of Veda's tower, and the black emptiness he had sensed there, the wrath and regret that churned the very dark. Here, too, the dark seemed full, but of no single feeling. It was empty, yet filled with complex patterns, like the molds for some intricate jewel. It pressed in on him like a vast crowd, insistent, demanding. Were they the builders of this place, these thronging phantoms? He sought to separate them, to bring some distinct image of them into his mind's eye now that his outward sight was made useless. But what rose up before him was a single face, a startling image that faded even as it became clear, yet seemed burned into his memory. Haggard it looked, hardened, yet in its way handsome, the jaw firm under a short white beard, the nose straight and strong but flanked by eyes that burned like coals out of deep sockets, belying the lines of age about them, the forehead deeply furrowed beneath thick white brows and hair. It was a commanding countenance, strong and wise, yet holding an alarming ferocity. And somehow it was known to him. He felt a great need to recognize it, and he wrestled with it in the blackness. He thought of Corentin, or Kermovan, at his most lordly and ageless. But this man they resembled only in stern kingliness and strength. There was no likeness of feature, and this face wholly lacked the calm kindness native to them both. He felt that even its compassion would be fierce. It puzzled and haunted him all through that dark time, and for long thereafter, ere he came at last to the truth of it. How long they walked thus in the blackness they never knew. Elof could gauge it only by hunger and thirst and lack of sleep. He was not hungry when they set out, but he was ravenous ere the end. He thought it foolish to dwell on that. Time enough for food when they had light. They had their packs, at least, and Kermovan burras also. There was food enough for a few days, if they were careful, though by then they had better be under the sun once more and among living things. But where their way was taking them, that they never knew. They went a good way around the walls of that deep hall, across the mouths of many doorways and corridors that led off from it, whither they knew not. Every moment they awaited that dreadful growl once more, or a sudden, silent rush out of the shadows. Elof clutched Gorthar tight, leaving the hammer at his belt, for it was little use if he could not see its target. At last Ilse found the opening that was the source of the light, and they turned to follow it. Kermovan sought to blaze the wall with his knife at this point, and others, to mark the way should they need to return, but he could seldom be sure whether he was marking an alcove or a corridor, or even whether he made any visible mark on the unyielding stone, and he soon gave up. Ilse tried to count her steps, but the way was too long, and there were too many stumbles. That they passed through at least one other hallway they were sure, for they touched more pillars, but it was far from there to the light. Deep into those winding ways it led them, from open space to narrow way, till Elof began to fear it might be some wisp of foul air, like the marsh fires that led travelers astray. But Ilse insisted that it was growing brighter as they drew nearer, and Kermovan pointed out that they seemed to be following the flow of the air, raising hopes that it might be another way out. They heard no more of the terrible growls, and that too heartened them. At last, as they made their way down a wide lane, it seemed to Elof that he could see something more than the shifting colors of the eye and blackness, and a moment later he was sure. He could make out the shapes of the walls at the end, silhouettes against a faint greenish glow. It was not long before Kermovan also saw it, and rock, and they hastened to find its source. The lane ended in another open space, this time round in shape, its upholding pillars arranged in circles. But as before, some were damaged or altogether broken, so that the stone roof had cracked in many places. Between those cracks, some stone had fallen away and left a wider gap. It was through this that the light came, a long streak in the roof. Kermovan blinked. "I had not thought us so close to the surface," he remarked. "We may indeed find a way out here. Let us look closer, but this time take more care." The air here grew very cold. They edged closer, clambering more carefully over the heaps of debris, gathering under the precious glow. Kermovan was the first to reach it and look up, but all he did was stand there on the rubble, saying no word even when Elof staggered up beside him. He saw why at once. The roof was not open, and there was no sky beyond it. It was a pallid greenish radiance that filtered down, such as he guessed might be found in the depths of the sea, too bright for any eyes of men save those long deprived of better. The crack laid bare a solid surface like a seam of quartz, a soiled, translucent white in hue. Elof, his brain numbed, reached up to touch it, but Kermovan seized his wrist. "No need to risk that," he said, in a strange half-choked voice. "I know what it is. And so also I know now what this place must be." He stared around at them, wild-eyed, his face and voice a weird blend of feelings. "It is far that Raven has borne us, very far. Beyond Taunla we have come, to the margins of the ice, and beneath, for there we see it above our heads. That is the ice itself." A cry of disbelief rose to Elaf's lips, and died there, unvoiced. He saw as much on the faces of the others. They stared up at the riven roof, shocked, unbelieving, yet unable to deny that pallid whiteness shining through the rock. "But it can't be," he heard Rock whisper in protest. "I mean, if there's a whole great thick glacier up there, then how's so much light getting through here?" "It might be the bottom of a crevasse," muttered Ilse, "cracked deeper perhaps by the collapse of the roof." She hugged herself and shivered. "The ice. I have seen it before, but never so close." Elaf nodded. "I have trodden it, crossed a narrow stretch of it. Evil is that memory. But never did I dream of passing beneath it." Indeed, he hardly dared imagine it, the glaciers that scoured the earth in their advance, the ice sheet that enshrouded tall mountains and left only their summits protruding, stark and bare as fleshless skulls. That incalculable, implacable weight of ice, crushing, malevolent, hung now only a few feet above his head, held at bay only by the flawed and transient works of men. The works of men? A sudden suspicion grew in him, a revelation brighter than this pool of light in the grim dark, a shock of understanding, coming so close upon the other that it gripped him and shook him hard. He knew now what else Kermovan had seen. Only dimly could he conceive all that it must mean to him, warrior lord, prince in exile, last of a dispossessed line of kings. Even in Elaf, of no lineage that he knew, awareness of where he stood awoke great awe, smoldering anger, deep regret, and a wild coursing wonder. In Kermovan he read all of these, and more. The warrior quivered as if a storm raged within him, and yet his face was calm, transcendent, uplifted. That also Elaf understood. Kermovan stood where he stood, and not even death could snatch this moment from him. His voice resounded in bright music against the ancient stones. "Aye, my friends, Elaf knows. Do you? Do you guess whither we have come? These are the underground ways at this land's heart, lost home of our folk, lost realm of my line. We tread where no man has trodden since the flight of Corentin 1,000 years past. We walk in all that remains of the city by the waters, the vaults and cellars and storehouses of Kermorvan the city, the mighty catacombs of Morvan, and out of time, beyond hope, a lord of Morvan sets foot in these vaults once again. I have come back." He stepped stiff-legged down the rubble, staring around him as if afraid it was a vision he saw that might melt away at any moment. When he came to the nearest pillar, he pressed his hands against it, savoring the solidity of the stone, and he rested his head against it and closed his eyes and spoke no word for a long time. Rock, too, gazed about him a while and cocked his head approvingly. "So this is home, or what's left of it. Solid bit of work is this, to hold up with such a dead weight atop it, and it has a fine feeling about it, for all the dark and the chill. If this is the cellars, the city must have been a grand place." He rummaged in his pack. "High time we had a bite to celebrate. Hard bread, smoked flesh, dried fruit, and a swallow of wine, fit for a king, and I feel like one coming back here." Elaf glanced at him in surprise. "You say back, as Kermorvan did, yet neither of you has ever been here, any more than I." "Ah, but we have, in spirit like. These are the lost lands that were snatched away from us, and that we never thought anyone could see any more. I can just remember when I was a little lad, marveling at all the old tales of it. To set foot here, that's a marvel rarer yet. Don't you feel any of that? You're one of the old northerners by your looks, after all. This was where your folks sprang from, too." "I have felt something here," Elaf admitted. But not that. Rock passed his handfuls of food, and while they ate, sitting with their backs to a pillar, Elof told him of his vision. Rock nodded vigorously, his shaggy red hair flopping over his face. He knew Elof well enough not to undervalue his feelings. That would be of the last years, maybe, he mused, when there was mayhem and panic and even barefaced treason by all accounts. Kermovan could tell you more. That face you describe might belong in such a time. The ending was noble enough, aye, but the last throes were savage. They gave Kerbrahane that bad beginning, come back to haunt it now. Still, it's the nobility that lasted here, I reckon. Elof nodded. It is noble, true enough, but it is dead, and a place of great danger for us still. He stared up in dismay. How will I ever gather enough of this dim glow to light us out of here? It would take a day in itself. A plump finger jabbed him in the ribs. No need for that, boy. Leave it to the elder folk to flog their wits for you as usual, though I'll admit that the builders of this place were not unpractical either in keeping a good store of these ready to hand. And she dangled before them 2 long handles of rough stoneware, topped by cages of light metal, and from a bag she tipped lumps of some greyish substance. What we should have looked for in the first place, pitch and tow and sweet resin, and many other substances too, I've no doubt. The city folk might have cleared their cellars when they fled, but they'd not bother taking their torches with them. True enough, acknowledged Kermovan, coming to join them. To their utter astonishment, he laughed aloud and hugged Ilse so boisterously he swung her from the ground. I should have thought of that myself, the more so as the catacombs were intended also as a refuge in time of war, with great store of all necessaries. Little did the builders foresee the coming of that enemy before whom no refuge stands. Elof chuckled. You had much on your mind just then. True again, said Kermovan wryly, slumping down beside Elof and accepting some food. Even yet I am amazed. That the catacombs endured I could never have dreamed, let alone that it was to them we had come. Your friend the raven. I am torn between the urge to fall down and revere him and to wring his neck. And do I not know that urge? Said Elof with deep feeling, and they chuckled. Hemmed in by darkness as they had been, the promise of light made a vast difference to their mood. But when they had eaten and rested a few minutes, Kermovan swiftly grew serious. These catacombs, he said quietly, glancing around him. It is good, very good to have trodden here. To have sat at ease beneath the very citadel and strength of our enemy only adds spice to the drink. But let us not forget, that is where we are. Great as it once was, it has become dark and perilous, and even I have neither wish nor cause to linger. He caught up one of the link holders and thrust a torch onto the spike at its heart. Let us see how well this burns, after 1,000 years. Rock was already flicking the wheel of his tinderbox. A fragment of smouldering kindling laid upon the dust-grayed pitch sank and smoked a moment, then blossomed to a flare of bright orange fire that set the shadows capering and dimmed the pallid ice sheen to nothing. The other torch flared as easily in its flame, and that one Kermovan took. And when you feel able, Elof, do you capture a little of the torch fire and give us one safeguard more. Now, let us be gone from here. At once, though, it became clear that this would be no easy task, for from this circular hall many ways opened, and they could not agree on which one they had entered by. But at length Kermovan said, Do not despair, and lifted the torch he carried high, almost to the roof. The shadows raced across the stone and capered in the open ways, and he marked the way the flame fluttered. There is still the flow of the air to follow. It leads us that way, I guess. Better than no guide at all, said Rock cheerfully, and at least we'll not be stubbing our toes so often now. So it proved, for in the bright warm light they passed quickly over the cold flagstones of the ways, past many doorways, dark and mysterious. Glancing into some of these side chambers, they found many empty, and some still stacked with bales and boxes they did not stay to examine. In this chill, dry air their wood had not decayed. But in others box and bale had been torn asunder, and their remains and contents strewn violently about, sometimes right across the corridor, making a considerable obstacle. Surely we never passed this, grumbled Rock, wading awkwardly through a mess of shriveled debris. We are off our path. If you know another way, take it, Ilse snapped. kicking the rubbish from her boots. "The air is still with us," said Kermovan calmly. "It should lead us to some way out, even if not the one by which we came." "Aye," retorted Rock, looking behind him into the blackness. "But how soon?" To that Kermovan made no reply. He was weary, as the sag of his shoulders betrayed, bone-achingly weary, as they all were now that their flush of excitement had worn off, and sorely in need of sleep. Whether it was day or night now in the world above, they had no way of knowing. The only hour they cared for was that of their escape from this unhappy place. Rock's tread grew leaden, his head bowed. Elaf found his feet dragging, his heart chill. Only Ilse, invigorated by being below ground, seemed to keep her strength, her wide eyes gleaming, her heavy boots skipping lightly over the flagstones with scarcely a sound. "Yet this is not my world," she muttered. "We live among soft light and even winds beneath the living stone, and if not those, then sooner harsh sun and bitter weather upon the stark surface than this lifeless shell. Here death alone reigns." How truly she spoke, they were soon to find out. It was some hours later that the corridor again opened out before them, into the curved wall of a small hall shaped like the half-moon. 3 other ways joined it, but the airflow led them to the straight wall opposite and the great double gateway of steel bars set in it, most skillfully wrought and ornamented. But both outer and inner gates had long ago been twisted and half-torn from their deep runners, leaving a gap through which even Kermovan could pass without ducking. Ilse sniffed the new air disdainfully. "Do you not smell it? A faint rankness in it, like an animal odor. It might be bats, and that would bode well, since they must live within reach of a way out." "Can't be too soon for me," grunted Rock. Behind the gate lay a single corridor, wider than any so far, and, as they held up their torches, the walls seemed to spring to life around them. Carvings covered them from floor to ceiling, delicately detailed but vivid and forceful. Figures in low relief of men, women, beasts familiar and strange, tall ships and high towers, wide lands and mysterious horizons. And every now and again, as they moved down the long walls, the strangest figures of all appeared, human in aspect, but so eerie and vast, so idealized in their setting, that Elaf knew he must be seeing images of the powers. "That is so," said Kermovan, gazing about him in delight. "This looks to be some private fane or other place of reverence, for here are depicted tales from the early days of the world, before the coming of men or Durga or any living thing, when it was given over to the elder powers for its shaping, and then to the new for the coming of life. Then it was, say the tales, that the elder powers rebelled, refusing to hand over the custody of what they had shaped and grown to love, to be used and drastically changed by mere growing things, plants and beasts and men." Rock snorted. "More fool, they. A barren love that, for a lifeless world. What was there in it worth their interest?" "More than you might think," Elaf told him. "For there is beauty and order in the patterns of matter that does not live. Think of the slow change and flowering of crystals. Might not a snowflake or spar or gemstone be to them as a flower to us? Or at the other extreme, might they not find beauty in the roaring energy of a volcano, the thunder and lightning of great storms, the ceaseless motion of the waves? We can, at times. Even the ice can be fair, very fair." He looked at one tall image of a woman, unclad, stately in her beauty, standing amid what seemed to be the waters of a waterfall, save that it hung above mountains, and its flow and billows were all of stars. Kermovan looked at him and nodded somberly, sharing a memory of majesty and terror. He pointed to the frieze around the image, within which, in archaic characters, a name was set. Ilse lowered her torch and spelled it out. T-A-O-U... Tauntar. Brr. She tilted the torch away hastily. "There's beauty you may have for my money and well rid. Why put her on your walls? You neglect the best and greatest of the elder powers, the one who never rebelled, him we most revere." "Ilmarinen," nodded Kermovan. He lifted his torch so that the flames spilled and smoked along the roof, and waved a hand at the wall opposite. From floor to ceiling a single vertical slab was set in it, graven with a single vast image. He was neither forgotten nor neglected. see him there, much as your folk portray him, Ilse." Ilse sniffed. "You make him too tall, like a long human, with huge shoulders and spindled legs, not fair and square proportions. And what is he hammering out on his anvil there?" Elaf peered down at the slab. "It is hard to tell. The image seems worn or defaced." Kermovan held his torch lower. Yes, there are some gouges and chips out of the edge here, and many deep scratches. By the color of the stone beneath, they were done more recently, certainly since the destruction of Morvan, as if something had been clawing at the slab." "There's a keyhole here," barked Rock. "This whole slab's a door." "And a solid one, for it has never been opened or broken," said Kermovan thoughtfully. Rock groaned. "That'd be safe to sleep behind if we could only get it open. Elaf, you're a sharp lad with locks." "Not one's 1,000 years old," protested Elaf. "Time alone can weld metal, even without much corrosion. And how am I likely to succeed when hostile hands have not?" "Their approach was less subtle," Kermovan said. "They would not have battered at the door thus if they knew anything of locks. So why not set your hand to it?" Elaf sighed, took his bag of tools from his pack, and extracted a light hammer and some long shapes of bright metal, strangely wrought and twisted. "There will probably be 10 open doors further down the corridor." "Something open that suddenly becomes shut may attract a certain attention," countered Kermovan dryly, watching Elaf tap all round the lock, feeling the vibration with his fingertips, then pass the long probes into the keyhole and tap on them. "Well, do you think you can do it?" Elaf shrugged, produced a little bottle of fine oil from the tool pack, and dipped a probe into it. "Who can tell, if it is as simple as it appears? But I doubt that. Morvan the city was a great center of our craft, and much wisdom was scattered to the winds at its fall. Yet it had to start somewhere. If that lock was old, even at Morvan's fall—" Elaf's irritation flared. "Then the accursed thing really will be set solid. Quiet, and let me work." Kermovan smiled tolerantly and strolled a little way up the corridor, gazing watchfully into the dark. Rock and Ilse joined him, peering at the carvings and talking in low voices. "What do you reckon that place might be behind there, anyway?" muttered Rock, suppressed excitement in his voice. "Some secret hideaway?" Kermovan shrugged. "It is hard to say. For people, you mean, or treasure? That is less likely. The lock is not well concealed, and the folk of Morvan must have known there was no hope of rescue or recovery in their lifetime or their descendants. But many old houses of Kerbrahane have some kind of hidden entrance or stair." "You mean that could be the lower end of some such thing?" Ilse demanded. "Leading to an escape, perhaps." "Perhaps. But do not build up your hopes. For now I will be content with some place to rest." Elaf pursed his lips and went on probing at the lock. He had sprung its levers free. Oil was spread liberally over the channels where the keys should travel, and he had traced their shape. It did indeed seem simple, too simple to deter any save the most casual attempt to open it. Perhaps they had thought the great gate protection enough. Next he must twist and tap a scrap of stiff wire into the shape of the wards, held in grippers that should shift the bolt, if it could still be moved. He maneuvered the wire into place and began to twist it, squeaking and scraping through the channels. Up it went, up, up, and he became aware, without turning, that the others were breathing down his neck, tense and silent. Slowly, with all the delicate strength he could muster, he twisted it to the very top of the lock. Then it was as if fire and ice flowed into his arm, a convulsive, tingling shock that must have showed in his face. "What is it?" Kermovan hissed. "Are you all right? Can you not—" "I am a fool," snapped Elaf between clenched teeth. "Who would place so strong a virtue upon so simple a thing? But there it is, a force of stern authority such as I have seldom encountered." "To what effect?" Ilse whispered. "I don't know," muttered Elaf. "It was too quick. I wasn't ready. I must—" Gritting his teeth, he twisted the wire once more, hard. Again that pain surged into him, but this time he met it, endured it, opened himself to it, and sought to read the resonances it awoke within him. A feeling grew in him, which became a note, a phrase, a line, a complex net of surging music, and in that music he heard words of stern command. "Look to the lock. The wards are of fire, of ice the bolt. It stings, it burns, the hand that turns, that lacks the right, that serves the ill. It scorches, it freezes. Its strength shall consume you. Fall back, then, false that you are." "Ah," he murmured. Never before had he been so clearly aware of the virtue within a work. It was as if words were reinterpreted, remade within his mind, as if the voice of that unknown smith of elder days spoke to him, self to self, through the power of their common craft. Eerie, he found that, and daunting, and yet at the same time its sheer clarity aided him. "It says only one with authority may open this door. Ancient and arrogant and strong it feels, older than the metal of the lock itself." "Is that possible?" demanded Rock. "If the lock were repaired piecemeal over many, many years, yes. And if the virtue were made strong enough in the beginning, which it surely was." Kermovan growled with impatience. "Then you cannot open it?" "Not directly. But let me think." "It would be a strong force indeed," he heard Ilse murmur, "that could resist what is in him, if only he can bring it to bear." Elaf searched his mind with growing impatience. In what would the lock recognize authority? A key set with a matching virtue? But keys may easily be lost in the course of time, and that spell was meant to last. Was that why the lock was made deliberately simple? So new keys could easily be cut, and used with some greater authority less likely to be lost. Any number of locks could be secured thus. Most men would need some outward emblem of authority, imbued by smithcraft with virtues of command, but a smith might manage with a simple form of words, if only they were the right words, or strong ones. The arrogant sting of the spell, the shock of pain, and the contemptuous dismissal in the words, these had roused a great impatience in him, and it swelled now to danger. Kermovan had bidden him open this door, and who now was lord of these ruins, if not he? Elaf bitterly resented being so daunted by this ancient force. He would meet its demand for authority with his own. He would create a counterpoint to that wild music, an answer to those challenging words, as surely as he had shaped wire to ward. And with that thought his impatience turned to a harsh, insistent rhythm, a chant of authority no less imperious than that upon the lock. He leaned his head against the cold stone, and though he muttered the words, he seemed to feel them batter against that guardian thought like a forging hammer, like that of Ilmarinen in his image. "By the self that hears your singing and the craft that burns within me, by the strength I turned to evil and the evil that I withered, by the skill that I have nurtured and the knowledge I have gathered, by the courage of the seeker and the quest that now I further, these the rights you shall acknowledge, these the strengths you shall bow down to. You, a singing of the old world, you shall hearken to a master as the shaping to the shaper, in the image you are set in, as a rightful lord has willed it. By that will I bid you open." On the last word he gripped the wire and twisted, this time with all his strength, ignoring the pain that lifted before him like a forbidding barrier. Then suddenly, astonishingly, it was no longer there. The lock was turning softly, silently, the bolt sliding smoothly back from the socket it had lain in 1,000 years or more. Elaf let out a great sigh and sagged down on his knees, still clasping the grippers. Under his weight the slab creaked out a little way from the wall and stopped. "Bravely done, my smith," said Kermovan, admiringly, as Rock helped Elaf to his feet. "Do you rest now, for since your skill has freed the lock, let mere thews do what remains." And he leaned forward, clinched his long fingers round the lip of stone, braced a foot against the wall, and hauled. Slowly, ever so slowly, the great door yielded to his careful strength, a finger's width, a handspan. The faint protest of hinges could be heard, but no more. Ilse ducked under his arms to add her own unhuman strength. Her shoulders tensed, the muscles stood out on her shapely limbs, tracing the shape of the heavy bones beneath. The slab advanced a handspan more, and in its exposed edge metal glinted, a diamond-shaped plate of tarnished bronze that could only be the lock. Upon it were incised many characters. But it was the cartouche upon the square face of the bolt that caught Elof's eye, that sowed within him a sudden unease. So fierce a challenge, on a lock so simple. These characters, that pattern, he had seen them on other bronze. His hand flew to his pack, to the wrapped shape of the sceptre, and he saw at last what crooked shape it must be that Ilmarin forged. That carven door must symbolize royal command, the power those characters embodied. And so he had misread that challenge, not arrogance, but a stern decree of state. Kermervan, hold! This may be no common hiding-place. But he was already too late. Under the unison of strong arms, the stone was swinging outward with a momentum of its own, sending Ilse hopping out of its path, Kermervan striving to halt it lest it be torn from its protesting hinges. The torches fluttered, and from the open doorway the darkness billowed out like curtains in the wind. A slight rush of air swirled out after it, a waft of odors, strange to the cold corridors, a heavy, stifling weight of dust and must, a strange scent tinged with a thin spiciness, with aromatic resins and pungent balsam. It was such a smell as antiquity might have, a dust of withered summers, of faded years. Kermervan, releasing the door, swept up the guttering torches and stepped over the low sill into the chamber beyond, holding them high. They flamed up and flared. The blackness cowered away at their fire and fled down the long chamber before them. For a moment Kermervan's tall shape hid it from the others, but then he seemed to crumple as if struck. His cloak billowed about him, and he sank down to his knees, the torches sagging in his hands. Red light and long shadows surged up the walls. Strange shadows they were, from the high slabs and pedestals of stone ranged along those walls, from the still shapes upon them. Kermervan bowed his head low in the sombre glow. "What ails you, man?" Elof whispered, hardly able to speak aloud. Kermervan made no reply, nor showed that he had heard. "What is it?" persisted Elof, ever more unnerved. "What place is this?" To those who knew him less well, Kermervan might have lacked expression, have looked like the graven image of a man painted into life, yet tinged with the stone that lay beneath. And they might have asked, those who did not know him, into what unimaginable depth or distance his grey eyes stared. His companions, each in their way, knew better, saw the play of feelings inside him like cloud shadows going across a hill, like breath upon glass, heat through iron. His stony lips stirred, but it was not to them he spoke. "All that we were," he murmured, and shook his head almost in disbelief. Rock, hearing the words, looked around him quickly. "It can't be," he burst out. "We've not—" He bit his lip, and to Elof's astonishment he looked ready to turn and run. Kermervan repeated the words softly. "All that we were passes, a sheaf of dry grasses that late in green meads blew. To this end are we come. Passed on sceptre and crown, justice and rule laid down. As least man must, we rest, silent, in our long home." "Ilse and Elof, you would not know that," he said gravely. "It is the opening of the rhymes of lore that are called Errol Arlean. Few in Brehane now learn them, but that first line has become proverbial." A dreadful understanding cut through Elof's confusion. "But Errol Arlean, in the old words that would mean—" "The tale of lords, the tally of kings, exactly so. And you could say you stand among it here, its living self, or that once lived. For as you feared, this is no common hiding-place. We have strayed into the crypts of the ancient king's house, and by your craft laid open the place called Dorghail Arlenan, vault and tomb of the kings of the realm of Morvan, the deepest hallow of all that land, and all around us they lie." Elof could have wished the cold stone to open then and swallow him, for in his haste, his old ruthless haste, had he not seen that stern barrier only as a thing to be broken down without thought or respect? Even thus an equish pirate might shatter a casket of fine crystal to get at the gold within. The kings of Morvan, Kermervan's own line, his forefathers whom he most revered, like Corentin. Elaf thought then of the brand that ancient lord had set upon him, of open honor and hidden shame. Had he not now earned it doubly? "Elaf Valentor," said Kermovan, and Elaf sickened at the name. The warrior's voice was hushed, but the same cold strength was in it that the smith had heard first among the Durgar and never forgotten. "Well may you bear that title, for by the cunning of your hand you have brought an era to an end, a long era of division, of separation, that should never have taken place. To this place of old it was the custom that every prince must come ere he took the kingship, to revere his ancestors, to take counsel among them, to reflect upon the end to which even such power as his must come, and so use it more worthily. And because the son King Karen sent east was too young to have done this, it was the pretext his enemies chose to deny him the throne, and all of us of his line following. Now let them regret it, for they have laid so much weight on that one custom that it shall turn as heavily against them. You have done me greater honor than I deserve, my friend." He looked round, met the astonishment on Elaf's face, and smiled gravely. "Did you fear otherwise? Why, it was at my behest you broke the enchantment of the lock. What followed was mine to bear, for weal or ill, and bear it I shall. Share this with me, my friends. Look around you. Imagine, wonder. Here lie in state the remains of the kings of Morvan since the first founding of that kingdom upon the then unknown shores of Brasehal, a good 4,000 years ago." The shadows shivered suddenly. The torches were smoking, dying in Kermovan's hand, yet he paid them no heed. A deep awe had settled upon them all as he spoke, upon Rock, upon Elaf, and even upon Ills, to whom the realms of men were slight and transient, and that same sense of presence which had troubled Elaf in the outside blackness now returned. He looked from bier to bier, at the shapes that lay beneath dulled armor and the ragged remains of rich robes, mere webs now held together only by dust and the rich metal threads of their ornament, fit warning indeed for any aspiring prince, but a source of deep pride also. Elaf thought he might find it in himself to envy such a lineage, yet in truth he did not. He cared little for his ancestry, there being so many other things he yearned to know. He could guess, though, what they must mean to Kermovan, these rows of shapes stretching out into the shadowy depths of the tomb, and to Rock also. Their silent majesty told strongly upon Elaf, and all that they stood for, the weight of years, the building of a mighty realm of men, the long sustaining and last defense of it against the relentless, ageless enemy. And within all those the high events, war and peace, battle and building, the myriad lives of men they had once both ruled and served. And they served them yet, bearing mute witness to the life of their kingdom when all other traces had been erased. Then the torches guttered again, and the thrall was broken. Ilse snorted impatiently, plucked the link lights from Kermovan's fingers, and waved them about to rekindle them. "Aren't all here, are they?" she demanded. "Didn't some die away from home or at sea?" "Few," answered Kermovan, rising stiffly, "and we always strove to bring their bodies back. Those few are here in effigy, with arms or armor that were theirs. You see those arches spanning the vault? They were once its rear walls, and mark the many times Dorgale Arlenin was extended. At the last the number of biers was increased to 200, and 164 kings lie here in state." Ilse chuckled sardonically. "A grave matter, as you might say, then, that with all the spare accommodation some should lie on the cold floor." "What?" cried Kermovan, seizing back a torch. "If some enemy has defiled this place—" As he sprang forward, Elaf saw what Ilse sight had picked out of the shadows. Far down the tomb, to either side of the last arch, two shapes lay like a child's stick-drawing marked in the dust of the floor. But the line stood proud of it, and most so at the heads, for they were skulls. It was by the bones of two men that Kermovan knelt. "These were not thrown down," he murmured. "Surely they lie as they died, helms on their heads, harness about them." Gently he lifted the remains of a mailed shirt and a long halberd, still intact. By the look of it, harness of the old royal guard. Then he gasped and stood up suddenly. The two guardsmen. Corinthians said it. he took with him only 2 old men of his guard. Slowly, almost unwillingly, he stepped through the last arch and stopped there. The others crowded behind him and saw as he did. The long rows of biers here were empty, save for a few near the arch. The dark shapes upon them were covered, as all the rest had been, by robe and mail and helm, all save the last. Like the guardsman, he lay uncovered, save by a great black shield, a sunken shape within his mail. But above it was no common helm, for even through the layers of dust the torchlight drew an answer from it, a glancing sparkle of brighter fires, glittering there in many colors about the head of death. So this is where he came. Kermorvan's voice was somber, deepened by sorrow, and yet within it the triumphant ring still sounded. He and his comrades to the heart of the city they would not surrender. Here they stood as the ice ground and thundered overhead, and laid waste all that they had known and loved, all that those around them here had built up. This place at least they could die defending. And when the ruin was complete and this vault still stood, they chose to perish here, of thirst or hunger, or by their own hands, rather than risk opening that door to despoilment and desecration. And they are proven right. He darted forward suddenly and knelt by the side of that last bier a moment, while the others watched in silence. Then slowly he rose and reached out with hands that shook to the figure that lay before him. Gently, reverently, he detached the helm and set it down on the bier's end. Then from his own pack he drew the helm he had carried through so many adventures, and, lifting from it the linings of soft leather, he set it upon the fleshless head. Only then did he lift the other from the bier and drew his long cloak across it in a flourish. Dust flew from it like banished time, and in the torchlight it flared and dazzled as he raised it high. In fashion it was like his own, or the other that Elof had crafted, jet black, high-crowned, with a face mask whose aspect was all hawkish ferocity and dire rage. But the slanted eyes of that mask were picked out in bright gems. The sculpted brows were shapes of silver and gold, and above them rode a circlet of gold in which a great white stone blazed among a setting of green gems, white as clear water, green as spring grasslands, golden as the kindly sun. "Behold, the great crown of Morvan," said Kermorvan softly. His grey eyes shone with the light of the sun over the infinite oceans. "Against all chance I have spoken with my kin, the last alive who walk here. Here I have come to what remains, to Kermorvan itself, Morvan the city, to him who sleeps here, its last king. From him I receive what was to him entrusted, and that he faithfully preserved to the end, and that trust I take upon myself. The chain that was sundered is made whole, the line that was severed is restored in me. No longer is he the last king of Morvan, for another shall follow him." And he raised the helm above his head. Then, to the surprise of his friends, he lowered it, and cradled it in his arm, and smiled. "But not yet. I must give meaning to that name before I claim it." And he picked up the linings and began to fasten them within it. Strange are they not, the workings of destiny, and foolish our wish to guide them? For Karen, my ancestor, sent the great sceptre of Morvan westward, that his son might have regalia of royalty in his new kingdom, but kept the crown for himself, that it might remain in Morvan as a symbol, I guess, of continuing resistance to the ice. Yet in the chances of time it was the sceptre that was lost, and it is the crown that now passes into the hands of his kin. Then a great lightness came within Elof's heart, warm as a wind from the living south, and beyond all doubt, all danger, his laughter rang in that solemn place like the laughter of the powers in the morning of the world. "Strange are those ways indeed, Lord, stranger even than you can imagine. Yet do not call them chance, for is it chance that you met and befriended a boy from Assenby and helped him, among many greater causes and concerns, to recover a thing that had been his to use since childhood, in a humble labor, a thing so worn, so aged, that even you could not guess what it was, that I could not till Corentin himself gave me the key." And he drew from his pack the rod that had been a cattle goad, and held it out before Kermorvan's astonished eyes. "By the craft within me, which brooks no gainsaying, I tell you now that this is the sceptre of Morvan. From Assenby it came, The home that Asa, who took the sceptre, made for herself. It bears that pattern which only the sceptre ever bore, and within it are set craft and virtues which even I cannot yet fathom. Receive it now, and read it as I do, a sign, for chance it cannot be." Kermovan looked at the rod, but made no move to take it. Instead, he looked more keenly yet at Elaf. "Who are you?" he murmured. "Corentin knew you. Morhuin knew you. If Assenby was indeed Asa's home, then you may be a descendant of someone from that time, and bear their face, as do I of my ancestors." Elaf shrugged. "I was not born in Assenby. As to who I am, you have named me yourself, and I have told you what little else I know." Kermovan inclined his head sternly. "Well, then, whoever you may be, the sceptre was given into your hands, and has been well guarded there. Do you hold it for me still? And if ever I come to any kingdom, you shall receive it from me again, as counselor and prince, next, after me, in all my realm."
"Well spoken," said Rock quietly, and Ilse nodded, but Elaf dropped to one knee. "My lord, I am not worthy of—" "Will you question the judgment of a king?" demanded Kermovan, in tones that smoldered. Elaf raised his head defiantly. "Aye, or what use else is a counselor?" Then he noticed the faint twitch at the corner of Kermorvan's thin mouth, and they all grinned. "Mind you," chuckled Kermovan, "I could as easily name you ruler of the stars, for I own them as much or as little as any other realm, and I will hardly better my estate by lingering here." He gazed once more at the blazing crown, shook his head in amazement, and wrapped it lovingly in the oiled cloth that protected his own mail. "Come, friends, I have paid my respects to what has gone by. Now let us look to the times to come." He hesitated. "We could rest here if you wish. Those who already slumber here would take no exception, I am sure." "No, thanks," said Rock hastily. "I've learned some lore of the past also, and one or two of these noble gentlemen weren't quite as accommodating as you." "And the air is too dusty," added Ilse, "with this reek of embalming. I would not sleep here." "Nor I," muttered Elaf. "I might see that face again." "Well, then let us seek somewhere else," sighed Kermovan, sliding the bundle of mail back into his pack. "Come." But as they stepped back through the arch, he hesitated, looking to either side. Then he stooped and began to gather up the bones that lay there. It was the same humane instinct in him that had served them so well in their first encounter with Tapiau's children, that balanced the fearsome manslayer he could become. With the others helping him, he bore them back beneath the arch, and with swift care arranged them on 2 empty slabs. And he spoke to them, saying, "On the biers there lie by your lord. Living you did not presume to, but his heir awards you that, the only honor he can. You shall be the last to lie in Dorgil Arlanen, and in no less worth than all the rest. Guard it well until the changing of the world." Then he bowed to them, to the rest of the darksome hall, and last of all to the silent shape that bore his helm. And Elaf and the others bowed also, ere they turned their faces to the distant door. But as they moved out beyond the arch, Ilse sniffed suddenly. "That rankness again, and stronger than the dust." "I smell it also," said Kermovan. "Too strong for bats." Then suddenly Rock, who was leading them, cursed and swung his torch high, and they stopped dead, stood for 2 heartbeats unmoving, the very breath stilled in their throats. In the darkness ahead of them, on a level with Kermovan's head, 2 points of red fire shone with liquid brightness. They hung there an instant, glittering like the jewels on the helm, and Elaf felt a sudden flood of the same cold terror he had felt at the tomb's opening, for he knew that they were eyes, but they were too wide apart to be human eyes, and below them he made out a glint of white, glimpsed jaws, long and narrow, floating in the dark as if disembodied, yellowed fangs linked by streaks of saliva. Then the same coughing growl they had heard before filled the vault, and a waft of breath, hot and foul. So much Elaf saw in that unmoving moment. Then he felt a sharper wind whistle by, like the sweep of a sword cut. But it was no sword. Kermovan had flicked down his link light so fast it flung out the ball of blazing pitch as from a catapult. Straight at those ghastly jaws it sped like a star-stone, and the thing reared up in a wall of whiteness with a shrieking yell that seemed to split their ears. Elaf grabbed for his sword, but Kermovan had been faster yet, stooping as he threw to snatch up the ancient halberd from the floor. He sprang forward and struck. The old blade bounced and skipped across the tangled whiteness, but scarlet sprang up in its path. Again the shriek, and the beast tumbled back between the rows of biers. Kermovan sidled forward, slashing, thrusting, leaping, harrying it. A huge foreleg lashed at him with a paw the size of his body, but Gorthar was in Elaf's hand. The black claws met a blacker and flinched at its bite. Ilse bounded up. Her axe hacked at the limb with severing force, but passed only through the billowing fur. She slipped and fell, her torch rolled aside, the paw descended, and then Kermovan had flung himself across her, and the blow fell upon the upraised halberd. The white muzzle snapped forward. Rock's mace struck and bounced, and a yellowed fang cracked in bloody ruin. The beast reeled and fell on its sloping back, howling and clawing at its jaw with its long forelegs, its shorter hind legs, beating at the air. Kermovan scrambled up, helping Ilse, while Rock caught up the torch and ducked back. "Light another!" yelled Elaf. "We dare not be left in the dark now." Then the thing made another blundering rush, and he thrust Gorthar to meet it. But the halberd hewed out in front, slashed a bloody streak below the eyes, and the beast jerked away, snarling, its claws scrabbling and clicking on the stone. Ilse stumbled to join them, and together they advanced on it, weapons swinging, forcing it back till its haunches met the door. It reared up as if to spring, but new light flared in the tomb. Rock leaped forward with the fresh torch blazing and thrust it straight at the bloody muzzle. The creature, caught off balance, tumbled back in a scrabbling mass and fell out through the narrow opening into the corridor beyond. After it leaped Kermovan, blade poised, and the others behind him. The halberd arced upward, flung like a spear, but the beast sprang while the haft was still in Kermovan's hand, and in the air they met. Right in the angle of its massive neck the point took it, and deep into the fur it sank with all Kermovan's strength and the beast's own weight to drive it. Down on the stones crashed the creature, snapping and shrieking at the tormenting shaft. "Is everyone out?" cried Kermovan, thrown against the wall by the force of the blow. "Have we all our gear? Then, Elaf, shut that door." Elaf turned and seized the grippers protruding from the keyhole, and thrust all his weight hard against the rim. The great slab swung before him, ground forward on screaming hinges, and smashed into its socket with a reverberating crash that drowned even the screams of the wounded beast. The floor shook, stones and dust fell from the ceiling, and to his horror Elaf saw a crack race and radiate across it like the root of some dark plant. He twisted his makeshift key in the lock and sprang back as a wide chunk of the ceiling crashed down where he had been standing. Above the dust cloud he saw Kermovan, sword in hand, hacking and slashing at the writhing heap of white before him. "Get back!" Elaf shouted, hearing his voice crack. "The roof gives!" Kermovan sprang back. Then Elaf cried out in horror as the creature threshed and struggled back to its feet. Blood poured from its panting muzzle, dripped from the deep slashes on its side. The shattered truncheon of the spear drooped from its neck, and yet with ferocious fires unquenched it reared again to spring. But it was not to have the chance. One massive paw, upthrust, slammed into the sagging center of the vaulting, with more than enough force to dislodge it. The whole center of the ceiling fell in, and with it a cascade of broken stone from above. Down upon the snarling head it fell, and the creature vanished in a thundering slide of rubble. "Run!" bellowed Rock as he and Ilse scuttled back. "For your lives!" Elaf, ducking frantically, grabbed Kermovan's arm, and together they fled down the passage, racing the cracks that spread along the roof. Glancing back, Elaf glimpsed briefly the upraised hammer of Ilmarinen on the door, beneath it a white-furred leg kicking above the rubble, and then all was thunder and collapse. How long they ran they could not guess, the torch flames trailing out behind them like star-stones in the dusty air. The corridor was straight and level, else the ruin might have overtaken them. Only when they came to a stout arch did they pause, hearing the rumble and crash of stone subside behind them, and there they slumped down against the wall, panting and choking from the dust. "That was neatly done, Long Man," Ilse told Kermovan between coughs. He shrugged and shook dust from his shaggy hair. The halberd was to hand, and much better in such a fight. A sword would have been too short to get past those great limbs. Ilse eyed him. It was not only that I meant, and well you know it. Kermorvan shrugged again, in great confusion. Dorgil Arlenin is well shielded now, at all events, he coughed, and with a fierce spirit to watch at its gate. A stinking brute, Rock wheezed, stalking us like that, slinking up all quiet. If I hadn't heard a claw click on the stone, and vicious with it. What was it, anyhow? One of those big white snow bears? Kermorvan shook his head wearily. I think not. They live chiefly by the sea. I've seen 'em, added Ilse. They're not so weighty, especially in the head.
This was something different, something I've never seen. And yet—
I know, Elaf said. It did look familiar. The jaws. He thought of others with such teeth, swift and savage little hunters, serpentine scuttlers across the snowfields, bane of hare and bird. More like ermine or marten, or that one they called a glutton. Aye, and it was ferocious enough, said Rock. But big as a bear? The ice can breed such monsters, it seems, said Kermorvan darkly, or preserve them from elder days. Such were its main armies once. It found fewer men to serve it ere the Equish came. He stood up painfully. Well, we should not linger here. The roof may yet fall further. What lies before us now? Rock raised his torch, and the dust-blown air sparkled and swirled before their stinging eyes. Elaf blinked and saw that they had come to a division in the corridor. No open hall as before, but a chamber whose other 3 walls each held an arch like the one they stood in, each with the remains of a gate. Some crossroads in the secret ways of the king's house, no doubt, said Kermorvan. The way opposite is a corridor like this. The one to the left is a stair leading down. They peered cautiously into it and recoiled in disgust. The stench of the brute, grunted Rock. Must be its lair down there. You smelled that, Ilse, not bats. Kermorvan swung round. No doubt, but the same is true for both. It could hardly have lived by hunting down here, so— He held up the torch to the 3rd arch. It flared and fluttered suddenly, and by the uncertain light they saw a narrow stair, curving upward into shadow. One more effort, he grated. He swung his precious pack closer to his side, gazed back down the dark corridor once more, and strode to the stair. Rock also looked back. Ilse did not. Elaf lingered a moment, for now the torches were gone, it seemed to him that he saw something there in the blackness, a faint gleam and glimmer, pale, sterile, cold. He knew only too well what it must be. There also the ice now gleamed through the riven roof, like bone laid bare by a mortal wound. He shuddered and hurried after the others. The stairs were steep and fouled by the beast that had used them. Generations of beasts, perhaps, by the claw marks on the stone. Only the strong draught of clean air made them bearable. The steps led to a tunnel still sloping steeply upward. At its end lay another stair, and at its foot the air stirred with promise of the open. Here they had to rest, though the foulness still denied them the food they desperately needed. Their gorges rose at the thought. "And where could this be leading?" groaned Elaf, as they staggered up the worn steps once more. "I guess at that," said Kermorvan, his voice calm and encouraging. At the margins of Morvan the city there was a high hill, the King's Hill, that was left green and wooded for the folk to enjoy, with many fair walks and parks at its foot, open to all. But its summit was the king's own park, whence he could escape for a while the cares of his high office. It was said that a secret way led there from his palace, and this is surely it. "But what a way!" complained Rock. "We must have walked twice the width of Kerbrahane by now." "And only crossed the southern side of the city by the waters," said Kermorvan with weary pride. "For the king's house, as I recall the old accounts, was in the south quarter of the city, which was the first built. By so much was what we had mightier than what we have made. By so much are we lessened." The brand he carried flared suddenly, and it was as if his voice caught its flame. "But it shall not always be so. and then he laughed, and sprang up the stairs with the lightness of an eager child. The others scrambled after him no less wildly, guessing what he had seen. And as Elaf, still last-comer, rounded the curve of the stair, he also laughed aloud. For there before them was a narrow little landing, an arch much cracked and worn, with empty sockets in the stone of it, empty of hinges, corroded to nothingness, corroded by the open air that flowed around them, dark and cold and clean as a mountain stream, infinitely refreshing. Upon the landing Kermovan seized the others as they came puffing along, swinging them up with casual strength to join him. When Elaf arrived, they linked arms and staggered out through the arch. But even as they emerged, their smiles and laughter died, and a weight settled on their hearts, a clutching hand as bitter and sharp as the air that stabbed their lungs like blades of adamant. In the open indeed they stood, and upon a hillside, but it was a hillside scoured bare, utterly barren even of soil, as by 1,000 flaying winters.
Above them, very close, was the summit, stark and shelterless against the chill sky of new night, cloudless, moonless, naked to the searching stars. And not far below them the hill of stone vanished, engulfed as by a sea.
But the sea was calm, its waves unmoving, solid, their flanks faint streaks of gray against the enveloping whiteness. Elaf remembered his first sight of it, this dazzling mockery of a living ocean, and the summits that thrust up from it like short-lived islands, their resistance pathetic, meaningless to a foe that could wait upon the leisure of time and wield the weapon of erosion. The King's Hill was such a summit now, and a low one. All around it, without breach or break, there blazed the eerie majesty of the ice. Chapter 9. The Raven Shadow. Kermovan knew better than to linger in a place so exposed. He cast one quick glance around that blasted land, wrapping his cloak more tightly round him, and then ushered the others back into the mouth of the arch. "A poor return for all your perseverance," he said darkly. "I should have known the hill would be immured in the ice." He made as if to strike his fist upon the stone, but Ilse intercepted it and drew it gently down. "Still too full of yourself," she said, but her tone was unusually mild. "Where else was there to go?" Kermovan shook his head wearily. "Nowhere, I suppose. I hoped that the open air meant the ice might have missed this corner of the city. An idle hope. Why should it?" Rock raised an eyebrow. "Well, how'd that building escape, the one beneath the rockfall?" "Perhaps because it was beyond the walls. A guardhouse on the road outside the southern gates, maybe. That would explain the strength of its building, and the secret stair, a retreat into or out of the walls." "But did it escape?" Elaf asked. "Where did the rockfall come from? We never did climb it to find out, remember? The ravens saw to it that we would find the chamber first. Ilse, the elder folk are wise in the ways of the ice. What halted the spearhead it sent out to destroy Morvan? Why did it not strike further south yet?" Ilse thought a moment. "It was not halted, not as such. The ice is forever advancing, fed by snow and rime nearer its center. As it moves into the warmer south, though, the outermost rim begins to melt, and so extends no further. But neither does it retreat, being replenished by the ice coming from behind. Its masters must have concentrated that renewing force in one narrow area, to drive the ice further south than it would otherwise have gone. For at the point where the climb balances the advance against the melting, there the ice appears to halt, but in truth it never does. That is why, when a great enough cold comes, it can advance so suddenly. It simply ceases to melt." Elaf nodded. "And in that melting, what would happen to those?" He gestured out at the frozen waves of moraines. "Great mountain weights of shattered stone, borne along in waves by the ice to spread ruin and mayhem at its foot. That is what the rockfall was. Without knowing it, we stood then in the very shadow of the southernmost ice." "As well we did not know," said Kermovan, "or we would hardly have dared venture down those stairs." His hand strayed to his pack then, and his smile was as bleak as the world outside. "Though I cannot complain, can I? It is you others I worry for." Elaf found it in himself to smile. "We struggle in the same net, do we not? But console yourself. If this hill was in the south of Kermervan the city, we cannot be far from the margins of the ice. We should be able to cross it, as you and I have done." "But not by night," said Ilse with a shudder. "No, indeed," agreed Kermovan feelingly. "I have had enough of that little game, and Elaf also, I do not doubt, which means we must contrive to rest here till dawn as best we can, and without freezing to death. Ilse, how many torchlights remain?" She rummaged in her pack. 9. No, 11, and those 2 half-burned in the holders. Then we will build a fire of them, the burning ones and 2 more to begin, but not up here where the light can be seen. It must be further down the steps. "Ah, well," said Rock lugubriously, "perhaps the smoke will clear enough of the stench. The brute is slain, but it has its vengeance yet." By common consent they ate their meagre fare in the cleaner chill of the archway before they built their fire. It burned bright, but gave them scarce warmth enough to balance what the cold stone sucked out through their cloaks as they sought some comfortable posture to sleep in, huddled together on the narrow stairs. "Here of all places we should set a watch," said Kermovan painfully. "I will take the first span of the night." "No, I," sighed Elaf. "The nearness of the ice makes me restless, weary as I am. I shall sleep the better for growing used to it." "As you will. I am past all argument." The warrior pulled his hood over his face and pillowed his head on his arm. Rock and Ilse were already asleep. Elaf felt suddenly, dreadfully alone. He warmed his hands once more at the meagre blaze, rose and clambered out into the archway and the ice-glow. 2 nights without sleep, as he reckoned it, and with only a little food, had made him weaker than he realized. His legs wobbled beneath him, and a deep ache burned in his bones. At least that would help him keep awake, and should grow less as he sat a while. But time passed, and it did not. Indeed, it worsened a little, or he felt it more clearly, and found in it a shade of the pain his first steps on the living ice had cost him. High up over the curve of the world glided a cold sliver of moon, like the sail of some unseen bark. Even to that faint radiance the ice awoke, and Elaf, who had been sitting numb and heedless in misery, sat up with a gasp. A greater spectacle it was than ever he had seen before, even in the Northlands. Here there were no mountains to hedge in that dazzling desolation, few outcroppings above it save this. The ice shone out clear, unbroken, boundless from one edge of the world to the other, and beyond. One vast, sweeping sea of shimmering splendor, one enormous jewel that made the petty majesties of men seem minute, mean, transient. But even as that feeling came to him, he thought back upon Morvan, upon the mighty dead of Dorgil Arlanen, and he cast it back, rejecting it utterly. Small wonder that the ice provoked such thoughts. They were enshrined in it, spawned by the minds that made it. But slight and flawed as living things might be, at least they lived, they grew, they strove, and in their several ways they loved. And all those things men did, and had minds also. They could love the diverse riches of life, but still savor this sterile glory. Theirs was the world in both its aspects, and by that much were the kindred of men richer, stronger, greater than those rebel powers. Looking out over this, the embodiment of their narrowed vision, he almost found it in himself to pity them. As the moon climbed higher, he found that the ice grew tiring to watch, that his eye seemed to be playing tricks upon him. Every so often, in the distance northward, he would see a sheen or flicker of light, but whether in ice or sky he could not be certain. It would play slowly across the brightness for a moment, then vanish and reappear somewhere else, sometimes nearer, sometimes more distant. It began to disturb him, and he reminded himself he should be watching every way. He stood up stiffly, and, staying in the shadow of the arch, turned southward. To his surprise, in this clearer light it looked as if the ice there did not extend quite so far, as if it might end before the horizon. But as he could see nothing beyond it but sky, he could not be sure. Then something in the distance flickered. He groaned, rubbed his eyes, and blinked. But when he looked again, he saw it still and more distinctly. This was no trick of his sight. It was on the ice and moving very fast, straight toward this hill. He turned to wake the others, but a sudden wailing wind ruffled his hair and plucked at his cloak, strongly enough in his weakened state to make him stumble. Then the shape was already, incredibly, almost at the hill's foot, and when he saw what it was, he stood in gaping amazement one moment too long, for the figure in the heavy mantle of midnight blue had already swung himself from the huge horse, and was striding up the rocky slope at as fierce a pace as if it was some trifling hummock. Elaf gathered his wits. This time he would confront this weird wanderer. This time he would demand straight answers from this raven who pecked and plucked so lightly at his destiny. Grateful as he was for the good things done him, he had a right to be angered at the play that was made of him, as if he were only some mindless piece on a gaming board. He was not. He knew he was not. And before much longer, come what may, the raven would know it too. Elaf ducked back into shadow, and as the heavy footfall passed, he stepped out with all the grace he could muster, his hand held out to greet and to command. As well might he have sought to bar the wind in its course. The mantled figure swept up unheeding, and only its shadow touched him. But that touch struck him dumb, appalled, terrified. As from heights unguessable it fell upon him, and for an instant the swirling mantle seemed a thunderhead of cloud cresting the summit of the hill, the staff taller than the tallest trees of Tapyao. As immense as the powers carved in the corridors of Dorghail Arlanen, he saw that shape, a towering, shadowy vastness against the stars. Then it passed by him, and it was no taller than a tall man, but still its shadow swallowed up the arch, and Elaf within it. He could only stand still and stare as the figure bestrode the hill crest, and brandished its staff as if to strike down the wheeling stars. He could only listen as it cried out in that same voice he had first heard upon the wind outside his marshland smithy, that rang out now above the gusts that wailed about the hilltop. "Hearken, Louhi! Talantar, hark! From deepest ice heed my behest. I call you up, I summon you, from your bleak caves, from your stark caverns arise. Louhi, Louhi, mistress of ice, from shimmering stillness rise to the heights. Strong songs compel you. Hearken and answer. Wisdom within you I would awake. Louhi, Louhi, lady of death, hearken and heed me. Hear me and come." Silence fell as the song ended, fell like a blade. The breeze sank, the chill grew stronger, biting into Elaf's trembling flesh. The tall figure stood unmoving, as if it had taken root in the bare stone, its staff outthrust at the sky. But suddenly at the staff's head, wavering, crackling, sparking, a great column of green balefire burst out. Slowly the hooded head turned to the northwest. Elaf followed its gaze and sank down, shivering, intense, vivid, closer far. That shimmer he had seen coursed through the ice, and the whiteness darkened and grew transparent, as if melted all in a moment to a deep pool. And within that depth stars awoke, mirroring the blazing skies overhead. Yet the stars above were still, while their images leaped suddenly, darted and swirled in the deeps like small fish around one single point of blue light that did not move. Brighter it waxed, broader, clearer it grew, until he saw in it a shape arising, floating upward as one drowned. A woman's form, unclad, her limbs outstretched and drifting, her pale hair billowing about her in some unseen current. He could see her face clearly, waxen and still, the eyes closed, the pale lips unmoving. But from the depths sang a voice clear and fair that he could not easily forget. Strong calls the song, mighty the craft that should shield you. I do not sleep, and I am come only to see who would dare. Deep-throated laughter echoed out across the ice. A wanderer am I, and craft I called on to summon you far from your lair. A world-wide roamer, thinker, reflector, delver of wisdom that lies at the roots of the world. Thus have I called you, that you may answer, Thus am I free from your will." The staff swung downward in his hand, and in the swirl of its passage the green fire guttered into nothing. A black blade glittered in its place, that struck the stone of the hilltop into leaping, dazzling sparks. Elaf blinked, and when his eyes opened the ice stretched out unbroken, white and bleak as before. But another figure stood atop the hill. Slender and fair she was, as the wanderer was massive, and very straight she stood, haughty pride in the angle of her head, in the blazing sapphire of her eyes. Exactly as last he had seen her, years past, did she look, her pale fine hair gathered back from her brow but spilling in cascades about the shoulders of the soft white robes she wore, through which the starlight shone, and the quiet chime of her voice still set him a shiver, even with cool anger in its tone. "You are not what you would seem. Why summon me thus? Have you sunk to the level of the witless things you shield, that you must don their shape to speak with me?" The dark voice was calm. "You are not what you wish to believe, for though you deem yourself a conqueror, lady, yet to your own impatience are you still a slave. I came to save you some trouble, that is all, to tell you where he is, that you most seek." "To tell me where, then, Lord of Deceptions?" The tall figure shifted his mantle a little, settling its shadow more thoroughly over the archway. "Why, where you cannot see him, lady. So save yourself the trouble of searching, as you have done so frantically since you sensed his presence. He is free now, and will not easily be tamed again. Spring comes even to Taunla, and that dark power declines. Your consort also can hinder him no more." The woman who was Louhi whirled sharply about, her eyes questing out across the southward ice, her full lips working in fury. She rounded on the tall figure. "You! Though you skulk among the heights and seek to shield your doings from my eyes, I know of them, believe you me. You give him too much aid. He is no free champion such as you must have, but only a shadow, a thrall, a powerless puppet of your will." The suspicion of a chuckle lay under the words that the wanderer gave in reply. "What men have from me shall only balance what other powers set against them. So it is with him. At most, perhaps, I have shown him a few truths he might otherwise have come upon more slowly, perhaps not even in time. But he has had to earn them, and what use he makes of them is his affair entirely. When he was under the hand of the forest, could I help him, or you hinder? Yet he escaped. Without his free courage, and that of his friends, none of this could have come about. Lady, it is you and yours, fettered in yourselves, who deal in thralls. Powers that are free, only free heroes can serve." The stamp of her foot split stone. "So is it all over, then, with the powers? What is left to you or any of us? Why need you exist, if those who would serve you must be free to make sport and scorn of you at every turn of their feeble will? Lady, lady, will you always be what you were? Will you not learn, as I have had to, and thereby grow? Change and reshaping are the rule. They brought you into being as much as they did men, and that you cannot alter. Nor should you seek to restore what was solely and selfishly because it pleased you. Deep in himself, even grim old Taun knows that. Or why else should he seek to pretend he preserves the minds of men, when he is only snatching at their shadows, wearing the sum of their memories like a mask of dead skin?" Louhi turned away angrily, still searching the ice. To Elaf's astonished eyes, the falling moon seemed to settle behind her head like a jagged crown. "And what of Tapiao?" she demanded, her voice taut and troubled. "He embraced life, yet even he abhors men and seeks to subdue them." The mantled shoulders shrugged. "Once he escaped your error, only to fall into it again, as if life and men were separable. Sooner or later must life lead to mind in some form, just as your lifeless world had sooner or later to bear that life.
Of us all, I among us, perhaps only Ilmarinen, understood from the first."
"All things go their way appointed and in their own time. Our hindrance or help may mean less than we think. So there is more to come, but that you must find out for yourself." The mantle shook like a shifting hill, A gigantic cawing laughter echoed through the stillness, deriding its barren majesty, stripping away its pretensions with the merry warmth of a spring breeze. Louhi's face twisted in fury. A pale flame beat down upon the hill. A curtain of light, green and scarlet, flickered and lashed about the mantled shape. Then, like the echo of an angry cry, it sprang away northward and faded. Below its passage the ice heaved and shattered explosively, flinging bright shards, jagged as lightning, high into the empty sky. The wanderer stood alone upon the hill a moment, and then, without a glance at Elof, the tall figure turned and retraced his steps down the steep slope. Behind the hill's shoulder he vanished, and a moment later the great horse sprang away across the ice, westward after the sinking moon. Trembling, Elof lowered his brow to the cool stone, and when he lifted it again, though it seemed but a second, the stars were already paling in the eastern sky. On limbs first numbed, then aching, he heaved himself wearily up, brushing off gravel that had bitten into the flesh of his face, and hobbled down into the archway. There lay the others as he had left them, around a fire which had burned away unfed to a black stain upon the stone. Anxiously he started down, but at the first scrape of his foot there was a whirl of dark cloak, and Kermovan was on his feet. The warrior blinked at the faint gleam upon the wall above, and frowned. "What, man, have you watched the night through?" Then he glanced from Elof's bruised cheek to the dead fire, and smiled wryly. "Ah, you fell asleep, did you? A mercy you did not freeze, and we also. Well, we were all of us weary." "It was more than that," mumbled Elof, as Rock and Ilse began to yawn and stir. "I scarcely know what I saw. Whether it was a dream or—" "Well, have a stab at telling," yawned Rock, "while we rekindle the fire." "No," said Elof, though he yearned for the warmth and the comfort that fire gives.
"We dare not waste no hour of day.
We are hunted, and must be off the ice as soon as we can." Kermovan cast one swift look at him and snatched up his pack. "Then tell us on the way. We will climb down to the very edge of the ice, and at first light make what speed we can across it." "And what then?" sighed Rock gloomily as they plodded out onto the hillside. "Back into merry Taunla?" Kermovan glanced at the graying sky. "I cannot say, but I think you do not realize how much farther east we were taken. I am hardly certain myself. Even the Durgar maps do not extend this far. But by the stars we could be as far from where we fled the forest as that place was from the shield range." The other stared at him. "That far?" asked Ilse. "Very possibly. Perhaps here Taun's dead hand will hold less sway. We can only hope." He set his face to the weather-scoured stone and began to clamber down the uncertain slope, the way the wanderer had taken. "We have some reason to hope," said Elof, and as they climbed he told them of the meeting on the bare hilltop. "You actually heard them talk?" marveled Ilse. "Talking as we do?" "I don't know what I heard," confessed Elof. "Whether it was true speech or— I don't know, but the meaning that I am sure of. Louhi took it as an insult that he addressed her in human form, but I am sure somehow, that it was so I could hear and understand." "Couldn't all have been just you dreaming, could it?" Rock asked. "Had some funny ones myself on an empty gut." Elof smiled ruefully. "Dream or vision or whatever, how can I tell? But something happened, of that I am sure, a search and encounter, and that we were shielded, and she misled into thinking we had already quit the ice." Then he fell silent, gazing at the rubble beneath his feet. I am sure. See here on all this deathly waste. There, and all the way downhill to the very edges of the ice. Wherever there was a scrap of shelter among the barren soil, tiny stars of bright hue had sprung up. Where the wanderer had trodden, the King's Hill was carpeted with flowers. "Spring comes," said Elof, "as he promised, even to this ruined place. It is not wholly conquered." "Not yet," said Ilse. "Not yet." They rested for a few precious moments at the foot of the hill, watching light climb up behind the gray clouds eastward, and they ate the last of their provision to fortify themselves for the coming dash. Elaf sat silent, for a thought had come to him in the middle of his tale, the memory of words he had hardly taken in.
"Kermervan," he said suddenly, "if what you said is true, then this is about as far as we might have come, if we had had no hindrance."
"If we had been traveling for all those months we lingered in the forest." Kermervan frowned. "You would say that he repaid the time the forest took from us?" "It could be, I suppose." "Yes, and he cleared our way through the western forest, because Nyarad had forced us ashore too early." Ilse nodded. "What men have from me—" "That must be what he meant, mustn't it?" "Some of it, at any rate," said Kermervan thoughtfully. "He may also have been warning us we could expect no more help for now." "That was my thought also," said Elaf. "Might be a relief," growled Rock. "His brand of help's a whit hard to handle. I'd sooner fend for myself. Short of any more spooks at my shirt-tails, that is," he added hastily. "I am inclined to agree with you," said Kermervan very gravely, "given that small exception." They laughed, and it was as if that living sound was answered. Molten gold spilled suddenly across the rims of the charcoal clouds, and then burst between them as a river through a crumbling wall. Long beams lanced out across the lifeless landscape, playing over the curve of the hill as a hand might caress a cheek, warming and gladdening. And from the south came a breeze that was not yet turned cutting and cold, and carried some faint benison from warmer lands. Kermervan sprang up and threw back his cloak. "That is our sign. Let us not waste a second of it." He strode out onto the ice, and Ilse after him. Elaf hesitated, and Rock watched him keenly. "Something the matter?" Elaf stretched out a foot like a hesitant swimmer, half believing he would have grown immune to the pain by now.
But at the first touch of the ice, agony lanced up his leg, and he stumbled. Rock ran to help, but Elaf shook him off and staggered on, probing within himself for the source of that pain as a surgeon might search a wound. Like a thin blade it flickered and stabbed at him, striking in one place and then another as he sought to guard it.
He was like a swordsman, set against an opponent who could toy with him, as Kermervan once had. But against it, as against Kermervan, he set the smith's strength in him and looked through the pain, past it, as he might look past the sting of forge sparks in the finishing of some fine work. When Ilse and Kermervan looked back in concern, he stiffened his back, swung his pack about him casually, and even managed to force a smile. He was not alone in his troubles. The rising sun struck fierce reflections off the ice, light that seared streaks of color across their sight, and troubled Ilse worst of all. She pulled her hood low to shadow her eyes, but ere long she was all but blind. Her folk, as she remembered, were accustomed to wear a kind of visor or eye mask with thin slits when they crossed such bright places. But they had none, nor anything to make one save a thin silken scarf. With that bound about her eyes, she could see enough to guide her own steps. Despite all, though, they made better time than they had feared, for the ice proved less arduous than they remembered. Here at its southern border it did not press hard up against a mountain wall as in the north. It lay thinner upon the land, and the moraines and crevasses were further apart, shallower and more eroded, easier to cross and climb. The spring sun gave the travelers warmth and softened the glassy, compacted snow of the glacier's surface, but not to deep, dangerous slush as it would in the brief days of high summer. They had melt-water to drink, flowing by them in fast rills and streamlets, though they had to warm it in their flasks a while. Nonetheless, it was a wearying land to cross, and Elaf and Ilse could hardly enjoy even the scant rest Kermervan allowed them. At length, as the sun fell away into afternoon, he called out and pointed. The white wastes ahead had suddenly ceased to seem infinite. At the boundary between bright ice and sullen sky, a thread of darkness had appeared, thin and wavering, and with even a few steps forward it thickened and grew more distinct. "Land!" cried Rock. "Open land! That's the end of the ice!" Elaf had to fight down the urge to run. In his excitement he had lost the reins of his pain and felt it all the more keenly anew. They could not hurry, as it turned out, for even with the scarf across her eyes, Ilse's sight was failing rapidly, and she could scarcely keep up their former pace. It was some hours before they came to their goal. All this time the land opened out before them. At first they saw only a flat country, dark and indistinct, spattered and threaded here and there with gleaming surfaces. Snow, or water, or mire, there was no telling which. It seemed all too like the heart of Taunla to the west, though still infinitely more inviting than the ice. But as they drew nearer the rim of the glaciers, they saw the first distant signs of the transformation the changing season would bring. Plaintive cries echoed down the wind. Arrows of gray geese beat across the glistening clouds, settling in great flocks upon the bright waters southward. But no nearer, Kermovan sighed hungrily. So close to the rim the meltwaters must be too cold. Still, we may find hardier creatures to hunt. On now to the end. But when at last they neared the margins of the surface ice, they halted in bafflement and dismay. Thin though the ice was, its shattered margins stood still a tower and fortress above the lands. Beneath their feet it fell away in an unclimbable precipice. Its few breaches led down to perilous-looking slopes of snow-clad rocks and scree such as the raven had set them down in. Elaf tipped down a small stone, and almost at once they had the doubtful pleasure of seeing a whole segment of the slope go bounding and thundering away into shadow. Silently they looked at one another, and at the rapidly sinking sun, and turned to search elsewhere. Strangely enough, it was Ilse, blinded as she was, who found their way down. As they passed across a wide promontory in the cliffs, she exclaimed that the ice sounded hollower beneath her feet, and then that she could hear running water echoing up from beneath. She insisted they follow it. The sound of the water led them some little way along the cliff to the edge of a deep fissure, almost invisible from the ice behind, and when they peered over, they knew they had found their climb. It was as if some great worm had gone burrowing through the ice, leaving behind it a wide round tunnel with sides as smooth as green glass, which now spilled a small stream out into the fissure. This had evidently once been part of the tunnel, but had worn so wide that the roof had collapsed. Now the floor was eaten away into a fantastic labyrinthine set of falls that wove away down the steep slope toward its shadowy foot and made a passable stair. But what did the eating? Puzzled Rock as they lowered themselves gingerly down the glassy surface. He had elected to take the lead, to hammer out handholds with his mace. Not that piddling little trickle, surely? Hardly, said Elaf, forgetting the new pain each handhold cost him as he gazed in deep wonder at the weird fluted shapes in the cleft, columns and stairs and baths, through which the brown streamlet leaped and chuckled, like some merry child, mocking greater waterfalls. If this much water comes through in the first days of sun, it must be a great cascade by high summer. You don't know the half of it, young human, said Ilse wryly from above his head. So much ice melts that the sheer weight of its flow can drive tunnels like these uphill, or dam up behind rockfalls and send them spilling out across the land ahead, to shatter and flood and finally to freeze. But to the glacier that much water's nothing, less than the sweat on our brows. To the ice as a whole it's less still, because as much or more will come back in the winter as rime and snow. 3 great rivers we've seen since we left my mountains, and it's meltwater that feeds them all. Kermovan, who was guiding her down, shook his head in dismayed wonder. We know too little of this. If the last kings of Morven had had the counsel of the Durgar, they would not have reckoned too little of the menace of the ice, and so saved more from the ruin. Great evil indeed has come from the sundering of our folk. From the sundering of all kindreds, said Elaf thoughtfully. The elder folk from the younger, north from south, dying Morvan from newborn Brahane, the powers even from men. Wisdom is not passed on, and must be bought anew and ever more dearly. There speaks as true a wisdom as any, said Ilse forcefully. But who shall bring it to an end? Who indeed, said Elaf, guiding Ilse across from one steep ice wall to another, and becoming thoroughly entangled as he sought to lead her limbs to rock's footholds. Well, that is hardly the way, she protested darkly. Have a care where you lay your hands. Rock and Kermovan chuckled. Bear up, said Rock, clambering down onto the rim of an ice basin. He peered over the edge and added, If you'll forgive the words, there's not so far to go now. "All the more reason to make haste," said Kermovan, swinging himself after Ilse.
So they slipped and scrambled down the last stages of the fall, only to find that its foot tumbled down over an ice-sheathed boulder in which rock could cut no proper holes. Bracing himself, Elof pressed flat to the ice and fought to keep his limbs steady as its bitter flame burned into him and knotted his muscles. He climbed jerkily like some cunning automaton of lever and cog, and indeed agony was stripping him of thought and feeling. He hardly noticed when the icy fall water splashed across him, when his feet and fingers began to slip, when at last they slid free and he fell into air. A moment free from pain was almost as agonizing in its suddenness. Then came the kiss of soft snow and the jarring slam of the stone beneath. But it was mild, bearable, compared to what had passed, and he lay there laughing weakly until Rock and Kermovan had made Ilse safe and hurried to help him up.
"At least you'd only a step or two to go," said Rock as they dusted him off.
Elof did not tell him that for all he had known then or cared it could have been 1 or 100. He had been at the end of his strength, but the moment he was free of the ice it returned to him very quickly. They had come down upon a rock fall like the rest, but less steep and unstable. The stream chattered away among the heaps of snow-clad rock, and they decided to follow its course downward. Across the snowfield it led them, and at last out of the lowering shadow of the ice cliffs above. It was only then, on the brink of a long slope, they turned and looked back. Ilse tore the bandage from her bloodshot eyes and gazed with the rest upon the bulwark and rampart of their foe. In looming heights of strength, dazzling as gilded steel in the light of the sinking sun, those cliffs arose across the skies of the ruined land of Morvan from east to west, unbroken, unbreached, buttressed by immense ridges of fallen rock, whole ranges of rubble hills. A strength and fortress, it seemed, that mere men should not dream of resisting, could not hope to challenge. "Yet we passed beneath you, over you, through you," said Kermovan softly. "We came back to Morvan, and we won free, and with a prize of infinite worth." Then he drew the sword Elof had made him, and cried in a great voice, in the 2 tongues of his folk, "Morvan Morlenhall, Morvan shall arise!" Word and blade together sparkled defiance in the free air before those sullen faces of ice and shattered stone. As the last echoes died, he turned the sword gracefully in his hand and slid it back into its scabbard. "It is a lord of Morvan tells you," he muttered. Then he turned his face from his lost domain and strode down the slope. The others followed quietly and let him be, and it was not until much later that he spoke again. By that time they had reached the end of the slope. Their little stream joined with another and larger, a black seam of meltwater, wavering away through thinner, softer snow, down toward the more level lands below. They followed the larger stream, which was joined by others, and itself flowed into a river of some width. This was still partly frozen over, but now the meltwater below and sun above were swelling it, straining the ice and cracking it into great loose floes that ground and splintered against each other with creaks and crashes, and the musical splintering of glass. Along its bank the snow was turning soft and patchy. Here and there plant stems protruded through it, chiefly gnarled patches of willow scrub. On some of these the first soft catkins were appearing, and as the travelers came to one wide thicket they were startled when a stout white bird flew up almost in their faces with a sharp chattering cackle of rebuke. To their surprise it did not fly off altogether, but flapped heavily to the far side of the thicket and scuttled for cover. Rock cursed. Elof stooped readily for a stone, as he had learned to do on the marshlands, but it was already vanishing into the bushes. Ilse blinked and squinted after it. "A snow-grouse, losing its winter plumage. They never fly far. Good to eat, for they live on willow, not pine, which taints the flesh." "That wouldn't have stopped me," said Rock. "Courage," said Kermovan. "Where there is one, even so close to the ice, there will be others. The more so as the snow is failing. Next time we shall be ready." And indeed, at the next large clump of willow, in the shadow of a high boulder, they flushed some 4 or 5 of the birds. In the midst of them hissed Elof's stone, and one dropped in a flurry of feathers. "Bravely cast," Kermovan cried, and the others echoed him. He clambered up the boulder and looked down river. "And only 1,000 paces or so southward there are trees," he announced, springing lightly down. "Shelter and fuel. We have just enough time to reach them ere the light fades." The others groaned, but they knew he was right. The march seemed endless, the twilight long and dreary, with the slushy snow caking around their boots, and when they came at last to the trees, a stand of wind-swept evergreens hunched above the snow, they found little enough comfort there. But it was something to be among life after so long in a dead realm, to squat in a snowless hollow of the river-bank and warm hands at the smoky little flames of a clay oven well hidden in the bank. And never, never had anything tasted so good as the broiled strips of grouse, and the broth they boiled from its tough meat for the morning. "Let us hope it foreshadows better times," said Kermovan as they curled up against the warmth of the oven. "Sleep now, and I will take the first watch." He smiled grimly at Elof. "May it be briefer than yours, and less disturbed." And indeed nothing worse came about them that night than a northwest wind whining among the trees, and brief flurries of sleet that were uncomfortable but not unendurable. When Rock, who had the last watch, woke them, they found the snow already melting in the rising sun. The day that followed was one of sunshine and showers, which seemed hardly any hindrance to them now, and though the land around was often marshy, they came among many more trees. Elof and Kermovan cut themselves saplings and made crude bird bows, which won them 2 more grouse, and later a large white hare. They smoked some of each as a reserve. Elof, too, discovered some of the marshland roots he remembered, swollen with the stored food that had let them live out the long winter and sprout again, and they carried some of these also. Desolate as it was, this land was kindlier than the eastern marches of the ice. Which should be no surprise, Kermovan reflected over the next day's breakfast, for it must all once have been the richest grain lands of southern Morvan. "Hard to imagine," said Rock. "This stark plain carpeted from east to west in green shoots, all yellow come harvest. How far south they stretch?" "I do not know. So little lore of Morvan was preserved. I have seen rough views of Kermovan the city, drawn from a failing memory and many times recopied, but the rest of the realm I know less of. I do know that the eastern boundary of the king's owned lands was a range of mountains less high than the Maneth Skahas. They marked the boundary with the lands of Morvanek, Morvan the Lesser, which was Corinton's princedom. Over those mountains, if anywhere, the outcome of our quest should become clear." Elof looked at the horizon, south and east. There were signs of the land rising a little, turning into rolling country perhaps, which might eventually give way to low hills. But sight or sign of mountains there was none. He grinned at Kermovan. "A long step, then. I'd no idea your ancestors were so mighty. We'd best be on our way." A long step it was indeed, as the chronicles recorded, but a peaceful one. For, though the lands they moved through bore the imprint of a cold hand, it seemed to be less strong this far south, as if the ice had overreached itself in the drive to shatter Morvan. The earth was not as frozen in these lands as it was in Taunla, nor did that air of death and decay spread across them as it had in the Northland mountains. Spring here was a muted thing, but life flourished none the less, and it was life the travelers knew well, much like that of northern Norderney. They were never again short of food for long. The snow grouse were seldom far away, their plumage changing from pure white to black around the neck, behind their eyes 2 absurd tufts of bright scarlet, with which they made much play in their spring rivalries. Great flights of geese and ducks settled upon every river and lakelet, and hares were common enough, and it was only a few days later that they came across a herd of large deer moving out onto the plain, of exactly the same kind that flourished in the Northlands. Their coats were still in winter gray, and their antlers half-grown and still in velvet. "I wondered what that white brute preyed on," said Kermovan thoughtfully. "Probably it had slept out the winter in its deep lair and awakened to await their return. Other hunters will no doubt be doing the same. We had best be on our guard when the herds are near." At first, though, they encountered nothing save a pack of wolves, scrawny after the long winter, who were more interested in lame deer, hare, and small rodents than men. When Kermorvan's bow brought down a young deer, they circled and scurried about, but seemed glad enough to squabble over the stripped carcass and leave the travelers in peace by their fire some way off. But just after dark, as the first of the ice glow climbed up the sky, there came a mighty outcry of yelping and snarling, and a deep gurgling growl that no wolf ever made. The travelers sprang up and drew their weapons, lest whatever had appeared should turn on them. Silence fell, was as suddenly broken by the pop and crunch of bones, and then a strange, beating, swishing sound, the thud of something falling nearer them. Kermorvan caught up a blazing brand from the fire and strode forward, the others close behind. Then he stopped so suddenly they barged into him. A patch of blood-soaked mud showed where the deer's carcass had lain, but it was there no longer. Neither were the wolves. There were drag marks in the mud, but they went only a few feet, and the grass around was unbent. Kermorvan moved the flame about, and they saw in the mud, still oozing, a single imprint, longer than a man's foot, a great tridenten talon. "There, by the bank!" cried Ilse. Kermorvan cursed and swung the torch high, and they all saw what she had glimpsed in the darkness. The remains of the deer, much mangled, lay by the river bank, at the foot of a low rocky outcrop. Atop this, hissing like quenched iron from gaping jaws, perched a dragon. It flared its wings and reared up at them, short legs tucked in against the serpentine body, the long head outthrust and spitting. But it was a young beast, quarter the size of the ones Olaf had first seen, and not yet come to its flame. When Kermorvan advanced on it menacingly, it spat at him again, then ducked its head to seize the ragged remains of the deer, threshed clumsily aloft, and wavered away into the night to find some quieter place to enjoy its scavenging. "A good thing it was no larger," said Kermorvan, shaken. He tossed the brand back on the fire and glared at the cold glow in the northern sky. "A fond farewell from the ice." In that he spoke more truly than he knew. From that night on they were no more troubled by strange creatures. As night followed night, and the lands grew warmer, the pale light of those bitter ramparts sank and dwindled beneath the horizon, growing ever fainter until they saw it no more. And it is set down in the chronicles that many long years were yet to pass ere any of them set eyes on their great adversary once more. The deer, and another they took the next day, gave them a good store of meat, which was as well. They encountered no more herds as they walked further to the southeast, following the rivers that ran like dark veins through the rising land. On the 7th day of their journey they drew at last into higher ground, a hilly country with many long stretches of evergreen forest. Though they viewed it at first with deep suspicion, it seemed younger and more sparse than Tapiala on Athen, and like the northland forests it wholly lacked that oppressive air of watchfulness. Larger creatures were still scarce here, but there were more birds. Jays screamed, black woodpeckers drummed, swifts shrilled over the tree-tops and swooped so low over clear ground that their wing-tips hissed among the weeds. 1,000 small flashes of life bounced and chirruped in spring feather through the woods. The sun shone more often now, and the rain, though often hard, released rich scents into the crisp air. Bare though the land was, after the desolations they had been through, they felt they could wish for no better garden. Food had given them back their strength, and only the cold remained to plague them. Yet though they strode ever higher among the hills, it did not greatly increase, save when the wind blasted down upon them from the north, bringing sleet and stinging hail to send them leaping for the nearest large tree. They were content enough to find no worse adversary. Fire warmed them at evening, and they met the next day the next hill as they came to it. So it was that they were surprised, one bright morning, as they left a large area of woodland flanking a chain of broad waterfalls, to find that they were already high among the lower slopes of the mountains they sought, and that the peaks stood clear above them now. "Such as they are," said Rock scornfully. "Hardly mountains at all, are they?" "Lower than our western ranges," agreed Kermorvan, unhappily, "and they run northwest from here. They must meet the ice eventually. A poor barrier." Rock shook his head dolefully. "Might have just flowed down around the far side." "I doubt that," observed Olaf. "It had to make a great effort to swallow Morvan. Nowhere in the westlands did it come so far south, and to pass round these mountains might be a greater effort yet. They are older than our mountains, I think, and more worn, blunt as old teeth, but they may well be wider. As they climbed higher, finding peak behind peak, and came at last to the mouth of a likely pass, they saw that he was right. Broad as that pass was, with a river at its heart, they could not make out its end. It snaked away among the peaks into the blue distance. "They gain from being lower," said Ilse. "There is snow here, but it is melting as summer comes. There are fewer snow-caps for the ice to seize on." "That is some hope, at least," said Colonel Van. But Correntin did not speak idly. Morvenec was small, its lands thinly peopled and half wild. It could not long withstand any determined onslaught. Still, something may yet endure, and so must we. The snowy grassland that flanked the river grew sparse as it climbed the flanks of the pass, and still thinner, till at last it dwindled to bare earth. For the first 3 days they saw no life at all beyond small birds. The snows that had faded on the plains still fell at times, not heavily, but enough to make them use the firewood they had carried from the hills more rapidly than they wished. Elaf wondered if their food would last. It was little enough they had now, yet among their other hardships it made the vital difference. He could hardly bear the thought of going hungry again. On the morning of the 4th day, when the opening of the pass had vanished behind them and a low crest limited the view before them, they were surprised to see movement on the river-bank ahead, black specks drifting through the snow-speckled grass. At once they dropped from sight behind stones and scrub. Whatever was about up here should be approached with caution. As Elaf and the others sidled closer, keeping behind a huge boulder entangled in willow scrub, he saw that they were beasts, large and four-legged in shape, not unlike small wisons, with immensely shaggy black coats, but their short horns, curving low and close to the sides of the blunt heads, suggested sheep or goats. Kermervan smiled to Ilse. "Some old friends of ours, I think, lady. Among your folk I had occasion to guard a herd or two. Worthy beasts, save to the nose." She exclaimed in surprise. "Velek Ilmarinen, muskoxen. Now why—" She glanced quickly around the barren slopes above and along the pass to the crest. Kermervan was still watching the herd. "There is little point in stalking them, I fear. They are cunning and quick, and would not fall easily to 2 mere bird bows. Elaf's hammer might do, but it would be hard to get close enough. Ilse, what say you?" Then he sensed her unease. "My lady?" At once he, too, was scanning the heights, alert and tense. She shook her head grimly. "There is nothing there for you to read, Lord of Men." Kermervan evidently noticed the unusual title she gave him and the dark tones in which she spoke it. His own were guarded but alert. "Yet there is for you, lady?" "For what it matters, yes. Such signs as we place upon our mountain paths and pastures that our eyes alone can read, even in what is darkness to you. None clearer, though, than those beasts. Where they are, so also were the Durgar. They are descended from our herds." "Here? Your folk dwell here?" Elaf looked around him with wonder. Rock also, but with more of apprehension. Ilse shrugged. "The signs are ancient. Only traces remain. And the herds are gone wild. See!" She stood up from behind a rock. A long muzzle lifted, lip curled, and nostrils flared to taste the air. Another looked up, its shaggy coat twitching nervously, and then long horns tossed in warning. Ilse went stumping quite slowly and casually toward the herd, and suddenly they were wheeling about in bellowing disorder and bounding off across the meager grass with a goatish skip that belied their bulk. Out of reach they halted by a wider patch of willow, snorting, suspicious, pawing the ground in threat. "You see," Ilse tossed back over her shoulder to the others, "these have not seen my folk in many a generation. Why do you linger back there? You may walk these lands without fear now, and forget whose they once were." And without another word she stalked on. Elaf and the others exchanged startled glances and hurried after her. Rarely had he heard anything to match the bitterness in her voice. "My lady," demanded Kermervan, "are you all right? Or how have we distressed you?" But he had no answer. She was slow to follow their path, and when Kermovan laid a hand on her shoulder to draw her away, she writhed and slapped it off. She walked with them then, but wreathed in a silence that spoke black fury upon her brow. The others, too, were silent, for despite her words they found themselves constantly scanning the skyline for unfriendly eyes. Though they saw nothing, they were glad when, near sunset, they rounded a sharp bend in the river and saw that the peaks ahead, reddening in the last rays, were much lower. The end of the pass was near. The river they had followed up from the forests came tumbling down here from its sources among the heights. They quitted its cold company for a smaller stream that led them downward a long and winding way between the lower peaks. They camped some way down in a pocket of rock that would be easy to defend, and built a good fire of scrub. But Ilse curtly refused food and slumped down in a corner. The others gazed at her in some concern. A look Elaf could not read had closed over her face like a visor. It reminded him forcibly of how strange she could be, of how alien her stock. He thought of the cold countenances of the Durgar court, of the harshness of old King Anvar, hater of men. He had never seen her look so like them. "Ilse," he ventured, "I am sorry that your folk dwell here no longer, truly sorry. But why should that lead you to shun us so, your friends, when you have come so long a road with us?" She raised dark eyes to him, glittering through the dusk. "And should I have? Should I not have fled you as my folk have ever done, you who live and breed so much faster than we? Around half the wide world we have fled, and those who would not, they have stayed and dwindled." Her eyes narrowed, as if some new and chilly light shone upon her. "Those signs, they were rough, crude scrawls that had all but lost their meaning, the work of near savages. Yet there was a time when no Durgar lived thus. It was new-made savages who drew them, children of wealth, tumbled to the gutter." She gave a bitter little laugh. "Aye, now I have seen whither that road of yours leads. I have seen what we can come to, how great will be our fall when it comes. Aye, when? We cannot flee forever. Before us there is only the Western Ocean, and beyond it the Equish lands. So why do I walk with you? Why do I dream of bringing our peoples closer?" There was a dull flame now in her eyes, burning like a low fever. "Will that not simply hasten our last and losing conflict? I think I understand old Anvar a little better now. If we can come to that, should we not indeed shut you out with gulf and stone, and slay all who intrude? If we are doomed in the end, why should I seek to speed it?" She turned away furiously and flung her cloak about her. Elaf would have put an arm about her shoulders, but Kermovan drew him back. Concern furrowed his brows, but he shook his head. "Better to leave her be," he said quietly, turning the strips of venison that toasted among the ashes. "She is angry, afraid, as who would not be? But in all she said I heard only questions. Doubt racks her, not certainty. We shall try to find answers when she is ready to listen. For now, do you let her rest, and when you have eaten, rest yourselves, you and Rock. I shall watch for now." So Elaf sought sleep. But the unease of the day seeped into his dreams, which beat and fluttered like great birds caged, or stalked with menace around the margins of waking. It seemed to him that he heard voices speaking of dark things, of war and death and decay, and then turning to higher yet hardly more hopeful matters. And he knew suddenly that he was awake, although his limbs and body seemed too heavy to move. It was Ilse's crisp voice he heard, and Kermovan's clear answer. "And will it not happen again, wherever men are? More than our shape divides us. The tides of our thoughts flow apart. We can think and live as you do upon the surface, but in deeper waters few may follow us. Elaf, perhaps, and yourself. Rock, no, though at least he would see and respect. But there would always be many others, lesser men, who would not see, only resent. And among the Durgar also, I do not doubt. I have met only too many of both races. But if enough of each are willing, it would take scarcely 2 generations. If that is the greatest gulf of all, one that reason is too weak to bridge. A greater force is needed, and you humans are not equal to it. You could not feel as deeply as we. You cannot comprehend our thoughts, still less the passions that speed us on. You would ground on the shallows of your souls. Would we? There are some whose thoughts flow deep as your dark mountain streams, aye, and passions also. Look at him. Within him embers are quietly smoldering, ready to burst into flame at a touch of his thought. All this long road they have driven him, for love of a girl he has seen in all his life, for barely an hour together. There was silence, and Ilse's voice changed when she spoke again. He is more like us, indeed. So not all men are as cold in heart as I. Ilse snorted in surprise. You're no blind fish. Her voice was tinged with gleeful malice. You love all right. The Lady Terrace might have had something to say on the matter, had you but the wit to ask it. I was raised to treat women properly, with respect, with reverence, with— Spare me. And you love him. It was all too obvious whom she meant. Elaf almost sat up in astonished outrage, then struggled to stifle a smile at the strangled sound Kermovan emitted. Not like that. For a moment his voice was a model of stately outrage, and then he collapsed into a rare, rueful chuckle. Elaf guessed Ilse had prodded him in the ribs. Oh, I know, the more I struggle, the deeper sinks the barb. I suppose I am fond of him, yes, as I am of Rock, and of you, though Amakak knows why. His voice took on a mild edge of its own. He is a fine fellow, after all. It is not hard to be fond of him, in one way or another. It seemed to me, lady, that even you— Even I— She spat the words out with a force that startled Elaf. What would you know of that? As well he does not so much as notice me, him and his damned embers. And you're the man who'd have our races mingle. Can you not see, fool, blind worm, sluggard, how slow either will be to do that? Do you not understand what alone can drive them to such an unheard-of act? We look odd to each other. We even smell odd. To men, you could not look less than fair, lady. I thank you kindly, sir. But fair as one of your own, all willowy and wispy? Golden or red eye, or auburn about the hair, like a certain lady of Lys Arvelin? I take leave to doubt that. To us, long man, you look stretched out like a shadow, weak as a hank of straw, thin as a dribble— No doubt, interrupted Kermovan calmly. So to awaken feelings we must look past that to what is common in us. It can be done. Have we not come to that in some degree? Ilse's voice was grudging. Perhaps we have, thrown together in strange circumstance, but others will need some motive to try. In such matters rulers cannot rule, but leaders may lead, if they can. So long now was the silence ere Kermovan replied that Elaf almost lost the fine tether of attention that held him awake. Neither leader nor ruler am I, as I have said ere now. But should things change, princess of the elder folk, shall we not speak more of this? Aye, if I can hold back from laughing. But at least you lighten my mood, long man, you and he. Look at him, sleeping like the child he is, and within him a force to break the will of a power. Perhaps we should ask his aid, have him weld races as finely as he does metals, mix an alloy of hearts, an amalgam of minds. Perhaps we should, said Kermovan, with no mockery in his voice. Elaf heard him shift position and sigh. For now this child also would sleep and leave you the remainder of your watch. But think on this night. Remember it well. All that Elaf heard then was the faint crackling of the dead embers. Was that truly how they saw him? He had never felt less ready to take flame, and yet he sought to open his eyes, to search the sky above. But the effort was too great. He felt his mind whirl away into a cavern of blackness. Like foam upon the deep waters of Ilse's own realm it swallowed him. But his last fading thought was that there were deeper waters around him yet. Next morning he awoke in a pool of spring sun, much refreshed, and all things seemed so much as usual that Elaf viewed his memories with deep suspicion. He could not tell whether or not he had dreamed all or part of what he had heard. Kermovan was his customary calm self, more significantly, perhaps. Ilse was also hers, and of yesterday's horrors there was no trace. In the warmer air it was possible to bear washing in the chill stream, and she even sang a merry little song to herself as she splashed about. And though that needed no better explanation, Elof had to fight down a sudden twinge of doubt and confusion. Her feelings for him, his for Kara, Kara's for him. How much did he truly know of any of these? What did he want of any of them? Unreasonable, ridiculous, to wish Ilse at his heels like a dog while he pursued— what? A shadow. A girl of a single hour. What did he know of her, save the cold and dangerous chains about her, the creature that held her bound? Why chase after her, when right at hand— He could not finish the thought. But nor, in the days to come, could he throw off a haunting sense of loss, not even in thoughts of Kara. The warmth of the day as the travelers set out lent a new zest to the air and a spring to their steps, and they scrambled down the rocky way as lightly as mountain goats. Not far below, the stream pooled beneath a low ridge between two rounded hills and spilled over its edge with a noise of muted drums. Up the poolside rocks to the crest the travelers clambered, onto the level shelf beside the low falls, and realized that their view was no longer barred by peak or slope or standing rocks. It was from that ridge that they looked their first upon what they had come so far to reach, the ancient eastlands of the land of Brasehal. Elof's first thought was of jewels, emerald and sapphire. For all the land below him, from the steep slopes that seemed almost to fall away from his feet to the wide expanses of forest beyond them, to the head of softer hillsides on the northward horizon and lower, flatter grasslands to the south, all blazed with every shade of green, shifting, changing, glowing in the soft light. Sapphire was the water that flashed and winked among them, deepening the blues it plucked from the sky of lapis behind white clouds. And these also had their reflection upon the land. In the tree-girt basin far beneath, the last of the morning mist was gathered, a whiteness purer than the ice, a pool of gleaming milk, whipped up by the first breezes into a towering wash of cloud that hung almost level with their eyes, like a sea wave, frozen in the moment of breaking. Or like a hand that beckons, breathed Kermovan, poised tense and eager upon the very brink of the rock, as if impatient to follow its behest. His gaze soared like a questing eagle across the verdant land outspread before them. Its rivers sparkled in his eyes, its vibrant life in his voice. See the richness of it! The ice has never touched this place in many a long year. From where it is now it could send little more than bad weather across these mountains. And near the sea the climes must be warmer, as they are in the west. Aye, but see also the wildness, chimed in Rock. If the ice hasn't touched it, no more has man. Doesn't look like we'll be finding many Easterners. There never were many, answered Kermovan calmly. Morvenec was small, and upon the sea-coast, which must still be beyond our sight. Thither is our goal, to see what, if anything, still remains of it, and if these lands may be lived in. Elof felt a warm, bare arm slip through his and cling tight. It was Ilse, who had no great love of heights and open spaces, and he felt obscurely pleased that she had come to him for support. And after that we've only to get back home, without ending up stiff or daft by the way, she growled. No small order. But this I can say, we'll not hasten the search by perching on a cliff edge, gawking. They laughed, and admitted the justice of that. Yet to Elof, after lush forest and bleak realms of ice, the fair balance and harmony of the view refreshed both eye and spirit. He was loath to leave it so suddenly, as if quitting some spectacle before its climax. He lingered a moment after handing Ilse down, and gazed due eastward, to where the sun shook off the clouds and poured down richness upon the mellow country. A faint flicker held his eye, a black speck amid those streams of molten gold, a shape that swooped against the dazzling distant clouds. Straight into the path of the rising sun he stared, shading his eyes, squinting till dots of color danced and blinded him, and he could see no more. Now Ilse had to help him down while his sight cleared. "What'd you expect, idiot?" she demanded. "Black wings," he muttered. "In the path of the sunrises I was bidden. Let us go down now." Their descent led them by the lower slopes of the falls, where already grasses and flowers were burgeoning among the stones, and out at last on two steep slopes, where the land's bared bones still thrust up through the thin skin of soil. Yet even here the grass grew ever thicker and lusher, most of all along the leaping streams. They came to a mountain meadow whose grass itself, breast-high to Ilse, seemed like some deep pool of greenness where fish might swim among the waving stalks. They looked down its slopes to stands of tall trees, and although those around them were almost all evergreen still, they could see the crowns of seasonal trees spreading below, bright with new leaf. Before day's end they were among those trees, a woodland with light and air and running waters, all full of life. Among white pines and balsam firs, gray birch and tall beeches they walked, and found track and trail, heard scurrying and dashing among the mould. Birds fluttered among the trees, fish rose in the deep pools of the streams. There was no need to fear hunger, at least. In so rich a country they could expect to hunt and fish and snare enough for their needs with little effort and delay. So indeed it proved over the days that followed, while they made their way down through the woods to the lower lands beyond. They passed among paper birches, hickories, and elms. They camped one night under massive oaks with green leaves, the next under chestnuts that loomed like stepped towers in the morning mists. Elaf could not help missing the great redwoods of his northern woods. Kermervan, the tall alders, he knew, for those grew here only as large stream-side shrubs under the willows and the poplars and quaking aspens, which seemed more common than in the west. It was a long avenue of these poplars that caught Elaf's eye some mornings later, silhouetted by sunrise upon the crest of the next hill. He called to the others, and they saw, as he had, that the trees grew strangely regular and separate. After a bolted breakfast they hurried to investigate, but long before the hill's crest they could see that something lay there. When at last they struggled through the tangled bushes at its edge, the road came as no surprise, save perhaps for its width and its state of preservation. The stone slabs that surfaced it were cracked in many places, with grass and other plants thrusting up through the crevices, but so large were they to begin with, and so smooth, that save at the edges, where the poplar roots had been at work, little of the paving was wholly overgrown. "I've seen parts of our high roads in less good repair," exclaimed Elaf. "Have men kept it this clear, or has it lasted—" "No man has passed this way for many long years," said Kermervan, gesturing downhill to where thornbush and bramble overhung the path. "This must have been maintained since the fall of Morvan, yes, but I would guess it is a beast's track now. Still it seems to lead eastward, and we have no better guide. Let us follow it." The road proved a good guide indeed. Often they had to hack aside overgrowth with sword and axe, but hardened as they were to rougher country, this bothered them little. They made swift progress along its kindly path, and strayed from it only to gather food or bathe in the rivers. Out of the woods it led them at last, winding like a gray stream among grassy hills that might once have been rich pasture land, and out onto a raised bank across a wide plain. It seemed as if only spring grasses grew and tossed here now, but Kermervan, plucking the heads from any, found that they were grains grown once by men. "And now sunk back among grasses and tares," he muttered, kicking at a weathered hummock by the roadside. "See, here sat the boundary stone of a field, and somewhere nearby there would have been a farmhouse, a village even. Over there, perhaps, that low mound where the road turns for no reason." They gazed at it in silence as they passed. "How long had such a place lie forgotten, to come to that?" Rock wondered. 500 years, maybe," said Ilse, "or twice that. It must have been left long before the fields ceased to be cultivated." "It was indeed," said Kermervan darkly, "for this must have been land farmed by the Southrons, who fled west to found Kerbrahane. Those who stayed must have kept up the land." His words tailed off, but Elaf had read his thought, and could not help but voice it. "Kept it up until there were so few that they could not, or they no longer needed its produce, and they maintained the road which must have led over the mountains to Morvan, till it was clear that none would return that way. "Till now," Kermervan barked, his face gone all to edged flint, "we have come back, and few or many, they will know that we are the heralds of a new time." For many more peaceful days the road led them on. Into woodland it wound again, sparser now and with few evergreens, and the air grew warmer, milder with every day that passed. The woods straggled out through low hilly country, where among good but empty pasture land the ruined stone circles of cot and fold gaped like empty eyes, and still no man stirred. As the days went by, Elof began to believe that he could smell the sea upon the breezes, and soon Kermervan was agreeing with him. They found that the road seemed in better repair, and beside it they came upon ruins that still stood, a lone wall, 3 walls and a gable, 4 walls and half a roof sunken askew between them. On a night of rain they sought shelter in one such ruin, displacing only owl and bat from its hollow rooms. "Here, remember the places we camped in by the high roads?" chuckled Rock. "Seems a lifetime past, yet it could just about be the same." "Not quite," said Kermelvan seriously. "Whatever reduced this and the others, it was not war as such. They have not been sacked or burned, simply left, neglected, and not for very long, to be still standing thus. 50, 60 years, perhaps, certainly less than 100. "So recent?" asked Ilse. "And all of them? All abandoned at once?" Kermelvan's mouth twisted. "They look about the same age. Not a comforting thought, is it, that there were folk here until so few years ago, and then none. There could be many reasons for it, few good, most ill. But the sea cannot be so very distant, and there we will find at least part of our answer." He turned over then on his bed of cut brushwood and went peacefully to sleep. "Aye," muttered Rock, "always providing it doesn't find us first." It was no more than a day or two later, as the tales are told, that the road led the travellers up a steep slope of the land and into a patch of thick woodland that Kermelvan guessed had been cultivated as a windbreak for fields beyond. They found the truth of his words in the lively breeze that set the boughs to dancing and whipped at their cloaks. And as toward noon they emerged into the open once more, it stung their wide eyes, and yet hardly did they know or care, for the gleam of wide waters under the sun was in them, and more than that. They looked with awe upon the end of their perilous journey, which had lasted from one spring's beginning to another's end, and from one shore to another of all the vast land. Boundless before them, unbroken to the horizon, stretched out now the waters of the Eastern Ocean. These were the seas of the sunrise, over which the fathers of men, founders of the realm of Morvan, had first sailed to this land. Far below the horizon, beyond the very curve of the world, these same waters lapped upon the fabled strand from which they had sailed, the shores of Caris. The sight of them in itself was a mighty wonder. Elof's heart leaped to behold again great waters, and to hear, borne faintly over the long miles, the play of their waves like a vast breath upon the shore. Yet it gripped the travellers for a few moments only, as long as it took their sight to resolve out of the dazzling light the lands below, and the great hilly promontory stark against the glittering sea that so dominated them. Such a sight Elof had beheld from afar once before, and it stirred in him now an even greater awe. That ordered landscape, fair and fertile, the checkered pattern of field and orchard and well-tended woodland, these were the mark of the children of Caris upon their new homelands. Nature mastered but not plundered, tamed but not ravaged. But whereas around Kerbrahane the fields had been scarred with fire, and shrouded with the smoke of siege and sack, they stretched out here unmarred from hill to sea. From north to south, as far as his eyes would pierce the hazy air, at least twice as great in their extent. And as greatly as they overmatched the lands around Kerbrahane, so also in the same proportion did the city at their heart. Kerbrahane had seemed to Elof a jewel, a brooch or boss upon that blazon of fields, but this, laid out along that wide ness like some ark of the powers come to shore, this distant city was a towering coronet, and it held the eyes of Kermervan as no lesser jewel could have done. It was Ilse who spoke first. "Kermervan, You did not say that your people had another great city to the east, or is this the work of some other folk?" The tall warrior shook his head. "From the sight of it, there is only one place this could be. Does it not sit like a crown upon the cliffs of a long ness? Does it not thrust like a spearhead out into the sea, a mighty sea wall to shield its own fair harbor? On that same shore that Lord of Caris set foot, who was the first king of all my line, and there he made his first town, from whence his sons were to found Morvan the Great. Did we dream ourselves mighty, we of the West? Did we dream we had revived and kept alive the glories of old?" His voice shook, but it was a wonder that he could form his words at all. "Behold, then, a dreamer has journeyed long to awakening and found how tawdry was his vision beside the glory that is true and lives. Or do you look now upon Morvan the Lesser, in your mind's mirror from it the much greater splendor that is past, and mock our child's pretense?" "I would not make compare," said Elaf softly. "Kerbraheen is the greatest city of the West, but the West is a realm divided, two lands that should be one. I would rather see in this what Kerbraheen might have been, had your wise line been its lords, a city of one kin, one blood." The others looked at him and smiled, and only then did he realize how apt was that title. For a city of one blood it might well have been. In the noontide sun the sand-red stone of its far-off walls gleamed warm and ruddy, as if living blood did indeed course through them. "That's the right of it," said Rock, "and the sooner it turns that way again the happier we'll be. A right marvel is this place." "It is," breathed Ilse. "Mighty are men, if Morvan was greater." Kermorvan nodded gravely and placed an arm about her shoulder. "But mightier still they will be, if their elders will but stand by their side. Come, it is still a good 4 leagues away at the least. If we hope to reach its gates before nightfall, we must not delay." It was as well they had a smooth road before them, for none of them could long bear to take their eyes from the miraculous city, lest like some deceiving vision in the wastes of the south it rippled and vanished into the haze. But as they drew nearer it grew only clearer and sharper in their eyes, yet still more marvelous. Elaf saw now that, like Kerbraheen, it had grown and spread gradually outward from the crests of its hills. Many walls that had once been outer walls wove between them, overwhelmed and overtaken by waves of new building in their shadow, until these were walled around in their turn. But this Morvanek had not the look of Kerbraheen, with that city's chill walls of ivory stone and circles of rooftops in cold greys and greens, its looming citadel, a diadem of gold-crowned towers, as a cold heart. Here all the defences were toward the outside, walls wider and thicker, smooth and seamless, with a very roadway for their parapet, and at every turn and corner a vast round tower, massive and broad-based, smooth-flanked and windowless, save for a gallery with firing slots just beneath the high conical roof. Turrets and gatehouses of the same pattern lined the walls between. "They are strongly shaped, those towers," said Ilse, "built less for vainglory and more for use." "Looks friendlier all the same," was Rock's view. Ilse arched her brows. "But of course, squat and solid like Durgar, not tall and weedy like men. They are bound to look kinder than those haughty towers of Kerbraheen." "The whole city has a warmth to it," said Elaf. "A lack of order, you mean," grinned Kermorvan. "But I can forgive it that, for what it holds at its heart." He gestured at the crest of its highest hill. There the stone of the cliffs surged up through the circles of the city like the back of some vast sea-beast breaking surface, and out of it a vast plinth had been hewn. Great stairs flanked it, and raised above them was a high, straight-walled tower of immediate strength and majesty that bespoke immense age. Yet this was no grim fortress, blind and commanding, but rather a great hall of many galleries and wide windows, which bore its light fortifications as might a king a crowned helm, chiefly for ceremony, but serviceable at need. "It was said of the city by the waters that you could not walk its width between 2 sunsets," mused Kermorvan. "You could cross Kerbraheen in half a day. And this place?" Elaf squinted to judge the distance. "Midway between, I guess. We see it so clearly only because we are nearer the end of the ness here than its beginning. Happily there are gates on this side, or we should have a long walk." So much the travelers must then have seen, but there is much more here recorded of that city's aspect that could not have been visible from so far off. Some, no doubt, they saw as they made their way down out of the hills and in among the inland farms, and some perhaps was added later, as is the way of chronicles. But of the immediate impression it made upon them there is no doubt, and the palace most of all. It looked to be of the same red-gold stone as the outer walls, but darkened almost to blackness by weather and the smokes of the town beneath. So also were the walls of the inner circle and its lesser buildings. They were of a type, tall and stately, with high-peaked gables under grey slate and columned frontage, built in long rows and facing outward around the hill, outward to sea and sky and land. Many in the circle below were of the same lordly fashion, but some among them glowed in stone of a lighter gold, some on a dark stone with a greenish gloss to it that winked and glittered in the sunlight. And these, where the hill permitted, were laid out in squares or circles with small splashes of greenery at their hearts, and like slender ladies or impudent children, other smaller buildings danced around them. These were not uniform and austere as in the west, but of a merry variety. Grey slates clad the taller rooftops, but the lesser were a cheerful riot of tiles in all colors, red and yellow and blue the commonest, and all manners of glaze and pattern. Their walls were of colored stones or bricks in many earthen hues. Some were faced with glazed brick or rendered in dazzling white or simply painted in many colors. But it was the gaggle of houses in the notch where cliff and wall dipped down together toward the wide harbor that caught Elof's eye. Many of them seemed to be built boat-like in wood, after the fashion of his own home village, their roofs of scaly wooden tiles tar-blackened over high-crested gables. Their walls were painted in many colors, faded to lightness, and it seemed to him, straining his eyes over the distance, that some bore bright designs, leaping and curling shapes, that could be very like the water-beast patterns he remembered. "It seems there are seamen here," said Kermorvan, "probably of northern stock. But where are their boats?" Rock shaded his eyes. "There's some masts in the harbor." Kermorvan frowned at the small dark streaks within the great breakwater. "Indeed, but only a few, and small. Light fishing boats they could be. A city this size should have greater ships than that, if only to bring in produce from fields that stretch as far as these. It would be far cheaper and faster than drawing it by road. But are all these fields in use?" Ilse gestured to the ones nearest her, and Elof saw that though they were still clearly hedged off, they had not been cultivated at all for some time. The hedges contained a tangled riot of growth, chiefly weeds. "Strange," muttered Kermorvan. "And no beasts in any field I can see, no sound or movement from the farms, no smoke from their chimneys." "This is all too like what we found before Kerbrahane," said Elof uneasily. "Yet there was a siege, and here, as we can see, is none, nor any other cause. Could it be that their stock has failed, their people dwindled? If so, but the sooner we come there, the sooner we will learn. Make haste." Ancient and noble as Kerbrahane was, to Elof now it seemed young against the venerable crag that rose before them, frail and slight against those strong walls scarred by an age of wind and weather. And though the city below might seem more jumbled and less august, it spoke more truly to him of long ages of life and growth than did the unchanging face of the west. "Perhaps that is so," Kermorvan admitted. "In the 1,000 years since its foundation we have striven to keep Kerbrahane fair, and so built more or less strictly in the fashion of what has gone before. But this city was where man first dwelt in all these lands. Few buildings, even the palace, could have stood so long. You look upon a city that grew like a living body, and was built and rebuilt over and over again, down all the long years. Why do you shiver?" Elof smiled, somewhat shamefacedly. "You spoke of years, of the first coming of men to this land. I cannot take them so lightly, seeing them embodied before me. I am a smith, well used to looking deep into the past, delving for ancient learning. Yet even I am awed by the passage of 5,000 years." Kermorvan's eyes gleamed. "And the last 1,000 wholly apart, alone as we were. I believe these last strong walls could be no older than that, and many of these buildings also, as if the city was swelled in by refugees. Will they have changed, I wonder? Do men of southern and northern kindred dwell together still as they did in Morvan? Who rules here, since Corentin was lost to them and had no heir? 1,000 questions await answer. Rock shook his head. But the first one's got to be whether or not they shoot at strangers, even ones that might be kin, or king. I had considered that. Best we make ourselves known at first, only as men of the West. Call me Kermorvan still, but not by my given name. A rush and whistle cut the air. He had already dropped to a fighting crouch, his sword half drawn in a single fluid move, before the arrow struck into the ground at his feet. But then he stood and moved no more. Ilse cursed and snatched her axe. Then, like Kermorvan, she stopped, frozen as she was. Elaf's hand was on his sword, but he too made no move to draw. He also had seen the hedges stirring along the other side from whence the arrow had come. They were outflanked by a band of unknown number, and they might all have bows. Behind he heard Rock breathing heavily, and his muttered words, "Rush 'em, fight 'em like we did before." "No," breathed Elaf. "Hold your hand. Kermorvan is right. We have not come all this way to our lost kin only to slay or be slain by them, have we?" Rock snapped his fingers. "Aye, well—" But there he stopped, for he too had heard Il's strangled cry. He stared with the others at that arrow, and saw that the fletches it bore were striped in black and white. And out from behind the hedge, the perfect ambush, there arose a dozen tall warriors of the Equish, bows in hand. Elaf's fingers convulsed upon his hilt, but there was nothing he could do save think this a bad dream. Yet there they were, as he had first struggled against them when they took his village, as he had last seen them at the ambush in the wood. Tall men in armor of stiffened black leather, faces writhing with cicatrized serpent markings and the scars of war. The bows were very steady in their hands. They would not miss. There was a sudden hiss and a whirl above, and next moment Elaf was enveloped in damp rope, foul with fish scales and salt. A net had been cast over them all, and even as Elaf struggled to draw and slash at it, dark shapes rushed up and seized his arms. From then on the tussle was without hope, though he fought and struggled for his pride's sake. At last he was bound and tied and lay threshing, hearing other sounds of struggle only a foot or two away, unable to see or help. A ghastly, gargling shriek chilled him, and the sound of threshing in the dust. But at last the net was plucked from him, and a hard brown hand hauled him to his knees. He looked up and had a terrible shock, for the face above him was too much like the old chieftain who had so nearly had him slaughtered. The likeness was of type. This was quite a young man, grinning through filed teeth. "Ora, we have you!" He slapped one of their great copper-edged clubs into his palm. "Obey, march, you live. For now, to the city, go! Kayanu, nate!" Their packs and weapons were plucked from them, given no more than a perfunctory glance, and passed to others to carry. With spearhead and dagger at their kidneys, arms bound, legs hobbled, they were pushed forward along the road as they had been going, toward the sunlit walls ahead. The young warrior caressed the patterns painted upon his breastplate and grinned again. "You think we fools not to watch road? Word come, we watch all ways." He jerked a thumb at the city of Morvanek. "This ours now." Chapter 10. The Flames Mount. The travelers were driven along at a brisk trot, too dazed at first to take in what was happening. Elaf could hardly make sense of it. It had come about with the suddenness and utter unreality of nightmare. The Equish had barely conquered half the west, and that chiefly by their overwhelming strength upon the sea. How could they have reached the east? How could they have overcome so massive a burg, so much greater than Kerbrahane, without leaving any scars of siege and strife? For a moment he wondered crazily if time and the forest had deceived them more thoroughly than they thought, and decades, even centuries, had passed during their few brief months there. But that he could not credit. In his bewilderment he stumbled, and at once felt a sharp sting in his back. A trickle of warm blood ran down beneath his tunic. The pain jerked him back to cold awareness of the immediate danger. He was being goaded along as once he had goaded cattle, and to much the same end, perhaps. He smiled thinly to himself. Once he had refused life as an equish thrall, knowing it might lead only to being ritually slaughtered and eaten. What else could he expect now? But the time between had been worth it, come what may. And if he could not hope to find Kara, what else was there for him? It was for his friends he was most anxious. If he had managed to slay one of the ambushers, as had Kermorvan, might it have tipped the balance, given them a chance to fight? No, they were too many, too well armed, and there was also the net. A fight would have earned them nothing but the finality of a quicker death. He was not ready to embrace that yet. While he breathed, he must hope, and be alert for any careless move by his foes, any chance the others might take. He risked a glance at Kermorvan and was dismayed. The tall man also walked as if in a dream, his hands bound at his back, torn and bloody from the net. Rock was behind him, out of sight, but Elof could just see Ilse at the corner of his eye. She too was bound, and rage boiled up in him at the grinning equish who drove her along, for every so often he would crack the rope's end across her broad thigh. When he tired of that, he began to rummage in one of their packs that he was carrying. Elof's heart sank at the thought of all they might find in his, and what Kermorvan's held. But then the young chieftain turned, barking a command that wiped the grin from the warrior's face, and hit him a ringing blow on the arm with his white baton, another on the ear when he answered sullenly. The warrior cringed, muttered something in their guttural tongue, and let go of the pack. Kermorvan laughed coldly. "Stiff discipline, if naught else. Booty goes untouched to the chieftains for due division, is that not so?" His neck rope was jerked, and he fell silent. The reproved warrior subsided into sullenness, and then, to Elof's horror, he began to work out his anger in a crueler game. Every so often he would jerk Ilse's rope, so that she stumbled back against the blade in his hand. She did not cry out, only caught her breath and bit her lip. But within a few minutes the back of her jerkin was cut and bloody. Elof was ready to kick out at him, whatever the cost, when the chieftain looked around again and growled a few words. The warrior swallowed and passed her rope to another. "What's this, then?" jeered Rock. "Manners among the man-eaters?" "You mistake him," said Kermorvan dryly, ignoring the tugs on the rope. "It is not we who concern him, but discipline. Now is not the time for such games. Also—" He fell silent suddenly, but his blue-gray eyes flashed a look of startling intensity to the others. Elof gave a curt nod of understanding, for the same thought had occurred to him. He had assumed they were being kept alive as thralls, but it looked very much as if there was some command to deliver them, unharmed, perhaps to be questioned. The flick of a rope would not matter, but a stray stab might go too deep, or loss of blood weaken. The reluctance to slay might prove a valuable weakness, should some chance of escape appear. But none did. The vigilance was unwavering, the pace unrelenting, rope and blade ready to punish the slightest hesitation or stumble. And stumble they did, weary and dismayed in the growing twilight. After what seemed like a limping eternity, there came a harsh command, and the company halted so suddenly that the captives were caught by their ropes. Elof fell to his knees and was driven aside with blows and kicks. Looking up, he saw the outer walls of the city looming in the darkening sky ahead, startlingly near. The equish had set a murderous pace. Yet now they were squatting by the roadside, talking softly among themselves, as if waiting for something. He raised tired eyes to the city, and saw that the road they had taken led to an arch in the wall, a small side gate compared to those he had seen from afar. There they waited while darkness advanced and the first stars appeared. He was surprised how few lights showed above the walls. Even in the palace only a few windows glowed. When the last daylight was gone, the chieftain sprang up, and the weary prisoners were hauled to their feet and herded down toward the darkened gate. Again they heard a booming blow, a curt exchange of words, and the creak of a port opening. Torchlight glowed on the red-brown skins, set fire in the dark eyes that surrounded the travelers, fierce and pitiless. Elof felt that there was something out of the ordinary about these men. They were as hard as any equish he had ever seen, but they seemed quieter, more formidable than the yelling clansmen of the raiders' ships or that first ambush in the west. Also, few, save some with chieftains' markings, were young. These were picked men, veterans, and something else also. It came to him as he and the others were bundled through the little port and into a dark and empty street flanked by featureless silhouettes of tall buildings. The inner calm of these Equish was the calm of fanaticism. Old warriors, young leaders, that fitted both only too well. It reminded him of the master-smith. More Equish formed up around them now, a whole column, and at the chieftain's words the ropes were jerked violently. The travelers found themselves dragged forward now over a road of smooth cobbles, and swiftly. Around them their guards broke into a trot, but Elof quickly realized they were more concerned with watching the sides of the street than the captives. Sweat stung his eyes, and he could make out no more there than high walls and looming shapes, dark against darkness. Suddenly the column swerved sharply, sandals slapping on the cobbles, and turned off the broad street into a bewildering succession of winding lanes and alleys. They were dark, without even a spill from lit windows. One or two Equish slipped on loose stones and fell cursing while the runners poured over them. With the stupidity of fatigue, Elof wondered why they did not carry link lights. Could it be that they did not want to be seen? Or was it him and the others they wished to conceal? But from whom? And why? The moon came out from behind the clouds then, and by its light Elof looked his first upon the face of the city. The lane they ran in was bounded by two tall buildings, joined by a curious arched bridge, roofed in and windowed. Beyond these ran walls of some light stone, only a head or so higher than a man, topped by spikes that seemed more decorative than effective, and broken by many arches and gates. Behind these walls on either side rose remarkable buildings of the same stone, with between them spaces of what seemed to be greenery and garden, with trees that were tall and fair. One edifice rose to their right, many times higher than the wall. Arched windows, very tall and graceful with leaded panes, filled its frontage from the wall to the roof, and atop the great bay in the center a carved eagle spread its weather-stained wings. Opposite it, almost against the wall, stood a lower building with many small windows between, which ran bands of carving, startling and very skilful, images of animals and flowers mingled with grotesque human caricatures. Harried as he was, he strove to take it in. Its sheer exuberance captivated him. It was civilized craft, worlds away from the grim vitality of the black and white Equish emblems. Yet it seemed quite recent, clean-edged and unweathered. His suspicions were confirmed. If this city did now belong to the sea raiders, it had not done so for long. After many turns, the lane broadened and opened into a wide thoroughfare, its skyline jagged with buildings of many shapes, from tall towers to wide halls and lower houses, yet as a whole fair and well-proportioned. Across this the column hurried, and there the moonlight showed a grimmer truth. From a stout link bracket upon a house wall, a corpse dangled by a rope round its neck. It was not garbed as an Equish, but no more could be said. It had been there some days by the look of it, and the taint in the air. Atop the bracket, perched on one leg in glutted sleep, sat a fat grey gull. Elof found his own horror and anger mirrored in the faces of his friends, but the Equish paid no heed to the sight, and bundled him up a narrow alley beside an inn. All through the city they climbed thus, a long and weary way worsened by the devious routes. Long before they reached their destination, not far short of the middle hour of night, Elof had guessed it would be the palace. For all its darkened stone, it seemed a fair and noble building, with warm light from within to gild gallery and buttress. It put him less in mind of Kerbrahane than of the halls of summer, its grandeur more graceful than proud. But he was left little time to look. There were many Equish on guard, and the arrival of the column started them stirring like ants. The chieftain wasted little time on words. In moments a side door creaked open, and the travelers were dragged into the smoky red light within. Stairs led downward, worn and winding, low-roofed and echoing. Kermervan and the tall Equish stood alike in danger here, and in fact, as they turned into a level tunnel, the chieftain managed to strike his head a heavy blow on a keystone. But he saw his captives, hurried down and through a stout wooden door into a dark cellar, and he stood over them, cursing softly and flicking blood from his eyes, while they were unbound and thrust down at spear's point against the cool wall. Then stout manacles were fastened on them at wrist and ankle, and through these they were chained to the wall rings at their backs, so tightly they could barely stir. The chieftain stayed long enough to test the fastenings, and ordered Elaf's tightened. Then he swept out, and all the rest in his wake, taking all the torches. The door slammed, a key grated in the lock. Blackness and silence settled upon them. None spoke, none stirred, for they felt stifled. The nightmare was made absolute. But at length Kermorvan moved. They heard the clink of his ankle chain. "What has happened?" he asked, in a low voice, dull and incomprehending. "Caris, what has happened?" None of the others answered. They had been about to ask him the same. "They hurried us here after dark," Elaf mused, "as if they did not want us seen." Then suddenly the words stuck in his throat. Very slowly, very quietly, the key was turning once more in the lock. It drew back, and for an endless moment silence fell again. Then, very cautiously, the door was pushed open a crack, and a feeble glint of yellow light shone in. Above it a face appeared, and Elaf choked. It seemed deathly, spectral, floating in darkness like one of the faces of Dorgil Arlenin, dust whitened to a semblance of life. He saw with a shiver that it had their look indeed, of strong bones beneath stretched skin, sunken at cheek and temple, crowned with wisps of colorless hair. But as it glided closer, he saw that the hair was thick and silvery, the nose firm and straight, the lips thin, but with a trace of color in them. Dim blue eyes shone in the sockets. Yet still it might have been one of those faces living, or some other he could not place. It was a very old face, yet noble and fair, with the fragile grace of age. In youth it must have been handsome as Kermorvan. It did not mirror him as Corentin had. The likeness was of caste alone, but strong, not least in the glitter of cold vitality that rose in those eyes as the light fell upon Elaf. He strove to return the old man's gaze, but it was not an easy face to look upon, grown to age and aged by suffering. The voice bore witness to both. "Will you say, sirs, who you are?" The voice was fair, the speech was southern, strangely inflected, but as clear as any Kerbrahane, save that it trembled. Instinctively Elaf waited for Kermorvan to answer. "Wayfarers from the west," he said at last. "From the western shores, that men of Morvan settled after its fall." "Ah!" It was a sound of understanding, yet almost a gasp of pain. "How can this be? We did not know that the West had come to anything, and it is a fantastic, a terrible distance to have journeyed." "We knew no more of the East," said Kermorvan quietly, "and it was indeed terrible and cost many lives. But most terrible of all is its ending. What has happened here, that these barbarians who menace us also hold this city?" The face turned away sharply. "So they hold the West also. Then perish what you awakened." "They've not got it yet," growled Rock. "Those you speak to had some say in that, even myself. Sent 'em running with their shirts on fire." "Then hope lives," said the old man urgently, and then grew flustered. But have you need of meat or drink? I have brought you what I could, poor as it is. I have no better myself." "That is kindness indeed," said Elaf fervently, for his tongue was swelling with thirst. "But can you free our hands to eat, good jailer?" "No, good sir, for I am no jailer, not even a turnkey. Only for the most menial task of a prison am I tolerated. They do not trust me with any keys save the doors, and rightly so." For a moment metal rang in the tired voice. "You are a northerner by your speech. It is good to know they thrive in the West also. I must feed you. Do you forgive me if I am clumsy? My sight fades fast. But hearken, if you will, to the tally of our woes." His hand, long and strong as Kermovan's, raised a flask to Elaf's mouth. Watered wine, cool and fresh, flowed against his lips, and he gulped gratefully. "Where did they begin? They have many beginnings. As long past as the fall of Morvan, perhaps, and the deaths in its defence of king and prince both, Karen and Corentin." Kermovan seemed to choke on the wine as it might have been. Morvanec they had committed to the care of Carwin, the Lord Warden, their cousin, and when the last fugitives fled across the mountains with the sad news, the people took him and his line as their lord, and worthy lords they were for the most part, being of the line of Kermovan. Only its fiercest fires they lacked, perhaps, and many thought that no bad thing. Once it was clear that the mountains and the climb held the ice well at bay, they became more concerned to build new life and prosperity for Morvanec, which had languished so long in the shade of Morvan, and that they found and enjoyed through many long lifetimes, content for the most part to settle their own immediate problems and forget the past. A bitter note in the old man's voice awoke an echo. "So also it was with us," said Kermovan fiercely. "But go on. How long did it last, this complacency?" "Till the days of my age," said the old man bleakly, "and I lived as complacent as any. Would I had died so, and rotted in illusion still. About 4 years past it was that the plague came. If plague it was, some say that our wells were poisoned, though they cannot tell who might have done such a thing. Then in one swift summer a full 2/3 parts of our folk perished, and those left alive were hard put even to burn their bodies. My family perished, children and close kin. Yet I hold it a worse evil that our lord Corin died, and his lady, without issue, and left us lordless."
"Had he no brothers?"
asked Rock, champing at the scraps of bread and meat he was being fed. "All too many, and some of not the worthiest stamp. They declared their rivalry, and somehow strife and riot broke out among them. Though to do them credit, they none of them fostered it, yet it followed them. Lesser men gained influence over the crowds, and one most of all, a roving merchant from our lesser towns, as he claimed to be. I doubt that now, for he brought with him as servants many brown-skinned men from lands far southward, as he said, and hired them out to help us, in town and in field. They were hard and tireless workers, and a great assistance to us. We grew used to seeing them, and could not tell how many there were in the city. Then only last spring this merchant returned from some voyage, and that same night these servants cast off their guises, and took up arms and armor they had concealed, and fell upon the few guards at our gates. Others hastened down out of the wild lands to the north, and were given entry. Our other towns they took in like manner, but with ships they stole from our harbor. Many wished to fight them, aye, even I, but we were leaderless and weakened, and from the first they acted as unquestioned conquerors, as if resistance were unthinkable. That counted for much. In a week our whole land was overrun, and for more than a year now we have borne their heavy yoke. We labored 10 times harder for them than ever they for us."
Kermovan looked at the old man. "Even to serving as their jailer?"
"Aye, even so, in cellars that once held no worse than good wine, and where I was chamberlain and master. Resistance of any kind, even slight and passive, they quell at once and brutally. If you have fought them, you must know the cruelty that is in them, how little of good save in bravery and order, and what manner of evil they practice as worship and kinright. That men could sink to such horrors I never dreamed. Their hearts are as dark as their skins."
"They are a people corrupted," said Elaf quietly.
"But the skin is no mark of that. Many such have mingled with the old northern kindred, and have suffered as cruelly from the Equish, and hate them as bitterly as do you." The old man offered Ilse bread with elaborate grace, and sighed. I am sorry for them, but it restores my faith in humanity. I could almost have thought we dealt with some other breed, as legendary as Durgar."
Ilse snorted, and her eyes took on an evil glint, her voice sardonic menace. "Beware lest a legend snaps off your finger ends, old human." The old man gasped and peered at her so closely their noses almost touched.
"Are you, then—" he stammered, and then smiled in sheer wonder. "Oh, my lady, forgive me. I did not mean to match the elder folk with these brutes, save as being reputed as far above common men as they are below. Still less did I expect ever to meet one of them. Would that you had graced our city in happier circumstances."
Ilse blossomed, but Kermovan cut urgently across her reply. "Sir, you say the Equish have lingered here a year. Why? Have they brought in their families and thralls to settle, as is their practice?" The old man shook his head.
"No, that they have not, and they waste this city as if they do not mean to stay, herding in the country folk and letting the fields go untended while they waste our store. We have wondered what is their purpose. Almost it might seem they were waiting. Though who can say for what?"
"This merchant," put in Elaf, "what is he doing? He is not one of them, you say, yet he rules them?"
"Aye, he does. Him or his women."
"His women?"
"I have seen them. One has dwelt with him since his first appearance here, and departed on his voyages with him. The other, I cannot say. But they do not carry themselves like wife or daughter, either of them."
The chill at Elaf's back was deeper than chain or cold wall could set in him, and he shuddered in apprehension. Yet it had to be asked.
Is one tall, blue-eyed, quite fair of hair and skin, and the other not quite so tall and very slender, with dark locks cut close?" "These are they, indeed," burst out the old man. "But how come you to—" "Ah, they have been in the West also."
"And this merchant, what of him? Has he a name?"
"Aye, though what right to it I know not, for once it was honourable of its kind, one of the families that have opposed the line of kings since the ancient days of Morvan.
A Brihurin he is, and Brian by name." A sudden spilling of redness across the floor looked more like blood than light.
"That's so, old man. But what business have you saying it? That's the damned question, eh?"
The torch was held low, the figure behind it all but unrecognizable between shimmering light and shadow, but that bluff orator's voice there was no mistaking. The old man stood up stiffly, painfully unbending bowed shoulders, and met the accusation calmly.
"Sir, it is my given task to feed prisoners."
"Aye, those you've had orders to, and not to wag your doddering tongue. Be thankful that nothing you've said will matter soon enough. Be off out of the palace, and be damned to you." The old man was thrust violently up the steps, and the door slammed to behind him. "Stinking rat-hole," muttered the voice, and quick steps crossed the room. There was a creaking crash, and a shutter dropped down. The light of a full moon flooded over the dusty earth and floor, and cool air flowed in, bearing the sound and scent of the sea. "Thank you, Brian," murmured Kermovan calmly.
"Not at all," answered Brian Brihurin, with equal calm, as he hooked his torch into a wall bracket and came to stand before them, leaning against a pillar and folding his arms.
"You!" raged Rock, straining at his chains. "You spawn of Amakak, how'd you come here? What are you about, you traitor filth?"
Brian shrugged. "I don't know what you mean. I am no traitor and never have been. What I serve faithfully."
"But solemn oaths you have broken," said Kermovan, his voice level and cool as edged iron.
"None I meant. None I was not bound to break by earlier, sterner oaths, bound both to take and to break."
Kermovan sighed deeply.
"So it is true, then?"
"It is," answered Brian.
"What's true, you damned double-talking loons?" hissed Ilse, an instant ahead of Elaf.
Kermovan shifted on the stone.
that there is, and has long been, an undercurrent within our folk, a mirror image of all we believe and stand for, a hater of all we revere, a worshipper of what we shun the most, a secret reverence of the ancient powers, a hereditary cult of the ice. Brian nodded. A fair summation, save that we despise rather than hate, and we do not merely revere. His voice became suddenly smooth, and yet beneath it, like quicksand beneath a firm crust, was the tremor of a growing excitement. We worship, as we have done ever since the first days of men, among the former, lesser winters of the world, before even the rise of Caris the Accursed. From Caris we came to Morvan, and from Morvan westward, though by ill chance here in the east our line failed also. And in all that time we have striven against the spreading, corrupting filth that is mankind. Whithersoever men flee, so shall our faith flee with them, to the utmost corners of the earth, to the last breath drawn. It is mind we worship, bold and independent, freed from the stinking cesspool of the body. We seek the utter cleansing of the world, the cooling of that corruption, the frenzied, thoughtless ferment that is life. We atone for our flesh by subduing it to the service of the purest mind. We seek its mortification and the suppression of its demands. And meanwhile you lust after power and possessions, said Elaf dryly. Spare me sermons I have heard before, Brian. I know their worth. Do not judge me by your late master, snapped Brian urgently. A nerve had been touched. That he was something of a hypocrite I allow, though he thought himself a strong believer. But is this hypocrisy? With savage energy he thrust back his right sleeve almost to the shoulder. Or this? He pulled apart his jerkin to bare his barrel chest. Kermorban exclaimed in horror. Rock cursed. Ilse turned away, looking sick, and Elaf felt his own gorge rise. The wide skin of the upper arm was a lacework of scars and weals, some old and faded almost to whiteness, one or two new and angry half-healed scabs. The chest was the same, save that there were also thinner weals curling right round his body as if lashed with a whip of hot wires. To this exercise of faith I have devoted my life, as my father and his fathers of our line before me. And you, boy, you dare name me traitor. Rock spat at him. Aye, and all your cracked forefathers. Hella fry the pack of them in their own mad filth. Kermorvan gave a sigh of astonishment and even pity. I can guess now why you have never taken a wife, last of the Bryhurans. Brian tilted his head. We are bound to wed only in later years, and solely for the engendering of heirs, of course, not for mere pleasure. Of course, but I meant other things. Small wonder he got here safely, muttered Ilse. Not even the hunt would soil their claws with him. He might enjoy it. Brian's eyes widened at the mention of the hunt, but he regained his composure at once. So that's the company you've been keeping all this while, is it? But do you think it much to have crossed this land just once? These last few years I have crossed and recrossed it many times. Over the ice, of course, said Elaf. Only at first, Brian answered. The Equish we had to bring that way, though it meant losing a good few. But they are brothers in blood of the hidden clan, and took that as they should. No, I tread a faster way, and a darker. How, you of all men should know. The means was of your making, after all. Elaf snapped rigid in his chains. The Tarnhelm, he cried. Indeed. Lady Luhy had it of your master, but she has honored me with its use many times, in preparing the taking of this place and the assault on Kerbrahane. I was concerned lest you had seen me appear with it that night on the battlements, but your wits were fortunately slower than I expected. Your late master had only then finished giving me an exaggerated idea of them. So it was you betrayed us to the master-smith, said Ilse, in tones as silken as Brian's own. He shrugged. Naturally. By the helm's aid I could take frequent counsel with him to ensure that I and those few followers I would still need should be safe when Kerbrahane fell. The smith and I were ken from afar, but that made us more rivals than allies. And of course I summoned the Equish to waylay your expedition when you set out. If there had been more of the hidden among them, it would not have been so mishandled." "Strange," said Kermovan quietly. "To think I almost believed you meant your wish, that we would reach our goal." "I did," said the dark man, as if mildly surprised. "It was my duty to prevent you, but I hoped you would manage none the less, because here I would be free to settle with you myself, as I could not without sacrificing my influence in Brahane. Here I could fight you openly, and end you and your decayed line at a stroke." "Well, then," blazed Kermovan suddenly, "here you see me. You have only to speak the word. Unbind me, return my sword. Then let us see which way the stroke falls, which line is ended." Brian shook his head. "Pain it is to me, but I cannot. I came chiefly to tell you as much, and add my regret. That grace is denied me, and your lives allotted to another. A matter of discipline, I believe, a certain stiffening of the will, and a fit requital for many strayings. And on your part, reward enough for the trouble you have caused us. Madness and despair await you before your death, for such is the gift of the one who has sent you." He looked round quickly at the open shutter, and when he turned back, fine beads of sweat glistened upon his high forehead. "I must not be here. I have lingered too long as it is. Tomorrow I return to the west, to set in motion again that cleansing strife you have hindered, and the assault that shall follow. Do not delude yourself that any shall halt it. The raven is a carrion bird, and cares not whose bones he picks. Farewell." The low steps were taken in one stride. The door slammed, the key twisted sharply, metal squealing upon metal. Then there was no sound, save the quiet harmony of wind and sea far below. Elaf sought to speak, and could not, nor could the others. The terror they had read in Brian had infected them all. The man had been deadly afraid of being caught up in what was about to happen, even of witnessing it, though his strange shadow life must have acquainted him with horror enough. A sudden clink of metal made Elaf start and tremble, till a sobbing breath of effort told him it was Kermovan, straining furiously against his bonds, and vainly. Elaf, too, tried, till the very seams of his jerkin were ready to burst, or the threads of the muscles beneath, but the steel of chain and manacle held firm, and he toppled on his side in the dust, gasping. Fear settled on that darkened cell as slowly, as thickly as the disturbed dust motes that drifted down through the bright moonbeams. Suddenly they leaped up, those dust motes, as a blast of chill air whistled in the cell, and another, a pulsing beat like great wings. The motes sprang and swirled and sparkled like metal, ever more thickly, more brightly, till it seemed that the dust swirled into shadow, into solidity, into a slender shape of light and shade. There in the moonlight it took form, and out of the moonlight it seemed made, a thing of silvery brightness and blackest night. Brightness it wore as mail, night as a cloak outspread like black wings, one with the outer darkness of the cell. Bright was the helm it bore, black the fierce bird eyes of its visor, black the long spear shaft, bright the gauntlet that brandished it high above their heads. But brighter than any, blacker than all, were the spear-blade at its tip and the swirl of patterns set thereon. They caught at the eye and held it, yet Elaf stared past them as if they were not there, at the fair face half hidden beneath the visor, the lips that moved, that voiced his name. "Halv! Elaf! Look upon me!" In awe and terror, in sick apprehension, he could scarcely find voice. "Say, then, who you are, so fair, so grave. Show me your face." Like distant chimes on a chill night rang the answer. "When I am armed for war, who meets my gaze thus leaves life and light behind. They alone may look upon me now, who are marked for death at my hand." A deadly shudder shook Elaf, a qualm of chill like the onset of some bitter fever. A grim laughter rose unbidden to his lips, for that voice, changed as it was, he knew. "So, will you slay us here, bound and helpless as we are? Speak, then, bold one, set your name to the deed." "Of the Morganan am I, the Valkyrier, givers of life, choosers of death. A warrior of the powers am I, and from them is your death my charge. My name is Kara. Kara! It was if the name was wrenched out of him, though he had known it from the first. He gazed up at her, his thoughts a-whirl like the dust, unable to take in what he saw, what he had been told. He could not accept her as the girl he had first spoken to, lost and unhappy as any daughter of men might be, as the slender form he had held and kissed in an hour of dark danger. Yet just as surely he knew this was her, that this was the truth of her, and the consummation of the fears that Tapiau's words had sowed in him. And he remembered also how afraid of Kara the master-smith had seemed. His heightened awareness must have sensed some peril in her. Elof could not fly from the truth. He had dared to love one of the powers. How foolish she must have thought him. His heart seemed to wither within him, as once he had seen a man wither and known it for his own work. It was like drowning, like being back in the forest lake with dark claws dragging him down. Sickness, emptiness, loss welled up over his head. The world, the act of living, seemed suddenly alien things beyond his understanding, and he pulled darkness about him like a shroud. For him nothing remained. Yet, even as that thought came to him, he knew it was not true. His very desperation came to aid him. His friends bound beside him. They remained. They would suffer if he could not help them. So that was left him, and a memory of whispered words. Kara, is this then what you are? Then you choose also between truth and falsehood, for once you swore to me that you were of no common sort, and true is that, but you swore also that you would not change. The mouth twisted, the helm flinched, yet haft and blade did not, and grave, implacable came the reply. What I am, I am. The sentence given I must execute. That pain is mine to bear without ending. Make ready, and be still. Elof swallowed desperately and fixed his eyes upon the blank mask of the helm. Hear me. Are you then a warrior of the powers? But which powers? A giver of life? Are you a chooser of death? Then why do you serve those who admit no choice? By whose will do you deal out death? The upraised blade wavered. By the will that binds me. Seek not to change its working, nor delay. No fear, no weakness has it that you or I could challenge. Seek not to worsen your agony and mine. Even now, he heard himself shouting, his voice echoing in the vault. He strove to force strength into his words, to drive them upon metal at his forge. Even now you are tormented, Kara. Even now you are torn between your will and that which is set upon you, between what you are and what holds you in thrall. Be what you name yourself. Choose freely. A shiver rippled through the mailed flank. The spear faltered, fell away. Then she jerked violently, her head thrown back as if some sudden hand had seized her at the neck. Her voice rose to a cry. Upon me you look. I have no choice left me. Back flew the cloak, scattering shadows. High rose the spear, madness shivering at its tip, and at his heart it drove. The patterns on the spear blade seemed to writhe and uncoil like a nest of snakes, and strike full into his eyes. Darkness and cell wall vanished. He was hurled and buffeted amid a torrent of boiling blood that softened his flesh like wax and washed it from his bones, while shrilling voices shrieked wordless taunts in his ears. Kara! He screamed, over the voices, over the torrent's thunder. He struggled to hold on to his thoughts as they were broken and scattered, his memory as it dissolved and leached away. To one perception he clung, one sudden rock in the torrent, the sight of her arm upraised as the cloak fell back, and upon it, leaping like understanding to his eyes, a sudden flash of gold. Kara! He cried out. By what you took upon yourself I conjure you, by the virtues I set within it I command you, for by my arm-ring also you are bound. Abruptly he was sprawled on the cellar floor, every muscle clenched, and cramped in shrieking rictus, and above him the bird-mask stooping. He drew a tortured breath. Yet in those bonds lies only freedom. Kara, by what you are you have sworn. Be yourself, then. Be free. And as ever you loved me, aid us. They do have fears. We are their fears. From the city they hid us, and so you may thwart them. Do what they feared. Rouse the city. Summon— The arm flashed forward. The blow fell. He screamed something. He convulsed against the immovable chains, even as the blade chilled his neck and struck downwards. The cell lit with a flash of white fire. He felt the blasting force of the blow, and it was as if it rebounded on Kara. Her head snapped back, her spine arched, and behind him the stone wall splintered, the taut chains shattered and flew ringing apart. His hand sprang free. Kara shrieked aloud, the dreadful, shrilling cry of a wounded falcon. Vast wings beat once in the narrow space, the open shutter smashed to splinters, and with wrenching suddenness she was gone. Elaf fell face down upon the earth. A voice was calling into vast depths, and slowly, effortfully, he swam upward, struggling to understand and answer. He could scarcely make the effort. He wanted to cut free, to rest. But then a hand touched his shoulder, and he was suddenly wide awake. The old man was stooping over him, his eyes wide, his silver hair awry, as if from some great wind. "Sir, sir, what is happening? What has passed?" Elaf shook his head, unable to answer, and in sudden panic looked to the others. They sat there, still chained, their faces pale with shock, but alive and alert. "Has it come to you, sir? The whole city is astir." "Has what come?" snapped Kermorvan. I cannot say. The vision, a visitation, a terrible sight upon rooftop after rooftop, in mail, bare-legged, slender as a young girl, yet like a bird, crying out, chanting." "Like a bird? Her helm, you mean, and her feather cloak?" The jailer shook his head. "No cloak. All over the city she is seen. On one rooftop she appears, then vanishes, and takes shape on another. And each time, sir, each time wilder, each time more like a bird. The way she cried out, the shrieks, and then the words, a chant, a summons, a warning, that there were those come to deliver us, a lord in danger of being slain in secret, that we should free them, heed them, that we might all win free. And I thought at once of you, how secretly they brought you in, and Brian came to you, and under cover of the uproar I crept back." He stopped. "Listen, do you listen, now?" Faintly they heard it, a shrieking incantation, a clarion cry that rang and echoed across the city below, and though wordless with distance, yet it set the hair bristling upon their heads, the blood surging in their hearts. And under it, even as it cut short, another sound arose that might have been the sea rising, yet was not, was the distant slam of shutter and door, of voices raised and feet running, and here and there the first angry shouts of conflict, screams and turmoil, and the thin clink of arms. The old man winced. "Sirs, lady, she's rousing all the quarter around, men, women, children. The man-eaters will cut them to pieces. Is it you? Is the one she promised among you?" "We must get free," cried Kermorvan. "Elaf, she broke your chains." "Aye, but my feet are still fastened." "Here, sir." The old man picked up a stout bar of steel. "I could find naught else, and doubted its strength and mine. But you—" Elaf snatched the bar out of his hand, thrust it through chain and staple, and gave a single sharp heave. The bar quivered, the staple rose, bent, and then with a crack bar and chain shivered as one, and Elaf rolled free. He snatched up the larger piece of bar, but it would not shift the heavy ring fastening Kermorvan's manacles. "Your hammer, man," wheezed Rock. "Your tools." They took them with the packs and the swords. "2 great swords, sir, and packs of green hide. They lie in the guard chamber, sir, at the stairhead. I might, if the guards are occupied, I might—" The old voice trembled. "Show me," hissed Elaf, and together they plunged for the door. The corridor beyond was empty, but from up the stairs voices echoed and the slam of doors. Motioning the old man to stay behind him, Elaf sidled up, striving to be silent, hastily gathering up the links of clinking chain still hanging from his manacles. He felt no fear. That moment of insanity, that shattering spear-thrust, had blasted fear from him. He moved as if in a daze of concentration, taut, ready, intent as beast upon its prey. The door at the stairhead stood open, and in it 2 equish, staring out into the restless night. The old man touched his arm, pointing to the firelit archway beyond them, the guard-room. Elaf nodded, and as he did so the clumsy manacles scraped against stone. The Equish whirled around, but Elaf had already launched himself across the floor. One hefted a spear, but Elaf dashed his manacled wrist into the man's face, and he fell. The other sprang aside, drawing a long dagger, but Elaf whipped at him with the loose chain, once, twice, and caught him in the throat. He also fell, and Elaf snatched up the spear from the floor as a third warrior ran out of the guard-room. The stout targe on his arm turned the awkward thrust Elaf aimed, but the force of it overbalanced his own stroke. He stumbled past. Elaf sprang aside and drove the broad spear through his back. But the first man was up now, drawing his short sword, and Elaf could not free the spear. He let go, gathering up his chain, but the Equish jerked suddenly, gurgled, and collapsed. Behind him stood the old man, long dagger bloody in his hand. "There are only these three. The rest must be outside somewhere. Quickly!" Elaf thrust closed the outer door. There was no key, but he shot the heavy bolt and turned to search. Within the guard-room, laid carelessly upon a table, lay Gorthor and the other weapons, and beside them their precious packs, apparently untouched. "If only the chieftains were too busy to look at these yet," muttered Elaf, thrusting them at the old man. "I need my hands free." In his right he took Gorthor, in his left the hammer, and one of the torches from the wall. "Now, down again." The hallway was empty, the stairs also, though raised voices and heavy feet echoed elsewhere in the building. They plunged back into the cell, and Elaf locked the door behind them. "That wins us minutes at least. Now all of you, lean away from the wall." 3 great strokes smote chains and hasps out of the stone, another 3 the staples from their feet. Then, heedless of gasped thanks, Elaf delved among his tools and found grippers to unfasten the bolted manacles. Kermervan stood up, swaying only slightly from his cramped confinement, and seized his pack. His breath shuddered a moment, and he shut his eyes. "It is here," he gasped. "They have not taken it." And he spilled the bundle of mail from the pack and began tearing at his tattered traveling clothes. "Do you others don your war gear. We may need mail to win free of here." Swiftly he pulled the black mail coat over his head, donned belt, mailed leggings and boots, and buckled on plates at shoulder, arm, and knee. Only the jeweled helm he did not don, but returned carefully to the pack which he hung beneath his cloak. Last of all he took up the small breastplate and beckoned to the old man. "Now, sir, I may answer your question. Bring here the torch, and look well upon me." The damascened tracery on the breastplate gleamed redly as he buckled it on. The dim eyes squinted at it, widened in shock, and lifted at once to his face. Kermervan nodded curtly, and they filled with sudden tears. "Aye, Chamberlain, the raven spreads its wings in the east once more, and one named Karen bears it." The old chamberlain bowed his head, unable to speak, and then he glanced at the others, Ilse in her bright mail shirt, and Rock in breastplate and steel helm, and stared in amazement at Elaf. He alone bore no armor, but after shedding his tatters he had donned the smith's garb given him by Corentin, and over it his sword-belt and the long mail gauntlet. "Sirs and lady, as noble and fell a company are you as fits this hour. If we can win through to the streets, I will guide you as far as old legs may bear me. Say no more to me, but to the people." Kermervan drew his sword, unlocked the door, and threw it wide. Out into the passage he sprang, the others behind him. There he hesitated, looking at the other cell doors. But Elaf, knowing how impulsive his humanity could be, and how perilous, barged him forward. "You cannot help them yet." Kermervan turned reluctantly to the stairs and sprang up them with Rock on his heels, Elaf and Ilse helping the old chamberlain. The slain guards lay undiscovered in the few minutes that had passed, the door still closed. At Kermervan's behest they flattened themselves against the wall while he spied out through the doorway. "Everywhere Equish," he whispered, tense as a bowstring. "But no solid line, and their gazes turned outward to the city. Best we burst through from behind and bolt ere they recover." "Then you must leave me," gasped the old man. "I will delay you." "Enough," said Kermervan crisply. "We leave together. Ready? Now." With a swift heave he sent the weighty door wide on its hinges and charged through. Elaf, right behind him, had a brief confused image of firelight, smoke, and disorder, and the black silhouettes of tall men only a few paces ahead, pointing out into the blackness and shouting. Not until Kermervan was almost upon the nearest ones did they seem to hear and glance back. One was fast enough to whirl round and raise his spear, and by a flicker of the fire Elaf knew him for the young chieftain who had captured them. But before his spear left his hand, Kermervan's sword reaped the smoky air. The spear shaft shivered, and the chieftain seemed to spring backward in a glittering spray of blood. Kermervan leaped over him and hewed the head from another, while Rock smashed his mace down on the shoulder of one still drawing sword. With that they were through to the outside steps and clattering down them into thicker wreaths of smoke. Elaf saw with a dreadful sinking feeling that they were drifting up from the town, and that the firelight was burning roofs. Shouts came from behind them, and on the steps below startled brown faces loomed suddenly out of the murk. Elaf struck at one, and it vanished in a clatter. Ilse another. Then for a moment it was hard hewing, shouts and shrieks, before a way was clear and they could run. Elaf lagged a step, his boot sole greasy with another's blood. Suddenly a ghost plucked hard at his cloak, another hissed savagely by his ear. He called a warning to the others as the arrows whined in the blackness and rattled across the worn stone of the stairs, but through the smoke now only chance could have found them a target. Behind, though, Elaf heard the heavy tread of pursuing feet, and further off the sound of hooves. Abruptly there were no more stairs underfoot, but ringing cobbles, and the chamberlain was gasping out directions. Down a steep, winding street they ran, into a narrow alley and through to another winding street. But round the corner of that, doubling up the slope from the city below, came a file of some 15 Equish, alert and watchful, with their spears readied. Without a break in stride, Kermervan swung up his sword, yelled, "Morvan Moorlanhall," and flung himself at them. The sheer speed of his attack carried him down the line, and 3 fell almost before they could counter him. But by then he had burst through the file, while Ilse and Elaf fell on its leaders. It might have been a sore skirmish, but the Equish broke away the moment they could and ran off up the slope. "Cravens," jeered Rock. "Not these," panted Kermervan. "They must have orders not to risk engagements. That is it. Patrols have been mobbed, and they are pulling in the rest. No more policing. They regroup for an attack. Sir, we must come fast among men of the city." "To where folk would most likely think of mustering, then," the chamberlain croaked. "To the Landfall Square." Across the street he led them, and to a gap between buildings so slight that few would think of squeezing through it. Rock, slimmed as he was by hardship, had some trouble. Into a courtyard it led them, by the boarded windows of an inn, and out under a low doorway in the inn buildings into a wide, straight street of tall towers and dwellings that sloped away down the hill and into the distance. Sounds of pursuit were left behind, but they hurried along as fast as the old man could bear. "If I fail," he gasped, "do you go straight that way, follow that road, and the sound of the sea by Carris Gate." He pointed with trembling hand, but there was no need. The others also had seen and heard the sudden flash of light atop the tallest tower at the hill's foot, the eerie cry that rang so loud the deepest sleeper would be blasted awake and shivering. But more shattering to them was the sight they saw clearly, being almost on a level with the tower top. A figure stood there, and instead of arms it had vast black wings which smote at the stars. Atop those wings was no helm but the living head of a giant bird, a bright-eyed raptor with sickle bill agape, shrieking alarm as if each breath cost bitter agony. But beneath body and wing, mail clung to the heaving breasts and body of a woman. Bare legs below were fastened by a gleaming chain and shackle, and from moment to moment it was as if the wings faded to a drape of shadow over slender arms. "Folk of Morvanek, hearken and hear me. Start from your sleep now. Wake to the watch-cry. Strike off your shackles. Shatter your slavery. Free and at hand is your destined deliverer. Into the streets with you. Out at the summons. Sweep out as streams in the surge of the storm rains. Strike as the waves at the walls of the harbors. Burst with your bright blood through bond and through barrier. Look to your Lord for the light of your liberty. Heed him that through him you all shall be free. Harden your courage. Harden your courage. Harden your courage and hew at your foe." And it is told that a mighty wind did then seize the bells of that tower, and many others, and shake them like so much chaff cast up from the winnowing. Across the city a great clangor of chimes arose, and the voices of men answered them. But atop the tower the voice wavered, The figure tottered as if seized and pulled off balance. The vast wings threshed, and with a last ear-splitting shriek of pain it vanished. "They have her," said Kermovan grimly. "She was sorely torn, but she has done your bidding, Elaf, and that is much." He looked up at the dwellings around, where startled faces peered out from behind door and shutter, staring from the empty tower top to the armed figures in the street. "Out!" he cried, the clear metal of his voice mingling with the wild bell music. "Out at the call! The city is risen! Freedom and death hang in the balance! Find weapons and follow! Follow to the landfall!" "Follow to the landfall!" cried Rock, and Elaf with him. But the city folk needed no further summons. The cry from the tower had done its work, here as elsewhere, with the bells for confirmation, and the sight of armed men abroad who were not their equish oppressors. Out of doors they streamed, men and women and even young children, as the chamberlain had said. They took up the cry with a force that drowned the bells, and after Kermovan and his company they streamed all the way down to the sea. Many ran from other streets to join them, some newly arisen who had scarcely heard the summons, others from the streets near the citadel, which had risen first, who had already seen battle and their houses burn, and were now in fell mood. "Who is it summons us?" growled one in northern tones, hefting a bloodied sword. "One who was spoken of," answered Elaf shortly, for Kermovan was silent. "At the landfall more will be said." Hearing the northern speech, the man looked sharply at Elaf. "I thought to know all of our kindred within this city, and most within the land, for I have travelled widely. Yet though your face is somehow familiar, you I know not, nor your garb." "Nor should you, for from the utmost shores of the west I have come. At the landfall all will hear. Wait till then." But his words were heard, and a whisper raced through the crowd. The West lives! It awakens and comes to war!" A sudden scent he knew and loved, a reek of sea and ships and all that went with them, reached Elaf's nostrils, and he smiled. "Aye, it is as I thought," croaked the chamberlain. "Here they have gathered, where first men set foot in all this wide land, beneath the images of our vanished glory." And indeed all around the square a ring of tall shadows towered silent and grim upon their pedestals above the heads of the milling crowds, dwarfing the hotheads who clambered there to harangue them. All kinds, all ages were gathered, with every sign of disorder and haste. Many were half-clad and wild, but none without some kind of weapon. The Equish, in their confidence, or designed to appear so, had made no great effort to confiscate weapons save the armories of the city guard. Many others had weapons, and even some armor, in their homes, merchants who had once had wealth to guard at home or abroad, and others who had kept older weapons as trophy or ornament. There were many of these, chased pike or polished sword, worn but serviceable. For the rest, Elaf saw hunting bows and short falchions, slaughterers' poleaxes and heavy butchers' cleavers, boat-hooks and spikes stripped from the quayside, carpenters' hatchets and fearsome rakes and bills that must have come in from the fields, or tended the green gardens of the city. Where those were wanting, even the ordinary tools of the household had been turned to use, maul and meat knife, chain and weaving sword, or simply stout wood for staff and cudgel. Anger and fear broke over the crowd like surf, and made these homely things deadly in the hands that held them. Into this melee plunged the newcomers and their following, at the chamberlain's direction making for the raised platform that began the sea-wall, flanked by two tall statues that he named the Watchers. A few would-be leaders stood there and shouted conflicting commands that few heard, let alone heeded. All eyes were turned upon the travelers, for their armor and their air of purpose. Many also recognized the old man they bore with them, half fainting from the race through the city. "It is you who must speak, if you can," said Kermovan urgently. "You they may believe sooner than an outsider." "Then set me upon the base of the left-hand watcher, and give me a torch." Ilse and Kermovan boosted him up easily, and many following began to call for silence. The other speakers were drowned and fell back abashed, slow to argue with armed men. The crowd's roar gradually sank to an uneasy murmur, and the old man, catching his breath, hauled himself up against the legs of the statue and cried out, "People of Morvanek, heirs of Morvan, Morvanian and all. You know me, Aruel, late chamberlain to Corin our lord, and like you, downtrodden into the very dust. His dry, dignified voice was better than the loudest herald, for the true passion that alone sustained it could be heard. "But this night I have beheld a great wonder, men of might such as we heard of in olden time. All the way from the west they have come. The powers herald them, as many have seen, and the elder folk are their allies. Hear them, and above all, him who—" He gasped and swayed as if he would fall. "No more words do you need, only behold." Kermervan sprang forward, lifting his arms to catch the old man. But he fell not, only lifted high his torch to spread flaring light over both statue and man below, and the crowd swayed as one, and gasped, for one might have been the other. Elof read off the stiff characters upon the pedestal. Karen the Fifth. "Small wonder old Corentin mistook," breathed Rock. Armed alike were Kermervan and the statue, closer still in countenance, and life seemed to leap between them. The golden stone took on the tint of living skin, the sculpted hair a tinge of torch fire, the armor of black marble glistened brighter than the dull steel, and from both their breasts shone in gold the raven and sun. Kermervan swung to face the crowd, shrugging back his cloak. "Words you are owed," he spoke without effort, yet his voice carried over the crowd's excited chatter and stilled it. Elof remembered his quiet command of the crowd in Kerbrahane, and how he had bound them to his will. He was leaving no time now for any ebb of doubt. "The likeness is no chance. I am Karen, Lord Kermervan, last of that line in the west, but in proof of my name I show you its tokens. For through the ruins of Morvan itself have I passed, beneath the devouring ice, in Dorgel Arlenin itself have I stood, and borne away a great prize." And from his pack he lifted the crowned helm. A sighing shudder ran through the crowd as the torchlight flamed upon its gems. A louder stir as Elof stepped forward and drew from his own deep pack the worn bronze rod. "Here you stand, where your ancestors first stood," he said in a low voice. "If here is not your kingdom, then nowhere is. Receive the scepter." Kermervan's mouth twisted in a quick smile. He took the rod, balanced it on his palm as if savoring the moment, and then with swift decision he held crown and scepter high above his head. Like a retreating wave, the crowd of thousands drew a single breath, and then, as surf that broke in thunder, they cheered, a sound that must have shaken the very shutters of the distant palace. Torch guttered and brazier flared as if a sudden storm blast swept across the square. Yet Kermervan did not don the helm, as it seemed he might, but instead quickly handed both to Aroel, as if eager to free his hands. "Enough!" he cried, and there was an instant hush. He spoke swiftly, quietly, but his tone was grim. "Now is your time of need. Above us, there, the barbarians muster. You have taught them a dangerous lesson, shown them that they cannot any longer act like guards over beaten thralls. They gather as an army, for that is the only way they dare meet you now. And if they defeat you, they will not be content to keep down heads with a few patrols, and here and there a sharp example. They will slay you every last one, for they can never again feel safe. Perhaps they are already on their way. You have no lord now, no marshal, and you need one. I have seen something of war, but only by your will would I wish to lead you. Say—" He got no further. The crowd swayed like a cornfield scoured by a storm of hail, and the torrential roar of acclaim was deafening. It did not stop until Kermervan gestured furiously for silence, and then only by degrees. "So be it, then. Let any who held high rank in your guard come to us now, and merchants, captains of the sea, and other men accustomed to command. But do you remember, for this time only are you bound. When peace is restored, we shall take counsel once again. Meanwhile, I ask only that you receive also my companions, without whom I could not have come to you, or won free of the enemy's snares. Skilled they are in fighting, but stronger yet in the ways of peace. Of both our kindreds in the west they come, and of an older yet. Learn that we men do not stand alone against the ice and its minions. An emissary of the elder folk fights beside us, the Lady Ilse." An astonished hush greeted her, a ripple of curious whispers, none of the hostility of Kerbrahane. "For the Southron folk stands Rock, worthy citizen and soldier." It was a genial roar that greeted him, for if Kermervan's face looked down from the statue, rocks grinned back at him from the crowd many times over. "And for the northern ken, a smith of surpassing craft and wisdom, by name Elaf." But when Elaf stepped forward in his smith's garb, the cheering faltered among those closest to him. Then suddenly a woman on the steps below him pointed and screamed. Other arms shot up. Words raced through the excited crowd. Then so deathly a hush fell that only the calm seas lapping at the wall below was heard. Alarmed, astonished, Elaf looked to his friends, only to see them also staring, not at him, but at the second watcher above him. Though to the same scale as its fellow, it seemed gigantic by comparison. An image it was of a towering man, sturdy in body and limb, a shape of strength and grandeur that seemed better clad in bronze and stone than flesh. Not landward did it gaze, but out to the boundless sea, whence came a breeze that set torch and brazier aflare. And in the sudden light, Elaf also gasped, as the watcher's countenance became clear. Well-formed in its grim way, yet stern pride and anger seamed it, a marred and ferocious mask. It was the countenance he had glimpsed in Morvan that had haunted his mind ever since. But why should that so affect the others? Ilse moved to his side and took his arm tightly. "Do you not see? But you would not. An old troll, whoever he was, large even among men, old and bearded and cruel of countenance. All these things you are not. But for the rest, the face—" She shook her head. "You are the stamp of it." Elaf's voice stuck in his dry throat. For his looks he cared little. It was the impact of that face that unnerved him. All that he read in it seemed alien to him and horribly disturbing. He wagged his head in protest, yet he could almost feel the mold of his own features betray him. He looked desperately to Kermervan and found only astonished confirmation. "But how is it possible?" "Amazing," murmured Kermervan. "Small wonder that I resemble my forebears, being of a close-bred line. But you, ignorant even of your own parents, let alone ancestors? Yet it seems you have found one." He turned to Aroel. "Could it be an accident? Is that a true likeness of its original?" "But do you not know?" demanded the astonished chamberlain. "It is said he went westward, and for all we know died there. But here he landed, and here he would ever look back across the ocean, as does the image, made by one who knew him. Do you not know the last comer from Keris, the Lord Veda?" "Veda," breathed Kermervan. "Elaf, that is Veda. Veda the Great, whose tower we scaled, on whose roof you forged your sword. Aye, we know him indeed." He looked from the statue to Elaf, and back, and grinned. "Yes, I could well believe that fiery blood runs somehow in your veins. Does that dismay you? It should not. No better friend had the kings than grim old Veda." He laughed aloud. "Karen and Veda." The gathering guardsmen, merchants, and other leaders, hanging on his every word, took up the cry, and through the excited crowd it raced amain. "Karen and Veda, the watchers are come down among us. Karen and Veda are arisen. The watchers come back to war." Kermervan rounded on them. "Well then, let us order our fight." Of the swift preparations for the battle of Morvenec the chronicles tell little, and scarce more of the first fighting itself. It is likely enough that the preparations were few and simple. Against warriors hardened and fanatical, Kermervan could oppose only an ill-armed citizenry, but one driven as hard by wrath at its sufferings, and now also by a wild exultation at what seemed the sudden resurgence in the midst of a mighty past. He could not deploy his people in subtle tactics, or rely on them to defend a strong point. He could only hope to hurl them against the foe in great waves, and bear them down by sheer weight of numbers. So he laid his plans, and so the outcome was determined. It appears, though, that Elaf was scarcely aware of all this, and played little part in its shaping. A great misery and sickness had settled upon him, a reaction perhaps to the terrors of the past hours, the impact of too many shocks, the burden of harsh discoveries not easily borne. He sat slumped against the base of the stern statue that so resembled him, and the world grew bleak and hopeless, It seemed to him that Kara, for whom he had come so far and through so many hardships, was now eternally beyond his reach. As well might he seek to love the stars that wheeled above him. They appeared as she had, almost close enough to touch, yet how infinitely distant they truly were. And without her, what did anything else mean? His life had fallen inward suddenly, as logs heaped upon a fire burned out at the heart, leaving only a cloud of bitter embers. His long guilt, his sojourn in the salt marshes, his long quest against the master-smith mattered nothing now, and still less all the hazards of the way east. The sport and toy of destiny he had been, a gaming piece in the strife of the powers, lured on by false hopes and foolish dreams, lured on to do some good perhaps, but little enough for himself. He looked up at the statue. What was it to him whose blood flowed in his veins? He had heard little of Veda, still less that he liked, but he too could have looked out at the ocean thus. He listened to it, rising now as the wind freshened, and felt a deep wish to cast himself down into those infinite waters, and there, at last, perhaps, find peace. The tide of blackness arose again and overwhelmed him. Chill and nausea crept upon him. He shivered ceaselessly, till he could almost imagine his marsh fever was returning. Lack of food and sleep made all worse. A harrowing night was wearing toward its end. Ilse or Rock might have cheered him, but they were already away, leading small bands of such experienced soldiers as could be found into the nearby streets, to give warning of any sudden assault by the Equish. But it was typical of Kermervan that he, the center of so much activity and excitement, should have found time to consider what ailed his friend. When the hard hand was clapped upon his shoulder, Elof looked up with dull eyes and met a look that blazed. "Take courage," hissed Kermervan. "Only take courage. Men have dared ere now to love the powers, and great good has come of it. Did you not know? It is said my own line, the royal line of Caris itself, sprang from such a union in the lost deeps of time, and so that great nation was born. And she also loves. Think only what she did for you, when bonds we cannot imagine were tearing her heart and spirit. For that alone you must fight on." Among the ashes, choking body and mind, Elof felt a trace of returning warmth. He nodded, jerkily. He could still fight. If he could do nothing else for her, there was always that. And against those who had so misused her, he had a long score to settle. "Good," said Kermervan sharply. "An ill thing when a cool heart like mine must rekindle the fire of a smith. Come, there is a morsel or two of food. Eat while you can, for there are stirrings in the upper streets. I wonder they have not already attacked." "Could it be Kara?" breathed Elof. "The girl, of course. She has put the fear of Hela into them, appearing thus. And well she might. They fear to venture far beyond their stronghold. Time it is that we gave them cause." He turned away, shouting orders, and Elof saw the crowded square begin to stir like a great whirlpool. The smell of cooking meat drew him, but he had barely time to gulp down some of the savory scraps, toasted over a hastily built bonfire, before Kermervan reappeared, and with him Aruel. "Into your hands, old man, I commit crown and scepter. If I return not to claim them of you, do as you will with them. They will no longer mean anything. But better the sea should have them, to my mind, than the Equish. Now, Elof, are you ready? Your place is beside me, if you will, for it is our column must strike the hardest." "I am ready," said Elof, and he plucked a brand from the fire. To Aruel's horror, he drew his mailed hand down it, and at once it sank to charred blackness. Even the smoke rolled leadenly groundward. But between Elof's clenched fingers a gleam awoke. "We may need light. Would we had a dragon to give it, but this will serve." Fanfare and drumbeat there was none as they filed out of the square, not even a war cry or a lighted torch. Kermervan had ordered silence, and it suited the mood of his followers. Their first wrath had cooled, and they knew there was no going back. Many, no doubt, thought themselves as good as dead already, but fell rather than fearful it made them. Some still wore only the night-robes they had rushed out in, but to Elof they seemed not comical but eerie, an army of shrouded forms gliding over the dark cobbles, Kermervan and the dark-cloaked goblins at their head. They were well into the city, climbing the broad street that rose in stepped terraces toward the palace, when the night ahead roared into sudden life, to shouting and the clink and hammer of weapons, the hum and spit of bows, the rattle of running feet upon the cobbles. Against a burning building up the hill, silhouettes appeared in furious combat, and the column made as if to surge forward. Furiously, Kermervan ordered them back. "A feint," he hissed. "That is their advance guard meeting ours. If only— Aye, here comes the first of them." Sure enough, Ilse and her party came flying down through the back streets, with rocks not far behind. "As you ordered," she gasped, when she had regained her breath. "We broke and ran in disorder, as they thought it. Will it tempt out their main force?" "It has," panted Rock, arriving with his force. "Soon as they saw us scatter, and thought they'd only mobs to deal with, out they swarmed like bees from a bike. They're less scared than you thought, or harder driven," said Kermervan, and raised his voice. "Now, as we ordered, into the side streets with you, and remember, await the word." The great column split and swiftly melted aside. Kermervan lingered to urge the last of them into cover, and barely had time to draw Elof aside before the vanguard of the enemy burst over the edge of the terrace above and poured down the slope. In a taut spearhead they ran, light-armed runners with spears and small targes, their hard faces set in fierce, grinning masks. A few mounted men cantered at their flanks and in files behind them, some with bows as well as lances. Then behind them the main ranks came down in wave after wave like flood over waterfall, spear-haft and sword-hilt rasping a sinister song against the painted shields held as a wall before them. So swiftly ran the vanguard that they were already past the first side streets before they noticed the throng in the shadows. Before they could halt, Kermervan barked a single order. A gust of arrows wafted up and rattled down among the vanguard, and scarce slower surged out the people of Morvenec. Up against the disordered vanguard they thundered, and past it, leaving it to those who were coming up from below. Up the street they charged, Kermervan at their head, and as flood meets flood in boiling turmoil, they came up against the main force of the Equish. To Elof it was a time of thunder and madness, as if he had been caught between his own hammer and anvil, and bitterly he hated it. He fought often at need, but never before had he been caught up in the whirling fury of a battle, where survival lay in hewing men before him as brush in a forest, stumbling over limbs that still twitched, slipping in blood still flowing or fresh-spilled entrails. He saw men and women hurled down at his side, yet he himself was untouched by the weapons that raked at him, always that shade too slow. Gorthor met them in the red-tinged night, and they bowed before the blade and the strength of his arm, and fell away broken upon the bodies of their wielders. He swiftly lost sight of his friends. Ilse reappeared briefly, toppling a tall warrior by main force and sinking her broad axe into his breastbone, and now and again he caught brief glimpses of Kermervan, always ahead of him, his war-cry on his lips and his grey-gold blade sweeping in intricate patterns among the hedge of spears and shields. At length Elof dared to hope the intensity of the fighting might be slackening, only to find it redoubled suddenly as a new wave of foes swept forward over the corpses of the first. And with it, in armor as bright as Kermervan's was black, and marked with the emblem of the broken chain, the tall shape of Brian Bryheron came plunging through the fray. The sword he swung was long and heavy, a huge two-handed thing, with a scalloped edge to the upper blade. But he wielded it with the same liquid grace as Kermervan his, and cut a deep swath of bloody panic among the city folk. Then into his path Kermervan sprang, and in a ringing flurry of blows they met, flowing around each other with the deadly grace of a dance. Never before had Elof seen a warrior to match Kermervan, but for the first time he realized that Brian's confidence was no mere bluster, that he was indeed of the same order and schooling, and he was fresh, and bore a visored helm where Kermervan was bare-headed. If Brian's gangling frame moved with less fluid ease, there was a vicious power in the sweeping strokes he favored, which could suddenly switch direction without slackening. Such a stroke, aimed at Kermervan's body, leaped aside in the very instant he parried it and slashed down upon his unprotected head. But Kermervan sprang aside and ducked in the same swift movement. The point grazed his face, glanced off his shoulder plate, and struck the cobbles. With a suddenness that startled even Elaf, Kermorvan's steel-shod boot crashed down on the blade and tore the hilt from Brian's grasp. Brian sprang back, tugging something from his shoulder, a broad-bladed battle-axe half his own height. But the fighting swirled into the gap, and Elaf, battering frantically at a new shield wall, saw the adversaries borne apart on its tides. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the shield wall fell back, fragmented, melted away before his eyes, and he found himself striking giddily at empty air. He lowered his sword and strained for breath, deafened by the roaring in his ears. His head ached terribly, though he could find no wound. The blood, spattered on his mailed arm, was not his own. He looked around and was startled. Though he had not been conscious of moving, the battle had borne him ever higher up the hill, till now he stood in the square below the palace whence so recently they had fled. He looked back and winced. The street behind was a very carpet of bodies, some moving feebly, some still. It was hardly possible to tell which were Equish, which not, for the same wash of blood boltered them all as they lay. Steam and stench tainted the night air. "So," said Kermorvan's voice beside him, "we are not yet parted, then, we four." He stood there, calm as ever, despite his tangled hair and the broad slash that skipped from forehead to cheek. Rock was with him, and Ilse not far off, helping to tend a woman who lay wounded and shrieking. Indeed, the air was filled with groans and cries, and the sound of them raised the hair at Elaf's neck. "Have we won?" he asked, and cursed the stupidity of the words. But it seemed that Kermorvan understood. "Not yet," he croaked. "We beat them back to the palace, but at terrible cost. Then out sallied a rearguard under that creature Brian, and covered their retreat within. Some 500 or 700 we slew out of their 2,000-odd, but the rearguard was easily that large, and more would remain. I guess they still dispose of well-nigh 2,500 men, fighting men at that. And our losses—" He closed his eyes a moment, then gestured at the ragged force he had led, standing shocked and bewildered among the carnage, or searching desperately among the maimed and dead. "Arm yourselves from the Equish," he shouted. "Spear and shield and armor if you can, and form up then, for soon we attack again." He ground his teeth and added, almost under his breath, "We must. We have no choice. So many Equish crowded into the palace, they will know they cannot withstand a siege. Any moment now they will sally out, and what then? Will the people endure another such slaughter?" Other columns that had seen little fighting were swaggering into the square, only to halt in horror at the butchery. "Look near ready to drift away now, some of 'em," muttered Rock, "whatever the cost." Kermorvan frowned. "This is hard for tried soldiers to endure, let alone peaceful citizens. I had hoped their anger would give them an edge in strength, but there is something else, some inner will that spurs on the Equish, no whit less hard, nearly to madness." The same idea came at once to all three. If she could raise the city so swiftly, she could be turned against us. But where is she? She could be deep within the palace. "No," muttered Elaf. "She would need to see." Between finger and thumb of his gauntlet, a thin white flame arose, and its light danced along the darkened windows of the palace. A murmur of wonder arose from the folk behind, and they pressed closer to see, only to fall back as Equish archers tried for the mark. But Elaf ignored the arrows skipping around him. He could see none but Equish at the windows. He swept the light swiftly along the galleried roof. "There!" cried Ilse. "There's nothing but statues. See there, in the middle. There's one too many." When Elaf looked again, he saw it. Impassive, unmoving behind helm and shield, she might indeed have been a statue like the rest, save that one corner of her long cloak fluttered in the restless breeze. Elaf looked around desperately. "I must get to the roof. Those windows there, do they not light a stair? It must begin somewhere near the main doors. If I could only get through the lowest window." Kermorvan raised his eyebrows. "Then we could turn our assault on the main doors. But be swift if you would save lives, and weigh them well against other claims." Elaf nodded. For words he could not find, and Kermorvan turned to bark out orders. A great beam was lifted from one of the ruined houses and borne forward, still smouldering in the arms of the strongest, Rock and Ilse and Elaf among them. Along it and over them were raised equus shields to guard against arrows. Kermovan cast an eye over his motley force, gave a curt nod of encouragement, and waved them forward with his sword. Over the cobbles trotted the bearers of the beam, gathering speed, and up the worn steps without a single slip. As they reached the top, arrows rattled and thudded into the shields, and the bearers began to run, gathering speed. One man fell. The other skipped over him and hurtled on toward the high bronzed doors, the tarnished figures on them shining strangely in the faint starlight. Then they were under the galleries, and in the last moment ere they struck, Elaf hurled himself aside. From behind him he heard a mighty creak and clangor of bronze, and another as the rebounding ram was swung back and dashed against the doors once more, and a loud wolfish cheer. Then with a rumbling crash the doors swung apart, tore free of their hinges, and toppled. The rammers sprang aside, but Elaf, turning to the window, was caught. One buckled bronze mass loomed over him and crashed down. It was instinct that raised his gauntlet to it. It stopped short in a rush of escaping flame, poised on his palm, all the force of that heavy fall drawn into his gauntlet and captured. It was still dead weight, but without the impetus he could thrust it aside and dodge. It crashed down among the rising roar of battle renewed. He dared not look back. He swung himself up to the carven sill and punched his mailed fist through the tiny lenticular leads. The high window creaked open. He flung himself through the gap and down into the hallway beyond. Coming in from that reddened night, it was dazzling, a place of white walls and mirrors and lamps and candles burning behind bright crystal. Even the empty floor was a mirror of black marble. But striding onto it from a dark archway was a tall figure in sweeping robes of white, and at the sight of her great wrath and chilling fright warred within him. "Louhi!" he cried out. "Stay!" She was turning toward the great staircase that ringed the hall, and she was arranging something that glittered about her head. At the sound of his voice she turned, and he saw her clearly, as fair as ever he had thought her, blue eyes wide with astonishment. Then they blazed furiously. She took a step toward him, hesitated, then whirled and ran up the stair. She was swift, past the first flight before he was anywhere near the foot. He could guess whither she hastened, and she would be there long before him. "Stay, lady!" he shouted again, and in desperation he drew the hammer from his belt and slapped it down between his clenched fingers. It felt then as if he held an earthquake in his palm. He swung his arm in a great wheel and threw. With all the strength of his body behind it and all the pent-up impact of the falling door, the hammer hurtled high into the air, a blur of movement, and with a crash like the lightning it had forged, it smote into the side of the stair only a few steps beyond Louhi's hastening feet. The stonework cracked across, sagged, and cracked sharply once again. Dust puffed outward, and a great chunk of the stair tore free from the wall and went crashing down in ruin upon the gleaming marble below. On the very brink of the gap, Louhi tottered, her dress and robe billowing around her. The glittering thing flew from her head and tumbled jingling down the stairs, coming to rest on a step near Elaf as he came running up. He knew it at once, a thing of hooped bronze and ring-mail, ornate in copper and gold. He had already guessed, or perhaps his own work called to him, for it was the Tarnhelm. He raised his eyes to Louhi, pacing down the steps toward him with the measured intensity of a great cat poised to spring, and lunged for the helm at the moment she did. Their hands struck it, but did not grasp. It jingled down a few steps, and their faces all but collided. For a moment they were as close as lovers. He felt the warmth of her satin skin. He tasted her breath on his lips, and found it fragrant as spring. Then she recoiled, eyes blazing, and put a hand to her thigh as if hurt. "My fair young smith! Such a fool I never thought you. Do you not by now know who I am? Would you, fragile as fine works are, go up against a power?" The shriek and clamor of battle echoed through the hall, and Elaf felt his grin go horribly lopsided. "You are not the first, lady," he croaked, and drew Garthar, and levelled it menacingly at her breast. Louhi stared incredulously at the black blade, and then at his face. "So," she said. The hand at her thigh suddenly clasped the hilt. From among the folds of her dress a bright broadsword sprang and struck down at his head. So swift was the blow that the black blade barely turned it in time, so hard that he staggered. Then she was at him in a flurry of cuts and slashes, as thick and fast as the first falls of a cloudburst, and the vicious strength behind them startled him. Yet though it seemed too great for those slender arms, it was only human strength, and the skill behind it no greater than his own. The first hail of blows he countered, and then himself sought the attack. But he felt something amiss with his sword-arm, and at every blow he struck it worsened, as if the ringing impact numbed his muscles. He cut hard at her, and his point slashed the billowing fabric of her robe. She hurled herself forward. Their blades met and locked before their distorted faces. Their panting breath clouded their blades. And before Elaf's appalled eyes, it froze on both surfaces to a skin of rime. Now he knew what that numbness was. With a shudder he sprang back, feeling his arm bones ache with the spreading cold, and Louhi hewed at him with both hands. But now, instead of Gorthar, he caught the blow on the palm of his gauntlet and closed the fingers round the bright blade. To his horror, where blade met mail, a faint greenish flame sprang up, sputtering and crackling, such as he had seen upon the ice, and he yelled in agony as his own mail sucked the heat from his skin. "You would gather up my strength in your clever little toy, would you?" breathed Louhi, and her breath smoked like the first airs of winter. "Well, young apprentice, Master Mylio taught you ill, who forged my blade to my design. Or do you not remember that cold cannot be so contained? It is no force, child, but the absence of force, the negation of it in all things, that brings to all stirrings stillness and peace." Then a fearful seam of chill shot down his left arm and stabbed like a skewer at his heart. It leaped, convulsed, skipped beat after beat. The breath wheezed out of him. His legs sagged, and he shuddered. He could stand no longer, but he could choose his fall. With all his weight he slumped upon the blade. Unprepared, Louhi staggered. The edge was turned away from him, and he tore free his fingers. The bright blade leaped out of Louhi's grasp. High it sprang, glittering in the brightness, and over the gap in the stair. A loud clatter sounded from the floor far below. Louhi recoiled with a gasp of pain, clutching at her hand. Elaf sagged weakly against the balustrade. Then, recovering, she sought to push past him and seize the helm from the step, but she recoiled abruptly as Gorthar's edge hissed a finger's breadth from her throat. "The cold, no," grated Elaf. "But you struck too hard, Louhi. That force it could capture indeed." He clambered to his feet. Gorthar levelled again at her breast and caught up the tarnhelm. "And now, woman, in this body of yours you can be hurt. So either you will release He got no further. With a horrible shriek, she sprang upon him, striking and clawing even with her broken fingers. But by the sheer force of her spring she ran Gorthar through her left shoulder. Louhi's lips parted in a soundless gasp. She wrenched violently free of the blade. A single spurt of blood drenched her robe, and stopped. Fury shrieked out of her, an endless wailing cry of wrath and frustration that rang with deafening force in Elaf's ears, that shook the very walls, that overrode the battle's clamor and brought the fighting for a moment to a frozen halt. Elaf let fall Gorthar, and clapped hands to ears as mirrors and crystals all cracked and shattered and rained down in glistening shards. Louder, stronger swelled the cry, like a rushing wind in the hall, like a blast of bitterest winter that whipped the air full of flying splinters. Asunder flew lead and bar upon the windows. They blasted outward in an explosion of wood and glass, and through them streamed the wailing wind. Elaf, shielding his eyes, saw Louhi's ripped and blood-stained robe billow violently about her and suddenly float free, rippling and gliding out into emptiness like some eerie creature of the seas, wafting slowly downward. Out of the hall shrieked the sudden wind, and all across the northward rim of the city bells jangled as it passed. Tower-tops were toppled and roof-tops torn. The wreckage below sparkled suddenly beneath a crust of white rime, and so also the empty stair. Elaf, rising, forced down all thoughts save one. In shattering the stair he had barred that way to the roof. He could find another, or— He retrieved Gorthar, and with clumsy fingers set the tarnhelm upon his head, feeling the metal of the mask icy on his skin, as if from Louhi's touch. He pulled the mail closed across his face, and thought hard, thought of the palace roof, of the gallery round its rim, and the rows of statues. There, among them. He felt something stir. The few lights left seemed to grow dimmer, the shadows stronger, the sounds of conflict more remote. Yet he was still upon the stair. He cursed. He had made this thing, all save the mask. Could he not now control it? It bore his very name, in both its meanings, in the couplet he had set upon it. Einherr Elaf Hals Sturmer, Stallings Emirs Olneri Elaf. Aloud he murmured the words, while in his mind he summoned up in the same archaic tongue the words for shadow and roof, to add to the contrip a final line. Istans Nethel, Erend Alt. Darkness and shadow to the height. It is Elaf calls you. Blackness slid so suddenly across the eye-slits of the helm that he stumbled, fearing himself blinded. His hand found a balustrade of cool stone. A brisk sea-breeze rippled the fine-knit rings of mail. As well he had left Louhi no time to use the helm, for he stood upon a walkway of worn stones sloped for drainage in the shadow of a tall statue. In the blink of an eye he had been carried to the roof, and not 4 strides from him, spear held high as if to strike, stood the figure of Kara. Chapter 11. The mould is broken. But now the spear-point was not turned against him. Over the balustrade it pointed, down into the square below, where the bloody surf of battle raged and roared against the palace wall. What he saw looked ill. The bulk of the fighting was outside the palace now, which meant the assault was being driven back. There indeed was Kermorvan, mustering a ragged line for another charge against the uneven shield wall commanded by a tall man in bright armor. But all around the heart of the battle smaller struggles raged, little knots of fighters swirling this way and that in a mad crush. Forward surged the line. The shield wall broke at its center where Kermorvan led the charge. But Brian was there at once, the great axe flashing as it cut a terrible swath through Kermorvan's men. The edges of the shield wall had held, and now they curved round across the square to trap the front lines of city folk. Kermorvan was falling back hastily, attempting to regroup once more. It could not last. Even Elaf, unversed in war, saw that. In the end, the iron discipline of the Equish would be the deciding factor, and that flowed from the fanatical strength of will Kara was pouring into them, as he might into some work of his forge to give it unity and strength. With every moment that passed, the appalling slaughter grew worse. Elaf knew he had no choice. He looked at the slender shape, dim against the last of the dark, swallowed and reached for his hammer. But that lay somewhere under the rubble of the stairway below. So much the worse. He raised Gorthor and sprang forward. She became aware of him even as he leaped, and swung round with unhuman speed. He had aimed for the spear. The shield was suddenly there to take the blow, and he half expected it to be immovable as a mountain, the black blade to shatter against it like obsidian. But it was the shield that broke. It split, slid down, and went clattering over the balustrade. Off-balanced, as startled as he was, Kara half stumbled from the rail and down upon the walkway, and Elaf flung himself against her. The arm that held the spear stiffened to strike, and dropping Gorthor, he seized that wrist in both hands and forced it down against the edge of the roof. "Kara," he gasped. "It's me, Elaf. Stop this, Kara. Stop the slaughter now." The spear wedged against the balustrade and would move no further. The strain on the hand grasping it must be terrible now. The mailed figure thrashed against him, and it took all his strength to hold her. "Louhi compelled you no more. I've driven her off. She's wounded and fled. If you ever truly... Kara, please." The fingers slipped from the spear. He seized it, was about to toss it aside when her legs doubled up under him, caught him in the stomach, and catapulted him back against the sloping roof behind. The spear flew from his hand and rattled off down the leads. Kara sprang to her feet. She could dash past him and reach it. But she limped, hobbling against the silver fetters on her ankles, and the spear rolled out into emptiness. With a shrilling cry she seemed to fall forward, her cloak spreading out along her arms. Then they were slender arms no longer, but wide black wings, and a huge swan with gloss-black plumage sprang from the roof and swooped after the spear. What then? Who would she serve when she caught it? Elaf clapped both hands to the helm. He was terrified, but there was nothing else he could do. Let him think of a shape, and it masks his own. The wings he thought of were black also, and wider yet. The shudder that ran through him was fiery, climactic to the point of pain. Again night descended upon his eyes, and when they cleared he was sweeping down the wind. Like the times he had ridden fast, it felt, with his cloak streaming out around him. But here the cloak was part of him, and his steed the rushing airs of dawn. How often he had seen the great condors wheel about the upper airs, and madly envied them their serenity and freedom. Now it was his, and he gloried in it, forgetting for a moment all human concerns. But then below him, out over the harbor, he saw a black swan wheel with a shining spear clutched tight in its claws. With a cry of sheer joy, he kicked his clawed feet forward, curved his wing closer to his side, and swooped down upon her. She was not expecting him, that was clear. She saw nothing till his shadow enveloped her. His cruel talons raked the spear shaft and dashed it from her, seized her by the wing root and bore her downward. Struggling, they fell as one, and below them the bright spear-point twisted and dwindled, till a pale splash sprang up from the dark harbor waters. The wing in his claws gave a convulsive leap, and suddenly it was no longer there. Something sleek and narrow shot from his grasp and slid into the water after it. So startled was he that he had no time to break his dive. The water rushed up to meet him, grey as stone and little less hard. In one last instant of panic an image leaped into his mind, and he felt no impact as that surge of fire again passed over him. The green gloom opened before his eyes, and he saw the gleaming flanks of the shape that dived down away from him. But his body was long and lithe now, ribbon lithe, and he sped after it, the bubbles of his breath streaming past his nose. This shape was more natural to him, more of a size with his own, and it brought back memories of sitting on rocks above the bay of his home village, watching the long, sleek sea otters sporting and feeding in the shallow swell. As they had sought shells, so his eyes sought the spear, a point of brightness in the miry bottom. But over it shot a shape larger than the one that had tumbled from his grasp, caught it up and surged away from him at a speed even he could not match. Like a spear itself it seemed, or the broad head of a crossbow bolt. And yet he had no doubt it was her. Its flanks still gleamed like the mail she had worn, with air bubbles trapped in the fur. Strange how appearances were preserved. Was there something about him, clad in long body and blunt head, that she also could know? But he had to stop her. She was heading for the surface too fast. He thought back to his childhood once again, and to the high, leaping shapes painted in black and white upon the walls of the headman's house. This time there was scant pleasure, great pain. This was the hardest of all. His muscles clenched in cramps, his back arched, and suddenly he felt himself break surface, streaming water, and the breath blast out of him and roar inward with explosive force in the instant before he surged under once more. His eye was dimmed, but the rising gleam caught it clearly. He kicked out with his powerful tail, feeling the water fountain behind him and eddy around the high, thin fin on his back, and saw the seal break surface just ahead of him. It saw him also, twisted in terror, and kicked out with a tail fin around which silver gleamed, turning for the shallows. But it could no more avoid him in this predatory form than a man outrun a landslide. He kicked out again, heaving his sleek bulk upward, and like a toppling hill, indeed, he slid down upon his quarry. He felt the gape of his great-toothed jaws close neatly round the spear shaft and pluck it free, felt it bend and distort in their inexorable grasp, and at last splinter and snap like a green stick. He spat it out and saw the ruined thing sink down into the deeper waters of the harbor channel. A shadow passed over his eyes, wide wings of blackness, and with a mighty thrust he rose from the water as if to pluck her down. But the swan wheeled away from him in the air, and he toppled clumsily back. This time he was scarcely aware of thought. Again the fire passed over him, and suddenly he was beating up from the water's surface on black swan's pinions of his own, gliding toward her in the air. Would she understand? Would she believe? By different roads we reach the same end. What is in your nature I have made mine by my craft. We are alike, you and I. Out to the sea she might have flown, northward perhaps, or even eastward, out into the trackless ocean. But he turned her away from there, the wind chill on damp plumage, and back down toward the palace once again, down to the roof whence they had come. She might have struggled longer. Did she come now of her own will, or did she seek to trick him again? In among the statues they flew, he close behind her, right to the spot whence they had come. It was a close landing. Confusion and a clumsy impact, and a flare of fever played over him. But by then he was already himself, dazed and winded, sprawled there upon the roof a few paces from Kara. Gorthar lay at his fingertips, as if he had simply fallen there and springing after her, and no weird change had ever come upon him. But he could feel the sting of salt drying upon his cheek, and the light of dawn was now stealing swiftly up the sky. The roar of battle burst up from below, and in dire dread he hauled himself up against the rail, clinging to some ancient sculpted robe. But when he saw what passed below him, though the square was a place of carnage, his heart filled with a flaming joy. For even as he watched, a sweeping assault of city folk burst against the shield wall of the Equish, with a cry like the angry sea, and now like the sea they washed over it. The painted shields toppled before them and were borne down. In scant moments the black-clad ranks dissolved, hewn and beaten down by the sheer force of a wrathful folk whose fettered hearts had at last been set free, whose foes had lost the force that underpinned their belief. Men they were still, brave men, but they knew themselves deserted by all that they had served. From iron order they became a milling, desperate mass, fighting only to escape from the square, and so being scoured from it piecemeal. Only around Brian Bryharan, last symbol of that service left them, did they gather and rally, and stave off the doom that closed around. His armor shone cold in the first grey light, bright as a fragment of the very ice itself, and the fall of his axe clove those foolhardy enough to challenge him as the ice the land had passed over. But into the very centre of those die-hard Equish struck a charge of their foes as arrow into target, and at that arrow's tip were three before whom no Equish stood. The knot broke, and this way and that they fled, crazed with despair, and cast themselves over the steep sides of the square, or stood at bay with screams of meaningless defiance, and were struck down with ease by the citizens. And in an open space upon the steps, Kermorvan and Brian came face to face at last, and Brian had his true wish. Though both were weary, like men fresh and young they fought, the great axe whistling in the air as it chopped and cut at Kermorvan, seeking ever to force him to a false footing upon the worn stair. But his sword was light in his hand, and as Brian's strokes passed, it bit and stabbed at him so fast he was forced to parry with the long axe haft. Showers of sparks flew up, for it was bound all in rings of steel. But Elaf knew well the strength of the grey-gold sword and the arm behind it, and guessed what must soon happen. So evidently did Brian, for as Kermorvan thrust hard at him, he changed the way of his stroke with amazing swiftness, and let his own impetus whirl him round. Abruptly he was no longer in the path of the thrust. Kermorvan lost his balance, stumbled to his knee on a lower step, and Brian whirled right about, and hewed down with fearsome speed at the back of his unprotected neck. Kermorvan could not throw himself out of the path of that terrible blow. He threw himself under it instead, straight against Brian's feet. The axe hissed past Kermorvan, and at the same moment his legs kicked straight, carrying him to his feet. The axe crashed into the stone and shattered in flying splinters. Brian toppled over Kermorvan's rising shoulders and crashed down beside it in a jangle of metal. The grey sword flashed skyward, and with the first rays of the risen sun it fell upon that bright armor, and deep as the sun into clear ice it struck it through. Metal clashed and screamed. Brian convulsed. His limbs jerked at that impaling stroke, and the chain was broken indeed. Kermorvan plucked free his sword, and Brian in agony rolled over onto his back. In the silence that had fallen, Elaf heard him mouthing, snarling, but could make out no words, if words there were. He folded suddenly, clutched at himself, then his hand came free with a broad dagger, and he rose on his knees and lunged at Kermorvan's midriff. Kermorvan's sword crashed down once again, and passed point down between Brian's armored collar and his neck. He fell back, head downward upon the steps, shuddering. A great rush of scarlet stained the tangled beard, spread out in a wide pool upon the steps, and he was still. A deafening cheer arose from the square around, and the crowd rushed forward. Slowly, shakily, Kermorvan sat down upon the steps and put his head in his hands. Elaf turned slowly away, at once glad and sickened, and in a sudden flood of horror realized he had forgotten Kara. He looked up and was startled to see her only a pace or two from him, her brown eyes wide beneath her salt-straggled hair. What had she lingered to watch, the battle or him? Clumsily he put out a hand to her, and like a wild creature she started back. "Kara," he croaked, and she sprang back another pace. He stepped forward and tripped over Gorthor. The helm slipped over his eyes, and he heard her halting footsteps, stumbled back further. He wrenched off the helm and stuffed it in his tunic, picked up the sword and sheathed it. But still Kara backed away, her full lips trembling, and suddenly, coming to a low doorway, she whirled and sprang down it. In panic, Elof dashed after her. If once she got out of his sight, she could assume any shape, and how would he ever find her then? The door led down a short stair into an upper corridor of the palace, richly appointed, but with an air of neglect in recent years. The rich hangings on the walls had a faint smell of mildew about them. Kara was hobbling along ahead of him, staggering along the walls in desperate flight. The sight plucked at his heart. Why had she changed so from the brief moments they had shared before, when she had seemed to return his love? Now she seemed to fear him, the last thing he would have. His heart felt empty as these unhappy halls, and he cried out her name as she fled, as he saw her turn a corner and vanish through a wide doorway. Round its heavy pillar he whirled, and found himself in a wide and airy room, a bedchamber with an open balcony beyond. A tall brazier still burned there, that had warded off the night's chill. Beyond it, on that balcony with her back to the balustrade, bedraggled in her mail, stood Kara, gazing at him with the same fierce, feral look. "Don't go, Kara. Don't flee. Did I not do as you bade me? I followed the dawn, Kara, and dawn is here." "And I did as I promised," she said quietly, "though many a time I had to break away in pain to do it, and endure punishment after. Did you not see my wings?" "Often," he said, "and grateful I am and grieved at your pain. But could you not have come closer? That fleeting vision brought me as much foreboding and fear as comfort." "Fear and foreboding is the lot of mortals who mingle with powers," she said. "That I would spare you." "Why, because you love me?" "Because I, too, have been caged so long." She was shivering now. "I would have no more bonds, nor wish them upon others." "If I have learned one thing in all this long year's journeying, Kara, it is that we all must bear the bonds of our own selves. In that, men and the powers are alike." "Come no closer," she gasped. "You know me for a warrior of the powers, and you would dare match yourself against me? You would still dare speak of loving me?" A breathless laugh bubbled in Elof's breast. "I would. I have loved you since first I looked upon you, and if you are of no common sort, nor it seems am I, for you would not be the first of your kind I have matched myself against. Have I not broken the will of one great power in the heart of his domain, and gone up against another in body and bested her also? And by the craft that burns within me, have I not won for myself arts, scarce short of your own, strength that outmatched you at the test? Though I saw well that you never sought in any shape to harm me, Kara. You love me as I you. And none of these deeds I dare boast of, not even the blood of Veda that may run in my veins. Nothing would make me worthy of you if that simple truth did not. I am told that men have loved the powers before, Kara, but those powers must also have loved men." He stepped closer, came up to her upon that bright balcony, and she stiffened, her body tautened, but she made no move to flee. The silver chain clinked at her ankles, and he stared at it with hatred. "I have no forge, no hammer to hand, but let us see—" and he caught up his gauntlet and thrust his mailed hand into the brazier. The dancing flames sank, the coals crackled and dimmed, the glowing metal blackened and dewed the cold. "He who made this bond I cast down. She who willed it has fled me. Shall mere metal stand against my will? I have seen the sun's warmth melt the ice itself." He clamped his gauntlet hard about the fetters. For an instant they seemed to drink in the intensity of heat, and then suddenly they shattered. Kara's legs quivered, and he caught her as he rose. He stripped off the gauntlet and reached out with hands that trembled to clasp the cold mail at her shoulders. "Would you destroy me?" she whispered desperately. "Would you shatter my fair reflection upon the dark stream?" He shook his head gently. "I would only drink of its waters, Kara, and slake a thirst ere it consumes me. I am wreathed about in fires, but if I were to drown in it, I could ask no more." He bent his head and kissed her, and smiled inwardly as he tasted salt upon her lips. Then he did indeed start, as at a sudden burning, and he clutched her close, slid his hands from shoulder down across the smooth mail of her back, felt her firm breasts flatten against him, and leap as she gasped. Here also there is flame, she breathed, her eyes wider, wilder than ever, an abyss of darkness beneath him. With all the force of my being I could crush you in my arms, drink of you, burn you, consume you. Elaf, would you? Dare you? Do you not fear the madness that comes upon me? He threw back his head and laughed. Ah, since when did a smith fear a flame? Then suddenly his laughter turned to a cry of shock, for the mail he caressed caved inward and fell away to emptiness in his grasp. Dazed, he let it fall and jingle upon the polished stone and stepped back from it, bewildered. Of her feather cloak there was no sign. The sky above was empty, the room. There was the cloak, draped flat like counterpane across the bed. With a tingle of anticipation he threw it back, but beneath it there was nothing save a sheet of creamy silk. For a moment he stared at it, and then he saw the gleam that flowed within it, as through true smithcraft, and he laughed again, and shed his own soiled tunic and hose, and lay down upon it. Under his hands it squirmed and surged, and was Kara again, her own laughter warm in his ear. "You wrong yourself in silk," he told her. "You are smoother far to the touch." She gasped deeply then, and he kissed her from throat to pulsing breast, and pulled her to him. "But if it were purest folly," he whispered as his hands flowed over her, "if I were unworthy of you, if it meant death for me and everlasting doom, still I would venture it, and go rejoicing down into the dark." "Rejoicing," she whispered, guiding his fingertips, matching touch for touch. "Rejoicing into the dark." Then she closed his lips with her own, and came to him. It was full day when they went together down through the stairs and corridors of the palace and out of the broken doors. The dead had been moved from the square and the streets below, although the stones were still dark with blood. Thus darkened, as later chroniclers have related, they were ever to remain, for so deep into the stone had the stain sunk that a century of rains could scarcely lessen it, and as Plen Corau, the square of shed blood, it was evermore known. "But it is a blazon of honor," said Kermorvan, "for though 1,000 and more have fallen today, yet by that sacrifice they have saved many thousands more. And of the Equish not one alive remains, and their masters are dead or vanished." It was a great crowd he addressed, for almost the whole folk of the city had come swarming now into the square, and it was the sound of his voice that had summoned Elaf down. Rock and Ilse were beside him, and Aruel the chamberlain, and they would have run in joy to greet Elaf, save that they saw Kara on his arm, and halted in astonishment. But Kermorvan smiled, and such a look of relief settled on his hard and wounded features as was seldom seen there. Calmly he nodded to Elaf, as one who sees his confidence confirmed, and turned back to the crowd. "A new day dawns for Morvenec, and you must take counsel, that it be a day of growth and healing." "We need no counsel," called a voice out of the far ranks of the crowd, a deep voice that Elaf seemed almost to know. "Lord of the West, you have proven your right, and taken already what is yours. You are the rightful lord." And the crowd echoed him in a joyous chant that seemed to spread all across the city, till it rang in the very peal of the bells. "A king! The Lord Kermorvan from the west, he is our king. King Karen, he lives. We have a lord once again, a rightful king. Karen the king, hail, all hail." But although the words had been in all their hearts, nobody remembered which man it was spoke first, and none there present would ever admit to it. So it is set down, but the chronicler adds that Elaf had his suspicions. But Kermorvan's face remained stern and unyielding under the dried blood that had flowed down one side of his long nose and matted the stubble on his jaw. "A proper prize stood it in the gift of the powers of life themselves. Yet surely you offered too lightly. Little do you know of me as yet. Therefore learn now my will. Last lord of the line of Morvan am I, and that I shall remain. Let its name lie quiet with its ruins, and so also the division and strife that marred its end. Of a realm so torn, I could never be king." The crowd murmured, and gazed at one another in dismay. Kermervan smiled faintly. "But, if you so wish, I might be the first lord of the line of Morvenhall, Morvan Arisen. For so I would see this city now named, and the country and realm in which it stands, and I would have us work together with all folk of good will, of whatever race and kin, that it shall rise indeed to be a lasting bastion against the evils of the ice." The wash of sound rolled over him once more, and a tide of feeling that did not draw back. He paused a moment, and his face grew grim once more. "Aye, you cheer, and that is well. But to cheer a fair hope is little effort. Will you also endure as gladly the pangs of bringing it to birth? For pangs there must be. From the west that is doomed through folly I shall summon those wise enough to come, and from kindreds of men that you can scarcely guess at as yet. All these strangers you shall receive to dwell among you. Greet them as gladly as if the kin you have lost this night, and in the sorrows of the last years, are returned. So shall the dwindling of your numbers be halted, so something of your loss be restored. And so ancient folly shall be buried, time-worn sundering healed." The crowd was silent now, yet the air quivered as it might in the first breathless advent of a storm. Kermervan surveyed them calmly, his blue-gray eyes lofty and remote. "Thus far my word is as steel. I shall brook no lessening of it. Here and now I will hear you swear to obey it always, in hard times as in good, and should you turn against that oath, even only once, city and land shall see me no more, and you may fend for yourselves thenceforth. To me you shall swear, and to these my companions, and Aroel the chamberlain, for they shall be my lords and counsellors, and you shall hearken to their words as I do. On these terms only shall I accept this." He touched the crown gently. "And all that goes with it. Well, do I have your oath?" With many words but one voice the crowd roared, a thunder of affirmation that started the very gulls from the distant shore. Aroel, his white cloak blowing, stood contemplating the uproar with an air of kindly detachment. "My lord," he said mildly, "you were wounded in the face, I see. Better that you had taken care and worn your helm." Before Kermervan could move, the old chamberlain had clapped the bright thing upon his head, the sceptre in his palm, and now the crowd erupted. "A fine coronation," laughed Kermervan, when he could be heard again. "To take a man unawares, indeed. For my ancestors' sake, we will have to have something more formal one day. But for now—" Kermervan nodded, and a great tension drained out of him. "It is well, and for that may the powers of life gaze with favor upon our city." He looked then at Elaf and Kara and smiled. "For surely they move among us this day." He raised the sceptre and pointed. Over the harbor 2 great ravens flew up, circling in the eye of the risen sun, and as the free folk of Morvenhall watched them, they wheeled away far out across the gilded ocean, as if they would seek out its easternmost shores. Coda. At the end of the Book of the Helm is set down only that many a long year of happiness lay ahead for him and his love, and for their friends. Yet the years may not be as neatly closed as a chronicle, for during this very time the snows were massing upon other summits far away, and sundering and suffering were to follow. But also to come, as the Book of Armring recounts, were the deeds which won Elaf Valantor final renown as the mightiest of all mage-smiths amid the dark days of the ancient winter of the world. Appendix. Of the land of Brasehal, its form, nature, and climate, and of its peoples and their several histories, such as are set forth in that volume of the Winter Chronicles called the Book of the Helm. The Book of the Helm, being the account of a single immense journey, is more easily rendered into a coherent tale than its predecessor, the Book of the Sword. No less living a voice sounds from its pages. Yet, as before, there remain many instances where much of interest is omitted, and much included that, however fascinating, is irrelevant. For the tale's sake a balance must be found. A brief account of the most important aspects is therefore included here. Though it can do no more than sketch in some details and guess at others, it may at least drive back a little the shadows cast by time upon the great deeds of an age that is gone. The land. In the years of the long winter, the extent of the land of Brasehal was very great, a vast continent that stretched some 1,000 leagues from ocean to ocean across the northern world. The journey of Elaf Valantor and his companions took them from the southwestern to the northeastern coasts, an even greater distance, and through a range of the diverse lands and climes it then held. For the most part, of course, it was forest, yet within that forest there were as many variations as in the lands about its boundaries. The land of Taunla. The first of these, beyond the Meneth Skahas, the shield range which marked the border of the Westlands, was the sinister realm of Taunla. For the most part it seems to have consisted of 3 regions. The northernmost of these appears to have resembled today's Arctic desert, and was seen by the travellers only briefly at the entrance of Morvan in the withered marches, and in a much narrower region at their eastern escape from the ice. Below this opened up a region of tundra, bleak grassland underlaid with thick layers of frozen water known as permafrost, whose expansion can often cause the hummocky deformations of the land mentioned. Between this and the forest, and perhaps extending into it, was a region of taiga, a slightly warmer, often swampy country in which patches of woodland can often still grow. Permafrost may still occur in taiga regions, but more sporadically. To judge by the state of the ground the travelers found in springtime, however, the climate was swiftly worsening, and the tundra gradually encroaching on the taiga, which would bear out Corentin's gloomy prediction. The land they came into after their escape from the ice was some leagues further south, and save for the immediate area around the ice, a much more usual form of southern tundra or taiga landscape. Its sudden burgeoning in spring is characteristic. However, the land there may have been unusually rich, for desert, tundra, and taiga were all relatively recent arrivals. Before the coming of the ice, all the east of Taunla had been the Morguraur, the green gold sea, the infinite southern grain fields of Morvan. The open lands. Beyond the western margins of Taunla, the river Gorlafrus flowed down from the ice into the open lands. In the north these were a bleak and empty country of hill and moor, much the same on both banks. It was as if the chill of the meltwater that fed the river tainted and impoverished the soil, and it may be that there also the permafrost was spreading. But the worst of the taint perhaps was carried by outflows westward through the shield breach into the marshlands, and thence to the cleansing ocean. For south of the breach the western bank of the open lands grew more fertile, until they gave way to the wooded country which the Durgar claimed as their own, and on the eastern bank the true forest flourished. The forest. Here, growing in temperate hilly country, it was much like its lesser western arm, Athenek, but eastward, as one approached the Meneth Athen, the land grew somewhat lower, the climate warmer and moister, and the forest ever taller and more dense, as plant and tree struggled and competed toward the life-giving light, as they do in the selva, or a tropical rainforest. However, the types of tree described clearly belonged to cool temperate forests. It seems, therefore, that the ecology of the whole central forest must have been of a kind almost extinct in the world today, the temperate rainforest. It may be significant that it was within this ceaseless ferment of growth, fed by a constant cycle of rain and mist, that Tapiao was at his strongest, and that it was an ill clime for civilized men. It was no accident that Lys Arvelin was sited on higher ground, the foothills of the Meneth Athen. These mountains were the only break in the rainforest, supporting a drier and sparser coniferous woodland that continued high up into the slopes of the range, yet their effect on rainfall patterns may have helped sustain it. Then, as now, they must have been the tallest mountains in that land, and a terrible obstacle to travelers, though one would not guess it from the brief account of the crossing the chronicles supply, or from the extent to which the forest is shown to dominate them. Evidently the forest served the travelers as guide, for where it could grow unbroken the easiest passes must be, and spare them the dangers of the greater peaks. But their worries about food are no exaggeration. Even for such hardened wanderers, the crossing must have lasted many long days. Beyond the Meneth Athen, the land once again grew flatter, and in the central and southern regions the rainforest returned to dominance. In the far south, the forest is said to have become more like the complex tropical selva, but if the travelers ever went into that region, it must have been in hunting parties from Lys Arvelin, for nothing is recorded. It is known that this jungle very soon thinned out into the wastes. These began as arid scrubland, not unlike the utmost south of Brahane, but without the rivers and coastal rains that kept that land fertile. And as in Brahane, after no great distance the scrubland gradually dwindled to bare and searing desert, save where the great rivers of the east flowed to the sea. Such relatively swift progressions were undoubtedly a product of the glacial compression of climatic zones, described in Volume 1. The wastes were no better places for men than the chill deserts of the north, although, like them, they were not without other inhabitants. The Eastern Lands. The eastern mountains were not as high as either the Meneth Skahas or the Meneth Athen, but, contrary to what almost everyone seems to have assumed, they proved to be, if anything, a more effective natural barrier, not only to the physical spread of the ice, but also to its equally lethal climatic effects. They ran at a sharp angle to the ice, and somewhat further south. It had reached only their northernmost peaks, and would have required an immense effort to spread further into warm climes, without snowcaps to act as its vanguard. Most important of all, however, they were very broad. The fell winters, wind-borne from the ice, which had so diminished both the harvests and the spirits of the people of Morvan, could scarcely cross them. More, they rose in a series of stepped ridges, which broke the impact of the ill winds and made them spend their furies upon barren peaks instead of the rich land beyond. So it was that the eastlands were shielded by land, and their coasts were well warmed by sea currents. But amid the shock of Morvan's fall, few, if any, realized this, or saw the Eastlands as a potential successor to that great realm. This was a legacy from the early days. Morvanek was the first settlement of men in Brasehal. From there they had set out to discover the apparently more attractive lands west of the mountains, and founded Greater Morvan. Morvanek had dwindled as the fortunes of its descendant grew. When Morvan was at its height, it had become little more than a quiet and underpopulated port of passage for produce from the sea and the provincial farmlands. Even its princes spent more time in Morvan, necessarily so as the threat from the ice appeared. Corentin Rudri was thought unusual in his care for Morvanek's interests. In this he was prompted by Veda, who had a real affection for the town, and that is why his statue was set in the place of most honor by the harbor. Veda may have been as far-sighted in this as in other matters, for, although they had been bypassed for the lands of Morvan, the Eastlands were potentially just as fertile. But craggy contours and woodland cover had made the Eastlands more suitable for a variety of smaller farms, rather than the rich monoculture the Southrons preferred. The plains of Morvan were flatter and easier to cultivate. Perhaps also the power of Tapiao was then stronger in the eastern woods, and his terrors guarded the trees. Certain it is that to the northern folk also the great expanses of hill and mountain north of the waters, more thinly wooded, seemed more attractive places to settle. But with these lost, the Eastlands had much to offer. The flood plains of the many rivers could yield ample grain and soft grazing, and the low hills around rich pastures, while steeper slopes offered hill-hardier grazing, great store of timber, and the hunting that the northerners had excelled in since the days of Caris. The sea also was rich, since the ice had driven much of its life further south. But only after the founding of the realm of Morvenhall was the wealth of the East recognized, and turned wisely to account. The ice. The accounts of the ice in the Book of the Helm reflect a very different aspect of it from the cramped valley glaciation Elof and Kermovan previously crossed. Here, for the first time, Elof encountered the true ice sheet, and the massive walls of winter, the Foskwaith, the glacial cliffs that spearheaded its terrifying advance. Ilf's description of ice movement is, as one would expect from the Durgar, substantially correct, particularly in seaboard climates such as the city by the waters enjoyed. However, it is somewhat oversimplified. Many other factors may speed up or slow down glacial advance. One such is known as basal slip. The sheer weight of ice may melt a thin film of water below the glacier, upon which it may slide forward with greatly reduced friction, exactly the same principle as skaters use, concentrating their body weight into thin knife edges. The rather incoherent account of Morvan's fall attributed to Corentin may suggest something of what this effect could achieve over an already frozen smooth surface. Some areas of the modern Antarctic ice sheet are afloat on buried lakes. Another factor is the season. Oddly enough, the ice sheet may have advanced more quickly in summer than in winter. In colder weather, the pressure melting may lessen and the glacier freeze more firmly to the ground beneath. This slows its advance, but makes it vastly more damaging, tearing away vast blocks of hard rock. Many mountains were leveled and the majority of major lakes excavated in this fashion. The debris, borne along on or ahead of the glacial wall, created rock falls, such as the one where Raven left the travelers, and is generally known as the glacial till. Meltwater. Equally accurate is the description of meltwater effects. The sheer force of the water in such outflows is astonishing, and is often aided by the large amounts of rock debris they carry, which grinds away the ice in its path. They may flow over the glaciers or out from underneath, and in doing so create tunnels even larger than the travelers found, up to some 250 feet across. The water pressure has been known to slant them upslope, as Ilse suggests. Often they carve deep channels in the surrounding rock. Volcanic action under a glacier, often triggered by its pressure on the rock, can result in a truly explosive outburst, an erupting torrent of water and debris known in Iceland as a jökullaup. The King's Hill, Morvan. Such isolated outcrops as this are in fact not uncommon in ice sheets. Their technical name is nunatak. The ravaged surface is characteristic. Its sudden flowering, however, is equally probable. Many species of small plants and even insects have been found thriving on nunataks, perhaps sustained by the concentration of sunlight reflected off the surrounding ice. It has even been suggested by some theorists that they acted as refuges for many subarctic species during major glaciations, but this is uncertain. It was probably the existence of the hill gates that helped preserve the catacombs so well, by allowing a flow of dry, cold air along the passages. Grave goods in tombs in the Andes and elsewhere have been similarly preserved. The maps. As the Book of the Sword made clear, the peoples of the western land of Brasehal had grown very insular in the 1,000 years since the fall of Kerbrahane. For the kindreds of men, all that lay east of the Meneth Skahas was a memory of loss, grief, and dangers almost beyond comprehension, and they chose to blot it from their minds and keep no maps. They thought never to return. The Durgar were less blinkered, but age upon age had passed since their first flight west, and they also had expected never to go back. The map accompanying the first volume represents the approximate extent of even their knowledge, and it had grown vague in general. Thus Kermorvan's journey was in every sense an exploration, and he knew little or nothing of what lands and conditions he might expect to find. Only on this second map is the full extent of Brasehal shown, or rather, Brasehal free of the ice. For the rest of that great land lay dead and buried for a long age, and longer yet was to pass ere it saw the sun's light once more, and as with the long dead, its aspect then was sadly changed. Some corrections have been made in the map. The full southward extent of the Meneth Skahas, for example, is shown, and the eastward margins of the ice made clearer. For completeness' sake, the main feature of the southeastern lands have been included, though they do not come into this tale. Flora and fauna. The life of the forest lands that dominate the Book of the Helm was undoubtedly much richer and more varied than the westlands, but for the most part it still resembled modern forms closely enough to need little comment. Alongside them, however, many older and stranger creatures still dwelt, and not always by chance. At times, of course, the descriptions are not close enough to identify properly. For example, the flock of small birds through whom Tapiau spoke were very probably some variety of warbler, but it is impossible to tell. In one or two cases, however, some telling details can be picked out. Domestic animals. As a rule, these are not described in detail, the authors no doubt assuming they would be familiar enough to readers. As they are, but a few exceptions remain. Ponies, Chapter 2. There were many distinct species of horse, small and large, in the land at this time. A few, such as Kermervan's war-horse, had been introduced from Caris, but most were native and only recently domesticated, if at all. Such the company's mounts must have been, and unusually primitive to have retained the small side hoofs mentioned. In most horses of this time these remnants of the ancestral three-hoofed foot had already dwindled to mere splint bones. It is possible that they were some pony-sized breed of the older genus Hipparion, which was superseded by the more modern genus Equus at around this time. Musk oxen, Chapter 9. There seems to be no significant difference between these creatures and their modern descendants, the species Ovibos muscatus, either in appearance or behavior. They are members of the subfamily Caprini, or goat antelopes, a hardy group which flourished particularly during the long winters, and in the case of the musk ox and its little-known cousin, the takin, grew to relatively giant size. It is, however, possible that this growth was a product of deliberate breeding by the Durgar, and perhaps even the species as such descended from one or other of the varieties of mountain-adapted goats they kept. Certainly the musk ox takes more quickly to limited domestication than many other species. Wild animals. Giant horses, Chapter 2. The chance reference to these creatures is in fact borne out by other books of the Chronicles. Such beasts undoubtedly existed. Almost certainly they were of the species Equus giganteus, one of the wild strains native to Bracehal, rather than brought by men from Caris, and larger than any horse now living. Once they ran wild over the grasslands of Morvan, and their strength, fierceness, and untamability became proverbial. Their herds must have been an awesome sight. In latter days some might still be found among other wild horses in the open lands where predators were few. Hence Kermervan's confidence about the ponies. Giant deer, Chapter 4. These were undoubtedly true deer cervidae, but not the most famous giant form, the so-called Irish elk Megaceros. It was never found in these lands. From the description, particularly the pendulous muzzle and cupped palmate antlers, the huge moose Cervalces is a more likely candidate. Its antlers might have a span up to 12 feet. Dagger teeth, Chapter 4. These fierce predators are more fully described than before, so they can be firmly identified as saber-toothed cats, and members of the long-toothed Machairodontinae, rather than the scimitar-toothed Homotherianae. They appear to lack the lower jaw sheaths characteristic of Machairodus itself, and their size, if unexaggerated, is too great for the later form Meganterion. Almost certainly they were the archetypical saber-toothed tiger Smilodon. If so, Kermervan's courage was all the more remarkable. Smilodon stood nearly 4 feet high at the shoulder and far outweighed a genuine tiger. It was the most recent of its species to evolve, and the last. This again argues a relatively recent date for the Winter Chronicles. One Horn, Chapter 7. This is undoubtedly a species of the so-called woolly rhinoceros. The great size, long horse-like body, and single straight horn suggest Elasmotherium, the largest known rhinoceron species. Its horn alone was about 6 feet long. Its shaggy coat and mane, and the characteristic tuft of beard below the jaw, undoubtedly gave this creature a horse-like appearance which is very suggestive. Certainly memories of it would make a more credible source of folklore than modern rhinocerons. Others. The huge herbivore whose appearance so startled the company in Chapter 4 is not difficult to name, though it must have been near the north of its range. The shape of head and claws, the diet, and the dermal armor beneath a shaggy pelt identified as one of the family Mylodontidae, the later giant ground sloths, and probably of the species Glossotherium, because neither flourished in these lands. Specimens of the skin have survived, complete with bony nodules which could well have turned arrow shot at long range. The beast that lurked in the catacombs of Morvan is much harder to identify. In appearance and behavior it seems closer to the Mustelidae than the bears, so very probably the travelers were right in thinking of it as some kind of giant wolverine. However, this raises a problem. Such a beast did exist, but millions of years earlier, in the Miocene period. This would make it a startling anachronism in the time of the Chronicles, but not the only one. The powers, and in particular the ice, may well have maintained many such alive in their service long after their day had passed in the rest of the world, harboring them perhaps on or around the Nunataks. If this is so, it raises an intriguing possibility for the Akzawan, the lizard thing that in the course of the Book of the Sword surprised Elaf and Kermorvan in their camp. Its reptilian aspect is hard to reconcile with its ability to survive and function in the cold climate of the Northland mountains. It might, however, have been a synapsid, or paramammal, a transitional creature ancestral to all mammals, blending reptilian skeletal and body traits with the beginnings of mammalian dentition and a warm-blooded physiology. But this family, whose best-known member is the sail-backed Dimetrodon, flourished as long ago as the late Permian, a period, interestingly enough, in which there may also have been severe glaciations. If it was a paramammal, therefore, its line had been kept alive for no less than 225 million years. The forest. The trees and plants of the forest were, as far as can be told, very like modern forms, and where possible the modern names have been used in the text. It was the ecology in which they grew that was different. The forest might have appeared the richest land in all Brasehal, so vast and so energetic was the growth it bore. Yet, like the modern selva, this great pyramid of life grew from a very delicate foundation. Its ecological cycle was based on swift transmission of water and nutrients, leaving the topsoil beneath neither deep nor rich. Tapiau's fear of the incursions of the ice on one hand, and on the other men, was therefore well-founded. Once frozen, the ground could not support the forest. Once cleared, the forest could not easily re-establish itself. In northern areas, grassland swiftly took over, while in the south, all too often, the exposed topsoil simply dried up in summer and blew away. And to judge from the state of those lands today, this, in the end, was its fate. It may seem unlikely that so vast a woodland could perish so easily. Yet great areas of the Sahara today were, not long since, the forests where Hannibal obtained his elephants. Peoples. The peoples of the Eastlands. At first sight it might seem from the Winter Chronicles that the folk who had remained in the Eastlands hardly differed from their kindred in the West, whether in language or customs. Brian had had little difficulty in passing himself off as one of them, and the travelers were easily understood and accepted. But there are indications that this surface similarity was deceptive. Deeper differences did exist. For example, the Penruthia tongue was the dominant language, as it was in Brahane, but in a very different dialect, more archaic, and adopting many word forms from the Svarha. If the travelers had not already had to adjust to the archaic tongue of the forest dwellers, and been native or fluent Svarhath speakers, they would have had greater difficulty. Svarhath, as among the forest folk, had changed much less, perhaps because of its stronger oral tradition, but chiefly because of its minority status. This was not forced on it, as it was in Kerbrahane, but reflected the relative numbers of each people and their involvement in public affairs. Language thus points the way to an even deeper difference. The land of Morvennek maintained the blending of races that Caris had achieved of old. It had not fragmented into distinct communities, as Morven had begun to, or into separate countries, as did the Westlands, to their own great loss. Northerners and Southrons, Svarhath and Penruthia, shared common communities throughout the land. Within the community, though, the Northerners tended to be clannish. living in their own districts and monopolizing certain occupations, such as sea fishing, small farming, and crafts. The Penruthia dominated government, large landowning, and trade, but such finance as there was lay in the hands of the Goldsmiths' Guild, which was chiefly Svarhath. In general, the two kindreds existed in good-humored mutual toleration, though much of the good humor was at each other's expense. The disaster of Morvan had forced them together as sharply as it had divided the West. The ancestral factions. One casualty of this process in Morvenec appears to have been the ancestral political factions that so bedeviled the affairs of Kerbrahane at this time. If earlier chronicles are to be believed, they originated in the rise of Caris, when, as so often happens, newly wealthy commoners found their interests conflicting with the ancestral landowning classes who had built up the country, and, in a sense, made that wealth possible. Many families became identified with one or another faction, and passed on that rivalry to their descendants. This is all too credible. It was the same conflict that first divided the patrician and plebeian classes in ancient Rome, and the lines of Guelph and Ghibelline at a later date. And as with them, it was handed down through so many generations that it lost sight of its origins. Inherited wealth soon gave the most powerful plebeians a thoroughly aristocratic outlook. Many patrician families declined in wealth and status. And though the plebeian faction claimed to speak for the common people, very often the patrician faction was closer to them in spirit and interest and enjoyed their support. The factions began among the Penruthia peoples, but intermarriage and common interests soon spread them among the Svarhath of the north. The royal line of Caris, the Ismarian, usually remained aloof, striving to pacify and reconcile the factions, as they had the two peoples. Sometimes they would succeed for many generations together, yet sooner or later the old dissension would creep in once more. A younger son of the Ismarian left Caris for the new land of Brasehal to found there a colony that would become Morvenec. His heirs established Morvan, and took the name of its central city, Kermorvan, for their new line. But even there they could not escape the old associations. The factions followed them. However, throughout the long centuries of Morvan's prosperity there was little serious cause for dissension, and the kings sternly repressed casual feuding. The factions faded into little more than familial rivalries, and among the northerners died out altogether. But as the threat of the ice grew, so the factions regained their meaning. It did not help that when the kings needed strong support they would always find it more readily among the patrician faction. Many plebeians sought to limit the royal power, or even substitute some popular form of government. Yet when they had their chance in Brahane, they created the syndicacy, as dependent on wealth as the old aristocracy and as autocratic as the kings had ever been. The shifts of time and fortune ensured that no single family dominated either faction for very long. Some even shifted from one to the other over the centuries. But for the Book of the Helm it is worth noting that the Hurons were always strong among the plebeians. Like the royal line, they blended the blood of both kindreds, but they were staunch populists and particular antagonists of the kings. In Morvan they added the prefix Bry, meaning free, to the family name in protest against the new kingship. By and large they seem to have been a very honorable family, and at times more humane and peaceful than the stern kings they opposed. Yet undoubtedly it was within their kindred that the sinister cult of the ice centered. Doubtless it was passed on only to a carefully chosen and conditioned few. Nevertheless, it is noticeable that it was Morvenec, where the Bryhuron line was cut short by accidental deaths a generation or two after the fall of Morvan, that managed to produce the most harmonious society in the land. The High Kingdom of Morvenhall was to continue this tradition. The factions were forbidden by decree and common consent, and never again acquired any significance. The Forest People. No more need be said of the origins of these strange folk than appears in the text, and of their eventual destiny little is known. However, some deductions are possible. If they used any name of themselves, it was Alfar, but the Durgar, with customary clear sight, named them the children of Tapiau. For in truth they had been reduced to children, dependent on him for all things. Though their bodies were well adapted to life in a natural primitive world, the picture of them in the chronicles suggests that their minds were not, for they appear to lack both the vices and virtues of truly primitive humans, that sheer raw energy which allows them to survive and grow. They were dangerous warriors, but only at Tapiau's behest. Among themselves they never fought, save in sport. This peaceable nature may seem a virtue to civilized folk, yet even the most manlike apes may murder and wage tribal war for no good purpose. It may be an urge they need. Nor did the arts of peace fare any better among the Alfar, to judge by Morhuon's fate. How long could such a people survive in the great changes that were to come, and could they ever again climb up the same long slope? If enough of them survived unaltered, it is possible they might manage to endure. Certainly in other lands there survived legends of a race of ageless supernatural beings, at once sylvan, rustic, and strange, yet with courts and kings excelling in splendor those of common men. Perhaps Tapiau had been at work there also, with greater success, but where the great forests of Bracehal once ran, no such traditions endure, nor is there any trace of the folk who roamed them. Perhaps in the end the fabric of men proved tougher and less apt to Tapiau's hand than he suspected, and their descendants regained their manlike forms. But it may or may not be significant that in the jungles that endure far to the south there are legends of a man-sized arboreal ape, though no apes have ever lived on that continent. All that has ever been found are peculiarly large and long-limbed monkeys. The dwellers under the trees. The other strange beings that Elof and his companions encountered should not, strictly speaking, be spoken of as people. They were as Tapiau described them, races of minor powers. Yet their tasks and natures confined them to bodily form, and in those forms they lived, and even perhaps bred, and they undoubtedly had minds of some order, though very unlike those of men. In no account does Tapiau volunteer any more information to Elof about them, but in some texts passages are added which name them, apparently from Durgar lore and traditions. Ilse herself may have discovered these, though apparently she knew little or nothing of them at the time. The most human in shape, the creature who took Urmahal, is named Ruzalk in the Durgar speech. They did not think her wholly malign, for she did not seem to kill, and of those lost from the company, Urmahal alone did not reappear among Taun's shades. Yet they dreaded her, for she would ever provoke and strengthen dreams and illusions in an apparent need to share them, perhaps to feed on them. In doing so she would ensnare the dreamer wholly, luring him away down strange pathways from which few returned, and those lost and wandering in their wits. Always they were happy, which to the Durgar seemed worst of all. The monstrous lake-dwellers the Durgar named Vedyanai, and feared far less. In body they were as described, not unlike massive seals, yet with grasping forelimbs and huge heads. Formerly their dams had been found in many rivers and lakes, and it seems they were once set to watch and ward such places. They were simple of mind and savage of temper, though seldom dangerous unless disturbed. When the Durgar waterways under the mountains were first made, the Vedyanai had often invaded them, endangering ships and their crews, and been hard to displace, but for thousands of years no more had been seen of them. Both these creatures were unknown to men and had no names in their tongues. Not so the creatures of the hunt. They were known in the folklore of Brahane as one of the principal terrors of Aethanek, where Tapiau no doubt set them to deal with intruding men. As a group, they were named Helgorian, probably meaning the wild hunt. But the individual creatures were called Gaurvlith, which means approximately the same as the modern word werewolf. The Durgar name Verkalak means as much also. That implies some identity with men, yet by all accounts they were twice the size of a man, and there is no tale of them changing skin or shape. On the other hand, they were never seen by day. But it is more likely the name refers to their shape, and the mind that lay behind the brows of a beast. Certainly they were of a fearsome intelligence, and once on a scent no ruse or guile could turn them aside. Elof and his companions were fortunate in their escape that only Alfar were nearby. Most probably the hunt was still west of the Meneth Athen, to guard against Equish incursions. Their original task was said to have been countering the creatures of the ice, and as such they were valued, even worshipped, by the ancestors of the Durgar, who had suffered from it once before. That men knew them only as terrors of the night and the tree shade was perhaps unjust. It is worth noting that while they terrified the company, it was only Kassa the wrongdoer they actually slew, and even his murderous bargain they justly kept. The conflict of forces. In the Book of Helm, for the first time, the two great forces of the long winter come into direct conflict, smithcraft in the hands of a man, albeit an extraordinary man, against the controlling wills of the powers themselves. And if there is no doubt to whom the first honors went, still there is more to be explained. The powers. The events of the Book of the Helm brought Elaf into far closer contact with the steerers of the world than any man in the memory of his times, though in the chronicles accounts of others may be found. He learned much of their strengths and weaknesses, and as the chronicle suggests, he acquired much of this from Tapiau. No doubt the wily forest lord, sensing that here was one on whom his usual allurements would have little hold, and divined the thirst for knowledge that was one of Elaf's ruling passions, and sought to ensnare him with that instead. For though he might have held men by force, he preferred to give them at least an illusion of choice. The illusions he had woven for himself were the less disturbed thereby. Yet it is improbable that Tapiau would reveal so much of crucial importance about himself and others as freely as the accounts have him do, and all at once. It is more likely that he let fall the information in tantalizing morsels, underestimating perhaps Elaf's formidable mind and memory, and his ability to smelt and weld facts and truths as surely as he could medals. Also, many truths that Elaf later learned from Kara may have been placed here by later compilers. For the sake of concision, many interesting speculations that are put into Tapiau's mouth have had to be omitted from the main text, but as one or two have a bearing on the tale, they are worth repeating here. One concerns Louhi and her need for the Tarnhelm. She was an immensely greater creature of her kind than Kara, and seemed able to shift in and out of human shape at will. Why, then, could she not assume others as easily? The answer seems to lie chiefly in the great strain the ice put upon her. Human form came easiest to most powers, having the capacity of mind closest to their own, and she had little energy to spare. Yet she now found she had to change, if only to keep up with Kara. The transforming powers of the helm were of a different order, masking rather than reconstituting the shape, and the power in the helm was not hers. Another puzzling aspect of Louhi, or her true self Tauntar, is her exact relationship to Taun. By some accounts she was his daughter, but by others his consort. That is put in the voice of Raven, and carries all the more authority. That Taun had long been reduced to an impotent shadow of his former power, as Tapiau suggests, is probably true, but the chronicles tell that Tapiau had less share in that than he made out. Smithcraft. The accounts of smithcraft in the Book of the Helm confirm that in those years the sheer science of metalworking reached a height rarely if ever equaled, and not only in the remarkable person of Elaf himself. The technique he used in the creation of the crown helm is unmistakably that now known as electrolysis or electroplating. This, as the account is careful to make clear, he did not discover for himself, but drew from the ancient lore of his craft. He was, however, probably the first to develop it for fine plating of metals. There is no evidence that the elder folk had anticipated him. In assuming they had, Ilse let slip that patronizing attitude to men typical of even the friendliest Durgar. They did undoubtedly use electrolysis for refining rare metals. Whether human smiths learned this of them, or developed it independently, cannot be said. If it seems improbable to find electricity known and used in such an otherwise untechnical culture, we should remember that true smithcraft set very different values upon ordinary technology. Also, we should consider the skilled silversmiths of the ancient city of Baghdad on the river Tigris, who in the early years of this century were found electroplating with primitive batteries of copper and iron in ceramic jars of acid. They were assumed to have learned the technique from the West. There is now reason to doubt this. Among recent archaeological discoveries in the Middle East are small ceramic jars containing copper cylinders plugged with asphalt and containing corroded iron rods, in effect, batteries of much the same kind. They were found in at least 3 sites, all dating from the time of the Roman Empire, and all around the Tigris near Baghdad. There is no doubt that the smiths of Elof's day understood at least something of the nature of electricity, though from a very different standpoint. When Elof set out to reforge his strange inheritance with lightning, he undoubtedly knew what he was doing. Though encouraged by his mysterious visitor, he may have underestimated the appalling risk. But it is likely that little else would have allowed him to straighten so curious a blade. The glimpse he had of its content is curiously reminiscent of modern high-tensile materials such as carbon fiber, which may be highly resistive to heat and impact. He had studied with the Durgar mastersmith, and they at least had a very shrewd grasp of the forces at work with matter. Elof, in describing his hammer, shows that he had learned much from them, and in the greatest trial of his life, when all else seemed lost to him, it was this knowledge that was to prove crucial. The Chronicles. Why the Book of the Helm was so named is hard to say, whether for the strange crowned helm that broke the will of a power, or the other brought back into the world after long ages beneath the ice, like a symbol of renewal and rebirth. But almost certainly it was for the Tarnhelm, second of Elof's youthful creations, that were to haunt him throughout his turbulent life, and shape it as he had shaped them. For it was the Tarnhelm that lay behind all the conflicts and struggles of this time, that brought for him both peril and final triumph, and brought him in the end to the fulfilling of his promise and his desire. End of The Forge in the Forest, The Winter of the World, Volume 2, by Michael Scott Rowan. Narrated by Jack Fox in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, February 1993. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Avon Books, a division of the Hearst Corporation, 105 Madison Avenue, New York, New York, 10016.
End of book.